His surprise, we must conclude, resulted from a failure of observation, intuition, and analysis. Moreover, it is implausible that Radek, Preobrazhensky, Smirnov, and his other friends should not have noticed what was happening and that none of them tried to bring matters to Trotsky's attention. Evidently his mind remained closed. He lived as if in another world, wrapped up in himself and his ideas. He was up to his eyes in his scientific and industrial preoccupations and literary work, which protected him to some extent from the frustration to which he was exposed. He shunned inter-party affairs, full of the sense of his superiority and contempt for his opponents, and disgusted with the polemical methods and tricks. He was not interested in their doings. He submitted to the discipline by which they had shackled him, but he held up his head and ignored them. A few years later, his biographer was told in Moscow that he used to appear dutifully at the sessions of the Central Committee, take his seat, open a book, most often a French novel, and become so engrossed as to take no notice of the deliberations. Even if this anecdote was invented, it was well invented. It conveys something of the man's temper. He could turn his back on his adversaries, but he could not view them with detachment. He was too close to them. He saw them as the small men, the rogues, and the sharpers that they sometimes were. And he half forgot that they were also the leaders of a great state and party, and that what they said and did carried immense historic weight. Had Trotsky kept his ears open to what the Leningraders were saying, he could not have failed to realize at once that they were defending the causes he himself had defended, and attacking the attitudes he himself had attacked. As oppositionists, they started where he had left off. They argued from his premises. They took up his arguments to carry them farther. He had criticized the Politburo's lack of initiative, its neglect of industry, and its excessive solicitude for the private sector of the economy. So did the Leningraders. He had observed with apprehension the spirit of national narrow-mindedness which induced the party hierarchy to frame policy and think of the future in terms of self-sufficiency. Actuated by the same antagonism to national narrow-mindedness, Zinoviev and Kamenev were the first to come out with a critique of socialism in a single country. To Trotsky, Bukharin's and Stalin's ideas on this subject must have at first appeared as dull scholastic dogma-mongering, hardly worthy of his comment. And so he made no comment for nearly a year and a half, while socialism in a single country was becoming the new Bolshevik orthodoxy, the orthodoxy he was to fight to the end of his life. Zinoviev and Kamenev were more alive to the symptomatic meaning of the new doctrine. He could not but agree with their arguments against it, for they drew them from the armory of classical Marxist internationalism. Nor could the cry for equality that went up in Leningrad fail to strike a chord in him. Zinoviev, Kamenev, Sokolnikov, and Krupskaya had only echoed Trotsky when they protested against the stifling of party opinion. Like him, they spoke of the unholy alliance of NEP man, kulak, and bureaucrat. And like him, they called for the revival of proletarian democracy. He had warned the party against the degeneration of its leadership, and now the same warning resounded even more poignantly and alarmingly in the Leningraders' outcry against the Thermidorian danger. These were the ideas and the slogans that he was to take up presently and to expound in the years to come. Yet when he heard them expounded by his erstwhile adversaries, he waited in uncertainty for several critical months, and his adherents waited together with him. What contributed to his and his followers' confusion was that they had been accustomed to regard Zinoviev and Kamenev as the leaders of the party's right wing. No one had done more than Trotsky to spread this view. In the lessons of October, he had reminded the party of Zinoviev's and Kamenev's opposition to the October Revolution. He had argued that in 1923 Zinoviev had led the German communists to capitulate, because his frame of mind had still been the same as in 1917. And when he told the party that its old guard might, like the hierarchy of the Second International, degenerate into a conservative bureaucratic apparatus, he almost pointed an accusing finger at Zinoviev and Kamenev. No wonder that he looked at them incredulously when they appeared as the spokesmen of a new left. He suspected demagoguery. The suspicion, though not altogether groundless, made it difficult for him to grasp that the change of roles was real and that it formed part of that regroupment of men and ideas to which the extremely critical situation in the country had given rise. Zinoviev's and Kamenev's conversion was not less genuine and not less startling than that by which Bukharin, the ex-leader of the left communists, had become the ideologue of the new right, Indeed, the two conversions supplemented each other. Official Bolshevik policy tended at present so strongly towards the right that some of those who only yesterday headed the right wing became frightened of the consequences and found themselves veering far to the left. To be sure, personal ambitions and jealousies played their part. Zinoviev and Kamenev sought to strip Stalin of his power. But they might have had a better chance had they chosen to ride, with Bukharin, the mounting tide of isolationism and neopopulism. Instead, they took their stand on the proletarian and internationalist traditions of Leninism, which had become unpopular with the men of the party machine, on whom the outcome of the contest immediately depended. Zinoviev's and Kamenev's outlook and habits of mind, as well as the moods among their followers, set limits to their self-seeking. No matter how timidly or opportunistically they had behaved on important occasions, they had been Lenin's closest disciples. They were constitutionally incapable of shedding the influence that had molded them. Others might turn their backs on the European working class and glorify, sincerely or not, the muzhik. They could not do so. Others might exalt Russia's self-sufficient socialism. To them, the very thought was absurd and repugnant. The attitude to these issues, however, formed the watershed which now separated the various currents in Bolshevism. There was yet another aspect of this change of roles. Like Trotsky and Lenin before them, Zinoviev and Kamenev grappled with the dilemma of authority and freedom, or of party discipline and proletarian democracy. They, too, felt the tension between the power and the dream of revolution. They had been the disciplinarians. Now they were tired and sick of the mechanical and rigid discipline they had enforced. Zinoviev had for years strutted the political stage, roared words of command, schemed and plotted, demoted and promoted people, built power for the revolution and for himself. He had been as if obsessed and drunken with authority. Now came the awakening, the bitter aftertaste, and the yearning to find a way back to the irrecoverable clear spring of the revolution. Together with him, many of the old guard had followed the same bents and suffered the same perplexities and disenchantments until, without knowing it, they took up attitudes indistinguishable from those of the Trotskyists whom they had just helped to defeat. Everything drove them to join hands with the men of the 1923 opposition. If Trotsky was to make common cause with Zinoviev and Kamenev, this was the time to do it. Till the beginning of 1926, the base from which the Leningraders operated was still intact. The administrative machinery of the city and the province was in Zinoviev's hands. He had a large body of ardent followers. He controlled influential newspapers. He possessed the material means for a long and sustained political struggle. In a word, he was still in his northern commune the master of a powerful fortress. He was also president of the Communist International, although Stalin was already active at its headquarters, sapping his influence. In some respects, Zinoviev's position, when he came in conflict with Stalin, was much stronger than Trotsky's had ever been. Trotsky had never bothered to lay his hands on instruments of personal power, and so after his world-shaking career, he began almost empty-handed the fight with the triumvirs. They found it all too easy to brand him as an alien to Bolshevism. It was far more difficult for Stalin and Bukharin to denounce Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Krupskaya as inveterate Mensheviks. The conflict was now clearly between two sections of the Bolshevik Old Guard. A coalition between Trotsky and Zinoviev, if it had come into being before Zinoviev's defeat, might have been formidable. Yet neither of them and neither of the two factions was ready. Their mutual grievances and hatreds and the memories of the knocks and insults exchanged were still too fresh to allow them to pull together. One of the strangest moments in Trotsky's political life now followed. On December 18, the 14th Congress, the last he was to attend, was opened. From first to last, it was the scene of a political storm, the like of which the party had never witnessed in its long and stormy history. Before the eyes of the whole country, the new antagonists wrestled and dealt each other mighty blows. The fate of the party and the revolution was in the balance. Nearly all the great issues which were to occupy Trotsky for the rest of his life were thrashed out. Each of the new antagonists had his eyes on Trotsky, wondering with whom he would join and waiting with bated breath for his word. Yet throughout the fortnight that the Congress was in session, Trotsky sat silent. He had nothing to say when, to an audience convulsed with emotion, Zinoviev recalled Lenin's testament and its warning against Stalin's abuse of power, or when he dwelt on the danger that threatened socialism from the kulak, the NEP man, and the bureaucrat. Impassively, Trotsky viewed the momentous scene when, after Kamenev had protested with great force against the establishment of autocratic rule over the party, the well-picked majority, foaming with rage and insulting the speaker, for the first time acclaimed Stalin as the leader around whom the Leninist Central Committee was united. Nor did he rise and declare his solidarity with Krupskaya when she spoke about the stultifying effect of the Leninist cult, when she entreated the delegates to discuss the issues before them on their merits instead of swamping debates with meaningless quotations from the writings of her husband, and when, finally, she recalled by way of a warning how the campaign against Trotsky had degenerated into slander and persecution. He listened as though unconcerned to the controversy over socialism in one country, one of the greatest debates of the century. He was not provoked to make a single gesture of protest or disagreement when Bukharin built the case for socialism in one country on the party's previous rejection of Trotsky's permanent revolution, and went on to speak of building socialism at the snail's pace. The triumvirs revealed the inner story of their disagreements in which Trotsky's person loomed so large. Stalin related how Zinoviev and Kamenev had asked for Trotsky's head and how he had resisted them. Zinoviev described how he and Stalin had, violating the statutes, dispersed the Central Committee of the Communist Youth after its overwhelming majority had declared for Trotsky. Speakers from all factions paid Trotsky compliments and made advances. While Krupskaya spoke, a cry, "Lev Davidovich, you have gained new collaborators," rose from the floor. Lashevich, hitherto one of his most embittered adversaries, acknowledged that Trotsky had not been altogether wrong in 1923. The Stalinists and Bukharinists were lavish with praise. Mikoyan held up to the new opposition the shining example of Trotsky who, when defeated, scrupulously observed party discipline. Yaroslavsky reproached the Leningraders with their rabid and still unabated anti-Trotskyism. Tomsky contrasted the crystal-clear lucidity of Trotsky's views and the integrity of his conduct with Zinoviev's and Kamenev's muddle-headedness and evasions. Kalinin spoke of the resentment and disgust he had always felt at their attempts to drag down Trotsky. When Zinoviev asserted his right to dissent from official policy and complained that no opposition had ever been handled so roughly, Stalinists and Bukharinists showered on him derisive reminders of the things he had done to Trotsky. Then, winding up a great peroration, Zinoviev exhorted the Congress to let bygones be bygones and to reform the party's leadership so that all sections of Bolshevik opinion should cooperate and unite. The eyes of the whole assembly were now on Trotsky. Had the great and eloquent man nothing to say? His lips were sealed. He remained silent even when Andreev asked that new prerogatives be voted for the Central Committee to enable it to deal more effectively with dissenters, to enable it, that is, to break the back of the new opposition. The latter had been heavily outvoted. But before its close the Congress received with uproar and anger reports that in Leningrad turbulent demonstrations against its decisions were in progress. The Leningraders were fighting on within their fortress. And to the end, not a word escaped from Trotsky's mouth. Trotsky's private papers offer us an insight into what was going on in his mind. In a note jotted down on December 22, the fourth day of the Congress, he remarked that there was a grain of truth, but not more, in the view expressed by some that the Leningraders continued the work of the Trotskyist opposition. The hue and cry, raised in 1923, about the enmity of Trotskyism towards the peasantry had paved the way for the neo-populism which was now fashionable and against which the Leningraders reacted. It was natural that they should do so, although they had led in the drive against Trotskyism. The intense animosity of the Congress towards Zinoviev's faction reflected au fond the hostility of the country to the town. This view, one might have thought, should have induced Trotsky to make common cause with the Leningraders at once. But the issues and the divisions did not yet seem to him as clear as they had so far appeared in his own analysis, and he entertained certain hopes which induced him to wait. He wondered why Sokolnikov, of all people, the ultra-moderate who should have been on Bukharin's side, had joined the Leningraders. He was puzzled that the division was between Moscow and Leningrad. The artificially produced antagonism between them, he noted, veiled a deeper underlying conflict. He hoped that the organizations of the two capitals would draw together and reassert jointly the aspirations of the proletarian socialist elements against the promuzhik right. He reckoned that all true Bolsheviks would rise against the bureaucracy. Nothing less could free the party organization of Moscow from Stalin's stranglehold. The situation was still in a state of flux. He expected something like a political landslide, of which the breach between the triumvirs was only the beginning, to shake the party and to bring about the final, far wider, and far more significant regrouping of forces. Then the lines of division would be less fortuitous and would correspond to the fundamental contradictions between town and country, worker and peasant, socialism and property. Meantime, he was not at all eager to throw in his lot with the vociferous, vulgar, and rightly discredited leaders of the Leningrad opposition. There is a whiff of schadenfreude in these diary notes written as he watched Zinovyev's and Kamenev's discomfiture, as if he were saying, "Vous élevez volu, vous élevez volu." Yet he could not give himself to schadenfreude for any length of time. It was not in his nature to do so. Willy-nilly he had to rush to the rescue of the defeated. No sooner had the Congress dispersed than the Central Committee met to consider measures for taming Leningrad. Stalin proposed to dismiss in the first instance the editorial staff of Leningradskaya Pravda and to turn that newspaper into the mouthpiece of official policy. Next, Zinovyev was to be deposed and Kirov was to take his place at the head of the Northern Commune. The whip was to come down on the Leningraders. At this point Trotsky broke his silence. He was against the reprisals. He did not contemplate an alliance with Zinovyev and Kamenev, but by trying to shield them, he at once gave offense to Stalin, who had walked around him gingerly seeking to mollify him. There was a curious scene at the session. Bukharin spoke for the course of action proposed by Stalin. Kamenev protested. It was strange, he said, that Bukharin, who had always opposed drastic reprisals against the Trotskyists, should now call for the whip. "Ah, but he has come to relish the whip," Trotsky interjected. Bukharin, as though caught off guard, cried back, "You think I have come to relish it, but this relishing makes me shudder from head to foot." In this cry of anguish were suddenly revealed the forebodings with which Bukharin backed Stalin. From this incident dates a private contact, which after a long interval Trotsky resumed with Bukharin, a fairly friendly, but politically fruitless and short-lived affair, the traces of which are found in their correspondence. Still shuddering from head to foot, Bukharin did his best to persuade Trotsky not to come to Zinovyev's aid. He tried to impress on him that the party's freedom was not at stake in this case and that Zinovyev, who himself brooked no opposition, was no defender of inter-party democracy. Trotsky did not deny this, but he argued that Stalin was surely no better, and that the evil lay in a monolithic discipline and the unanimous vote which both Stalin and Zinovyev enforced. This had made it possible that on the eve of the Congress the two largest organizations, those of Moscow and Leningrad, should each carry its own resolutions in 100% unanimity. He held no brief for the Leningraders, but he could not but oppose the false discipline, and he appealed to Bukharin to join him in a common effort to restore a healthy inter-party regime. Bukharin, however, was afraid that by asking for more freedom they would get less, and he concluded that those who demanded inter-party democracy were in effect its worst enemies, and that the only way to save what was left of it was not to use it. While these pathetic confidential exchanges went on, Stalin lost the hope of playing Trotsky against Zinovyev and Kamenev. Earlier perhaps than Trotsky himself, he realized that the two oppositions would have to join hands. He therefore gave the signal for a new drive against Trotsky. He was anxious that Trotsky should not be able to address communist gatherings in working-class districts. Uglanov, who had replaced Kamenev as leader of the Moscow organization, saw to that. Under all sorts of pretexts Trotsky was refused admission to the cells. As he was just then addressing meetings of scientists and other intellectuals, the members of the proletarian cells were told that he preferred to speak to the bourgeoisie rather than face workers. Official agitators ceased to distinguish between Trotskyists and Zinovievists, incited the rank and file against both, and hinted darkly that it was no matter of chance that the leaders of both were Jews. This was, they suggested, a struggle between native and genuine Russian socialism and aliens who sought to pervert it. In another letter to Bukharin, dated March 4th, Trotsky described the vexations and the obloquy of which he had again become the object. Altogether against his inclination, he dwelt on the anti-Semitic undertones of the agitators' talk. "I think," he wrote, attempting to arouse Bukharin, "that what binds us, two Politburo members, is still quite enough for us to try and check the facts calmly and conscientiously. Is it true? Is it possible that in our party, in Moscow, in workers' cells, anti-Semitic agitation should be carried on with impunity? A fortnight later, at a Politburo meeting, he asked the same astonished and indignant question. The Politburo members shrugged, professed to know nothing, or pooh-poohed the matter. Bukharin blushed with embarrassment and shame, but he could not turn against his associates and allies. At any rate, at this stage his private contact with Trotsky was coming to an end. It was not by chance that the agitators struck the anti-Semitic note. They were briefed by Uglanov, and Uglanov took his cue from Stalin, who was anything but fastidious in the choice of means. But there were means to which he could not have resorted even a year or two earlier, and playing on anti-Jewish prejudice was one of them. This had been the favored occupation of the worst Tsarist reactionaries, and even in 1923-4 the party and its old guard were still too strongly imbued with internationalism to countenance such prejudice, let alone to exploit it. But the situation was changing. The new right appealed vaguely to nationalist emotions, and while these surged up, the political climate altered to such an extent that even communists no longer frowned on anti-Semitic hints or allusions dropped in their midst. The distrust of the alien was, after all, only a reflex of that Russian self-centeredness, of which socialism in one country was the ideological abstract. Jews were, in fact, conspicuous among the opposition, although they were there together with the flower of the non-Jewish intelligentsia and workers. Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Sokolnikov, Radek were all Jews. There were, on the other hand, very few Jews among the Stalinists, and fewer still among the Bukharinists. Thoroughly assimilated and Russified though they were, and hostile to the Mosaic as to any other religion, and to Zionism, they were still marked by that Jewishness, which is the quintessence of the urban way of life in all its modernity, progressiveness, restlessness, and one-sidedness. To be sure, the allegations that they were politically hostile to the mujik were false and, in Stalin's mouth, though perhaps not in Bukharin's, insincere. But the Bolsheviks of Jewish origin were least of all inclined to idealize rural Russia in her primitivism and barbarity, and to drag along at a snail's pace the native peasant cart. They were in a sense the rootless cosmopolitans on whom Stalin was to turn his wrath openly in his old age. Not for them was the ideal of socialism in a single country. As a rule, the progressive or revolutionary Jew, brought up on the border lines of various religions and national cultures, whether Spinoza or Marx, Heine or Freud, Rosa Luxemburg or Trotsky, was particularly apt to transcend in his mind religious and national limitations and to identify himself with a universal view of mankind. He was therefore also peculiarly vulnerable whenever either religious fanaticisms or nationalist emotions ran high. Spinoza and Marx, Heine and Freud, Rosa Luxemburg and Trotsky, all suffered excommunication, exile, and moral or physical assassination, and the writings of all were burned at the stake. In the first weeks of 1926, the strength of the Leningrad opposition was broken. The Leningraders could not but submit to Stalin's orders. To defy them was to challenge the authority of the Central Committee, which backed Stalin, and the legality of the Congress which had elected the committee. This Zinoviev and Kamenev, who like Trotsky still sat on that committee, were not prepared to do. They had openly declared that Stalin had rigged the elections to the Congress and that the Central Committee represented the party machine, not the party. But it was one thing to state this, and quite another to proclaim that the decisions of the Congress and of the Central Committee were invalid and to refuse to submit. For Zinoviev and Kamenev in particular, it would have been a dangerous undertaking to question the legitimacy of the last Congress. Had they not, together with Stalin, rigged the elections and packed the 13th Congress in the same way that Stalin packed the 14th? By challenging the authority of the Central Committee, the Leningraders would have virtually constituted themselves into a separate party, a rival to the official All-Union Communist Party. It was unthinkable that they should do so. They had all accepted the single-party system as a sine qua non. Nobody had shown greater zeal in asserting this principle and drawing from it the most far-reaching and absurd conclusions than Zinoviev had. Leningrad's defiance of Moscow would have amounted almost to a declaration of civil war. And so, when Kirov appeared in Leningrad as Stalin's envoy invested with plenary power and entitled to take command of the Northern Commune, there was nothing left for Zinoviev but to yield. Almost overnight, all the local branches of the party, its editorial offices, its manifold organizations, and all the resources on which the opposition had hitherto drawn, passed into the hands of Stalin's and Kirov's nominees. Two of Zinoviev's lieutenants had controlled the armed forces of Leningrad, Lashevich as political commissar of the garrison and the military region, and Bakiyev as head of the GPU. Both surrendered their offices, although Lashevich, being vice-commissar of defense, remained a member of the central government. This was followed by a moral debacle. As long as the leaders stood in the full panoply of power, it seemed that they had the whole of Leningrad behind them. Now the great proletarian city appeared indifferent to their fate. The workers of Vyborg, that old rampart of Bolshevism, were the first to desert them. For years Zinoviev had bullied and browbeaten them, and so they were not moved by his latest pleas on behalf of the workers and his cry for equality, the pleas and the cry which they were to recall nostalgically a few years hence when it was too late. Humble men viewed the commotion as a brawl between bigwigs which was of no concern to them. Even those who took a less cynical view and felt with the opposition most often kept their feelings to themselves. Unemployment was rampant, and the punishment for disloyalty might be the loss of one's job and starvation. Thus the active following of the Leningrad opposition dwindled to a few hundred veterans of the revolution, a small and closely knit band of men, who were devoted to their ideals and leaders and who gradually found that all doors were shut upon them. The ease and speed with which Stalin overwhelmed the Leningraders showed that the hopes to which Trotsky gave himself in the days of the 14th Congress were unfounded. There was no sign of any further regroupment, no sign of that rallying of the communist workers against the bureaucrats he had expected. The Leningrader struggle had caused no movement of sympathy, not even a ripple, in the cells of Moscow. The party machine worked with deadly effectiveness, breaking all resistance where it had shown itself or crushing it before it had done so. This in itself indicated the weakness of the resistance. The working class was no longer dispersed and disintegrated as it had been a few years earlier, but it lacked political consciousness, vigor, and the ability to assert itself. Yet it was on a political revival in its midst that Trotsky had reckoned when he assumed that Moscow and Leningrad would make a common stand. Zinoviev and Kamenev too had hoped for this. At the 14th Congress they called for a return to proletarian democracy and said that the working class was no longer as splintered and demoralized as it was in the early 1920s, when the party leaders could not rely on the soundness of its political instincts and judgment. Bukharin then replied that Zinoviev and Kamenev were deluding themselves, that the working class had grown numerically by absorbing young and illiterate newcomers from the country, that consequently it was still politically immature, and that the time for a return to proletarian democracy had not yet come. The void by which the Leningrad opposition now found itself surrounded indicated that Bukharin was closer to the truth than Zinoviev and Kamenev. The working class was apathetic and indifferent, although its apathy was due not merely to inherent immaturity but also to that bureaucratic intimidation which Bukharin sought to justify. Whatever the truth of the matter, it must have become clear to Trotsky by now that he had nothing to gain by waiting. Yet, after the Congress more than 3 months passed during which the Trotskyists and the Zinovievists did not move towards one another by 1 inch. Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev had not been on speaking terms since 1923, and they still said not a word to each other. Only in April 1926 was the ice broken. At a session of the Central Committee, Rykov presented a statement of economic policy. Kamenev tabled an amendment urging the committee to take note of the ever-sharper social differentiation of the peasantry and to restrain the growth of capitalist farming. Trotsky tabled a separate amendment. He agreed with Kamenev's appraisal of rural conditions, but added that the sluggish tempo of industrial development deprived the government of the means it needed to exercise a sufficiently strong influence on farming. In the discussion, Kamenev, who as former head of the Council for Labor and Defense felt some responsibility for the industrial policy which Trotsky criticized, made some barbed remarks about Trotsky. The Central Committee rejected Trotsky's amendment. Kamenev and Zinoviev, it seems, abstained from voting. Then, when Kamenev's amendment was put to the vote, Trotsky supported it. This was the turning point. As the session continued, they found themselves again on the same side. They unbent and moved towards each other until, at the end of the session, they acted virtually as political partners. Only now did the 3 men meet in private for the first time in years. This was a strange meeting, full of heart-searchings, startling confessions, sighs of regret and of relief, forebodings, alarming warnings, and hopeful projects. Zinoviev and Kamenev were eager to make a clean breast of the past. They bemoaned the blindness which had led them to denounce Trotsky as the archenemy of Leninism. They admitted that they had concocted the charges against him to debar him from leadership. But had he not been mistaken also in attacking them, in reminding the party of their conflicts with Lenin in 1917, and in discrediting them rather than Stalin? They were relieved at having at last freed themselves from the net of a bizarre intrigue, the net they themselves had spun, and at having returned to serious and honest political thought and action. As they related the various incidents of the intrigue, they made merry about Stalin, mimicking, to Trotsky's slight impatience, Stalin's behavior and accents. But then they recalled their dealings with him with the shudder with which one remembers a nightmare. They described his slyness, perversity, and cruelty. They said that they had both written and deposited in a safe place letters to the effect that if they should perish suddenly and unaccountably, the world should know that this was Stalin's work, and they advised Trotsky to do the same. Stalin, they maintained, had not taken Trotsky's life in 1923-4 only because he feared that some young, fervent Trotskyist might rise as an avenger. Doubtless, Zinoviev and Kamenev were eager to blacken Stalin and to advertise to Trotsky their own restraining influence on him. Trotsky himself did not take their revelations very seriously until many years later, when the great purges brought them back to his mind. It was indeed difficult to square what sounded like the story of a bloody court intrigue in the Kremlin of the early Tsars with the Kremlin of the Third International resounding with ideological disputes couched in Marxist terms. Had the Tsar's old fortress cast its evil spell upon Lenin's disciples? Stalin, so Zinoviev and Kamenev went on, was not interested in disputes over ideas. All he craved was power. What they failed to explain was how, if what they said was true, they could have remained in partnership with him for so long. From these terrified and terrifying accounts and dark hints, the two men passed to plans for the future. They gave themselves to the wildest hopes. They had no doubt that all could still be changed at a stroke. It would be enough, they said, for the three of them to appear together in public, reconciled and reunited, to arouse enthusiasm among Bolsheviks and bring the party back to the right road. Rarely has the blackest gloom yielded so easily to the most cheerful innocence. What accounted for their optimism? It was only a few months since they had both enjoyed the fullness of power. It was only a few weeks since Zinoviev had lost his fief in Leningrad, and he was still president of the Communist International. Their fall had been so rapid and sudden that they refused to believe it was real. They had been accustomed to see a nod from either of them swing into motion the massive wheels of party and state. They still had in their ears the roar of popular acclaim, a false acclaim, which had not come from the feelings of the people but had been artificially produced by the party machine. Suddenly a death-like stillness surrounded them. This seemed to them to be a delusion, a misunderstanding, or a passing incident. What brought it about was their breach with Stalin, whom they themselves had placed, or so it seemed to them, in command of the party. Yet who was Stalin? A coarse, half-educated, clumsy manipulator, a misfit, whom they had repeatedly saved from ruin because they had found him useful in their game against Trotsky. They had never had any doubt that as man, leader, and Bolshevik Stalin did not reach to Trotsky's ankles. Now that they had made common cause with Trotsky, nothing would surely be easier than to sweep Stalin out of their way and to bring the party back under their joint leadership. Trotsky shook his head. He did not share their optimism. He knew better the taste of defeat. He had for years felt the full weight of the party machine as it ran against him and drove him into the wilderness. He had a deeper insight into the processes which had deformed the party, into that bureaucratic degeneration, the progress of which he had watched in impotence since 1922. And behind the party machine he perceived more clearly than they did the abysmal barbarism of old Mother Russia, not to be conjured out of existence. He was also apprehensive of the fickleness and fecklessness of his new allies. He could not forget all that had passed between him and them. Yet he was unstinting in forgiveness, and he tried to steady their nerves for a long uphill struggle. He himself was not unhopeful. He too believed that the party would be stirred by their reconciliation. Zinoviev and Kamenev volunteered to make a public admission that Trotsky had been right all along when he warned the party against its bureaucracy. In return, he was prepared to say that he had been mistaken in assailing them as the leaders of that bureaucracy when he should have concentrated his fire on Stalin. He too hoped that by joining hands the two oppositions would not merely combine their followings but multiply them. The old guard had, after all, looked up to Zinoviev and Kamenev. It was known that Lenin's widow was in sympathy with them. In the team which led the Leningrad opposition, although it was less outstanding than the circle around Trotsky, there were such eminent men as Lashevich, still the Deputy Commissar of Defense, Smilga, one of the most able political commissars in the Civil War, and a distinguished economist, Sokolnikov, Bakiyev, Evdokimov, and others. With such men, and with Preobrazhensky, Radek, Rakovsky, Antonov Evsenko, Smirnov, Muralov, Krestinsky, Serebryakov, and Youve, to mention only these, the joint opposition would command far more talent and prestige than the factions of Stalin and Bukharin had at their disposal. And, despite everything, a political revival in the working class, though delayed, would still come and would put wind into the opposition's sails. The partners did not have the time to make precise plans or even to define clearly the points of their agreement. A day or two after their first private meeting, Trotsky had to leave Russia for medical treatment abroad. The malignant fever from which he had suffered in the last years still persisted, rising often to over 100 degrees F, incapacitating him during the most critical moments of the struggle and compelling him to spend many months in the Caucasus. There he spent the winters of 1924 and 1925, and the early months of the spring. Russian doctors were unable to diagnose and urged him to consult German specialists. The Politburo raised no objections to his journey abroad, but insisted that he undertook it on his own responsibility. About the middle of April, accompanied by his wife and a small bodyguard, he arrived in Berlin beardless and incognito, pretending to be a Ukrainian educationist by the name of Kuzmienko. He spent most of his time in a private clinic undergoing treatment and a minor operation. But in the intervals he moved about freely, observing the depressed Berlin of those years, so different from the imperial capital he had known, attending a May Day parade, watching a wine festival outside the city, and so on. He was thrilled to be able, for the first time since 1917, to move about in a crowd without attracting anyone's attention and feeling oneself part of the nameless listening and watching mass. But somehow his incognito was discovered later, and the German police warned the director of the clinic that white Russian émigrés were about to make an attempt on the patient's life. Under heavy escort, Trotsky moved to the Soviet embassy, and shortly thereafter he returned home, his temperature as high as ever. It has never been discovered whether there was any ground for the alarm about the attempt on his life. During his stay in Berlin, which lasted about 6 weeks, he was agitated by two political events of unequal importance. In Poland, Marshal Pilsudski, supported by the Communist Party, had just carried out a coup d'état, which established him as dictator. In Britain, the protracted strike of the coal miners had just led to the Great General Strike. The absurd behavior of the Polish communists resulted in part from the tangled conditions in their country, but in part from confusion in the Comintern generated by the anti-Trotskyist campaigns. The Polish party enacted on a small scale the policy which at the same time led the Chinese communists to back General Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang. The British general strike confirmed the forecasts which Trotsky had made in Where is Britain Going? And at once it subjected the Comintern to new strains. The British leaders of the Anglo-Soviet Council did their best to wind up the strike before it became a revolutionary explosion, and anxious to save their own respectability, they refused to accept the aid which the Soviet trade unions offered the strikers. The Anglo-Soviet Council was thus rendered ridiculous. The British trade union leaders still derived some advantage, however, from its existence. At the critical stage of the general strike, the communists, anxious not to embarrass the council, were extremely reticent in criticizing their conduct. Trotsky, even before he was back in Moscow, assailed in Pravda the policy of the Anglo-Soviet Council on which Stalin and Bukharin had placed great hopes. It was only after Trotsky's return that he and the two ex-triumvirs set out in earnest to unite their factions. This was not easy. For one thing, the Trotskyist faction had been dispersed and had to be reassembled. Its strength turned out to be far less than it had been in 1923. For another, the followers of the two factions were not at all eager to unite. Their old animosities had not yet evaporated. They still distrusted each other. Among Trotsky's associates, some favored the coalition, but others, Antonov Evsenko and Radek, would have allied themselves with Stalin rather than with Zinoviev. Still others wished a plague on both their houses. Stalin will betray us, Mrachkovsky said, and Zinoviev will sneak away. The rank-and-file Trotskyists in Leningrad at first refused even to disclose themselves to the Zinovivists, at whose hands they had suffered persecution and from whom they had been accustomed to conceal their comings and goings almost as much as they had once concealed them from the Tsarist Okhrana. What will happen, they asked, if the Zinovivists change their minds and make peace with Stalin? We shall then have delivered ourselves into the hands of our persecutors. Trotsky had to send Preobrazhensky to Leningrad to allay these fears and persuade his recalcitrant followers to accept the coalition. The Zinovivists were not less bewildered. When the news of the proposed coalition first reached Leningrad, they rushed to Moscow to remonstrate with their leaders for their surrender to Trotskyism. Zinoviev and Lashevich had to explain that Trotskyism was a bogey which they themselves had invented, and that they had no use for it any longer. The admission could not but shock the unfortunate Leningraders who had taken Zinoviev's accusations against Trotsky seriously and had repeated them after him. But even when the mutual aversions were overcome or subdued and the two factions began to merge, the members of both still felt that they were entering a misalliance. Among the chiefs, too, the first elation had cooled off. Zinoviev and Kamenev began to look over their shoulders. They had no intention of pushing their differences with the ruling factions to the point of an irreparable breach. They felt uneasy at the charge that they surrendered to Trotskyism. Having admitted that they had wronged Trotsky, they still had their record to defend. They were anxious to save for themselves the half-spurious glory of pure Leninism in which they had walked. And so when on his return, surveying the events of the last weeks, Trotsky began to argue that the Polish communists had supported Pilsudski's coup because the Comintern had instructed them to strive for that democratic dictatorship of the workers and the peasants which Lenin had advocated in 1905, and not for proletarian dictatorship. Zinoviev and Kamenev could not agree. That democratic dictatorship was a taboo of their old Bolshevism, and although it was not very important in the case of Poland, it was to crop up again and again in the controversy over China next year. They were also taken aback by the bluntness with which Trotsky attacked the Anglo-Soviet Council, saying that it had never served any useful purpose and that it should be disbanded. Zinoviev was willing to criticize the Politburo and the British Communists for hobnobbing with the leaders of the British trade unions. But he would not wreck the council which he had helped to sponsor. Above all, he was wary of alienating those men of the old guard who either backed Stalin with reservations or vacillated and urged moderation on all factions. Briefly, the two ex-triumvirs were willing to join hands with Trotsky, but they were already shrinking from an all-out attack on Stalin and Bukharin. Thus Trotsky had no sooner made the alliance with them than he had to patch up differences and make concessions. He promised Zinoviev and Kamenev to respect the taboo of the democratic dictatorship of workers and peasants and to waive his demand for the disbandment of the Anglo-Soviet Council. This allowed him to establish a fairly wide measure of agreement with them on other questions. The battle was joined, partly on Stalin's initiative, in the first days of June. Immediately after Trotsky's return, Stalin met him at the Politburo with two fresh, incongruous yet damaging accusations. Trotsky allegedly exhibited an impermissible hostility towards the British Communist Party, and in domestic matters he gave proof of ill will and perverse defeatism when he declared that he was afraid of a good harvest. Trotsky refuted these charges as best he could. Then, on June 6, he addressed a challenging letter to the Politburo, saying that unless the party was reformed thoroughly and honestly, it would awaken one day to find itself under the undisguised rule of an autocrat. Thus he resumed his open struggle with Stalin. He had not chosen the moment all by himself. The action and the plight of the Leningrad opposition induced him to re-enter the fray at this time. In any case, the years of his waiting in silence or reticence were over. He knew that they had given him nothing. All the rotten compromises with Stalin, against which Lenin had warned him, had been in vain. He was willing to compromise with Zinoviev and Kamenev in order to keep them aligned against Stalin. But he was also ready to fight it out without them. He had sized up his implacable enemy, and he knew that there was no retreat. He had lived these last years to fight another day. Now the day had come and the die was cast. Chapter The Decisive Contest, 1926-7. The joint opposition contended with the Stalinists and the Bukharinists for about 18 months. During this time Trotsky was engaged in a political battle so intense that by comparison his earlier encounters with all the triumvirs were mere skirmishes. tireless, unrelenting, straining every nerve, marshalling matchless powers of argument and persuasion, ranging over an exceptionally wide compass of ideas and policies, and at last supported by a large section, probably the majority, of the old guard which had hitherto spurned him. He made a prodigious effort to arouse the Bolshevik party and to influence the further course of the revolution. As a fighter, he may appear to posterity not smaller in the years 1926–7 than he was in 1917, even greater. The strength of his mind was the same. The flame of revolutionary passion burned in him as fierce and bright as ever, and he gave proof of a force of character superior to that which he had needed and had shown in 1917. He was fighting adversaries in the camp of the revolution, not class enemies, and for such a struggle courage not merely greater but of a different kind was required. Some years later even his adversaries, when they related privately the incidents of this strife and described his mighty thrusts and his conduct under the blows, conveyed the image of a fallen Titan, rejoicing over his fall. They still recollected in awe the greatness they had struck down. Of course, the other leaders, too, brought to the contest strong passions, the resources of their uncommon intellects steeped in Marxism, tactical ingenuity, and an energy and determination which even in the weakest of them were still well above the average. The issues over which they struggled were among the greatest and the gravest over which men had ever fought: the fate of 160 million people, and the destinies of communism in Europe and Asia. Yet this great contest took place in a frightful void. On either side only small groups were involved. The nation was mute. Nobody knew or could know what it thought, and even to guess how its sympathies were divided was difficult. The struggle was waged over matters of its life and death, but it was waged above its head. On the face of things, nothing that the nation felt or thought could affect the outcome. The mass of the people was deprived of all means of political expression. Yet not for a moment did the antagonists take their eyes off the workers and the peasants, for inarticulate though these were, in the last instance it was their attitude that decided the issue. To win, the ruling factions needed only the passivity of the masses, while the opposition needed for its success their political awakening and activity. Consequently, the former had the easier task. It was much simpler to confuse the masses and to breed apathy in them than to make them see the issues at stake and arouse their spirit. Furthermore, the opposition, in its attempts to appeal to the people, was from the beginning hampered by its own inhibitions. Considering itself a section of the ruling party and continuing to acknowledge the party's unique responsibility for the revolution, the opposition could not with a clear conscience appeal against its adversaries to the working class, the bulk of which was outside the party. Yet, as the struggle went on, mounting in bitterness, the opposition was driven to try and seek support precisely among that mass of workers. It then came to feel the full burden of the tame and torpid popular mood. Nobody suffered from this more severely than did Trotsky. He hurled all his thunder and lightning into the void. Nor do all the disputed questions appear in historical retrospect as real as they were to the chief actors. Some of the major issues were to lose outline and to fade soon after the disputes were over, and together with them some of the divisions which had seemed deep and unbridgeable became blurred or vanished. With cold violence Stalin denounced Trotsky as the enemy of the peasant, while Trotsky arraigned Stalin as the friend of the kulak. The sound of these recriminations still filled the air when Stalin set out to annihilate the kulak. Similarly, Stalin warned the country against the superindustrialization for which Trotsky allegedly stood. But then he himself embarked with breathless precipitancy upon the course of action he had just condemned as pernicious. As the struggle proceeds, a mist envelopes also most of the characters. If following this narrative we keep in mind the ultimate fate that befell Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky, and many others, we are struck by the inconstancy and futility of their behavior, even though we may discern their motives. Every one of these men is completely submerged in the business of the day or of the moment, and utterly incapable of looking beyond it and forestalling next day's evil. Not only Stalin and events drive them to their doom, they drive each other, and at various times they do so with an obsessive fury which distorts their characters and contorts their minds. The imposing figures of the leaders shrink and dwindle. They become helpless victims of circumstance. The giants turn into moths rushing blindly and chasing each other madly into the flame. Only two figures seem to confront each other in irreducible reality and fixed hostility to the end: Trotsky and Stalin. In the summer of 1926, the joint opposition feverishly organized its adherents. It sent out its emissaries to party branches in Moscow and Leningrad to make contact there with members who had been known to hold critical views of official policy in order to form them into opposition groups and induce them to speak with the opposition's voice to their party cells. Anxious to spread the network of its groups, the opposition sent out its emissaries to many provincial towns as well, furnishing them with instructions, papers, and theses, dealing with its attitudes. Soon the comings and goings of the emissaries attracted the attention of the General Secretariat, which kept track of the movements of those suspected to be in sympathy with the opposition. Trotskyists and Zinovivists were summoned to party headquarters to explain their doings. The party committees, whenever they learned of any gatherings of oppositionists, sent their representatives on the spot to disband the meetings as illegal. When this was of no avail, they dispatched squads of zealots and ruffians to break up the meetings. The opposition was thus driven to organize more or less clandestinely. Its supporters met stealthily in the homes of humble workers in suburban tenement blocks. When the squads of disruptors traced them thereto and dispersed them, they assembled in small groups at cemeteries, in woods on the outskirts, and so on, and they posted guards and sent out patrols to protect their meetings. There was no lack of grotesque incidents. One day, for instance, the sleuths of the Moscow committee discovered a clandestine meeting in a wood outside the city. The meeting was presided over by a high official of the executive of the Comintern, one of Zinovyev's lieutenants, and it was addressed by no less a person than Lashevich, the deputy commissar of war. Zinovyev, as president of the Communist International, used the facilities of his office for disseminating opposition papers and contacting groups. The headquarters of the International became the hub, as it were, of the opposition, and this fact, too, quickly attracted Stalin's attention. Such were the circumstances under which the opposition managed to recruit and organize several thousand regular adherents. The estimates of its actual membership, of which approximately one-half were Trotskyists and the other Zinovivists, vary from 4,000 to 8,000. The remnants of the workers' opposition, a few hundred men at the most, also declared their accession. The joint opposition was anxious to rally all who were willing to join, regardless of past differences. It aspired to become the great assemblage of all Bolshevik dissenters. It may therefore be held that it suffered a decisive initial defeat when it did not succeed in recruiting a larger following. Compared with the party's total membership, which amounted to about 750,000, a few thousand oppositionists formed a tiny minority. The strength of the factions should not, however, be seen only in the light of these figures. The great majority of the party was a jelly-like mass. It consisted of meek and obedient members, without a mind and a will of their own. It was more than 4 years now since Lenin had declared that the party was virtually worthless as a policy-making body, and that only the old guard, that thin stratum which counted no more than several thousand members, was the repository of Bolshevik traditions and principles. The result of the opposition's recruiting drive ought to be judged in the light of this statement. The opposition drew its support not from the inert mass but from the thoughtful, active, and energetic elements, mostly from the old guard, and partly from young communists. Opportunists and careerists kept aloof. The sight of broken-up meetings and the loud threats, to which Stalinist and Bucharinist zealots treated the adherents of the opposition, frightened away the timid and the cautious. The few trimmers who in 1923 had still put their stakes on the wrong horse and had described themselves as Trotskyists now had the chance to redeem themselves by joining the ruling factions. The several thousand Trotskyists and Zinovivists were, like the professional revolutionaries of old, men and women who felt strongly about the great issues and braved grave personal risks. Most of them had been prominent among the Bolshevik cadres in the most critical times and had had many political ties with the working class. It is doubtful whether the core of the ruling factions was stronger even numerically. For the time being, the Bucharinists seemed to be more popular than the Stalinists. Yet 2 years hence they were to be defeated far more easily than the joint opposition had been, although one of their leaders presided over the Council of the People's Commissars, another over the trade unions, and still another over the Communist International. As to the Stalinist faction, its strength lay not in its size, but in its leader's complete mastery of the party machine. This allowed him to draw on all the party's resources to rig elections, to manufacture majorities, to veil the sectional and personal character of his policy. in a word, to identify his own faction with the party. At the most, only about 20,000 people were of their own choice, directly and actively involved in the momentous inter-party conflict. The joint opposition officially proclaimed its existence at a session of the Central Committee in the middle of July. Shortly after the opening of the session, Trotsky read a statement of policy in which he, Zinoviev, and Kamenev, expressing regret over their past quarrels, declared it as their common purpose to free the party from the tyranny of its apparatus and to work for the restoration of inter-party democracy. The opposition defined its attitude as that of the Bolshevik left, defending the interests of the working class against the wealthy peasantry, the NEP bourgeoisie, and the bureaucracy. The first of its desiderata was a demand for the upgrading of industrial wages. The government had decreed a wage stop, authorizing no increase in workers' earnings unless it was justified by a rise in productivity. Against this, the opposition held that the condition of the working class was so wretched, wages were still lower than before the revolution, that in order to achieve a rise in productivity it was necessary first to improve the workers' lot. They should be free to stake out claims through the trade unions and to bargain with the industrial administration, instead of being compelled to submit to dictates and of seeing the trade unions turned into the state's obedient tools. The opposition also demanded a reform in taxation. The government drew its revenue increasingly from indirect taxes, the brunt of which was, as always, borne by the poor. This burden, the opposition argued, ought to be lightened, and the NEP bourgeoisie ought to be made to pay higher tax rates on profits. From a parallel viewpoint, the opposition approached rural affairs. There, too, it urged a reform of taxation, claiming that the single agricultural tax, which was then in force, benefited the rich. It urged that the great mass of bedniaks, 30 to 40% of all smallholders, be exempt from taxation, and that the rest of the peasantry pay a progressive tax which would fall heaviest on the kulaks. The opposition further pressed for the collectivization of farming. It did not advocate forced or wholesale collectivization or the liquidation of the kulak as a class. It envisaged a long-term reform to be carried out gradually, with the peasantry's consent, and to be furthered by the government's credit policy and the use of industrial resources. None of the opposition's proposals went farther than the demands for a 50% rise in tax rates for kulaks and for virtually compulsory grain loans, which would allow the government to step up exports and to proceed with the import of industrial machinery. In the face of strong official denials, the opposition maintained that the yield of new taxation and of the grain loans should enable the government to increase industrial investment funds, despite rises in wages and tax reliefs for poor peasants. The opposition's program culminated in the demand for more rapid industrialization. Once again, Trotsky, this time with Zinoviev's and Kamenev's support, charged the government with inability to think ahead and plan. So timid had official policy been, and so resigned to the snail's pace, that as a rule industrial development ran ahead of official anticipations. In 1925, the iron and steel industries and transport reached the targets which the Supreme Council of the national economy had not expected to be attained before 1930. How much more impetus could a far-sighted and vigorous direction impart to the economy? The 14th Congress had declared itself in favor of raising the targets and accelerating the tempo. But these resolutions had had no practical effect. They were plainly ignored by a routine-ridden bureaucracy. To break the inertia, nothing less would do than a comprehensive and specific plan covering 5 or even 8 years ahead. "Give us a real 5-year plan," was the opposition's watchword. The more firmly the opposition pressed for the development of the socialist sector of the economy, the more categorically did it reject socialism in a single country. This became the central ideological issue. The opposition repudiated the idea of a nationally self-sufficient socialism as incompatible with Leninist tradition and Marxist principle. It held that despite all the delays in the spread of international revolution, the party had no reason to view the future of the USSR in isolation and to dismiss beforehand the prospect of revolutionary developments abroad. The building of socialism would in any case extend over many decades, and not just a few years. Why then should it be assumed that the Soviet Union would all this time stand alone as a worker state? This was what the Stalinists and Bukharinists assumed. Otherwise they would not have insisted so stubbornly that the party must accept socialism in a single country as an article of faith. Here then was the party's entire international orientation at stake. To assume beforehand that the Soviet Union would have to build socialism alone throughout was to abandon the prospect of international revolution, and to abandon it was to refuse to work for it, even to obstruct it. The opposition maintained that by eliminating international revolution from their theoretical conception, Stalin and Bukharin tended to eliminate it also from their practical policies. Already the Comintern strategy was strongly colored by Bukharin's views on the stabilization of capitalism. And both Stalin and Bukharin, so Trotsky and Zinoviev pointed out, were steering European communism if not towards self-liquidation then at least towards an accommodation with the parties of the Second International and the reformist trade unions. This took the form of an opportunist united front, in which the communist parties followed the social democratic lead and adapted themselves to the reformist attitude. Of such tactics, the very negation of directives worked out at earlier congresses of the Communist International, the Anglo-Soviet Council was the outstanding example. It arose from a pact between the leaders of the trade unions in the two countries. At no point did it or could it bring communists in contact with the reformist masses and enable them to influence the latter. At no point, therefore, did or could the pact further the class struggle in Britain. On the contrary, the opposition argued, by cultivating friendship with the British trade union leaders while these curbed industrial unrest and even broke a general strike, Soviet communists contributed to the confusion of the British workers, who could not tell friend from foe. Trotsky and, to a lesser extent, Zinoviev and Kamenev concentrated their attack on the Anglo-Soviet Council as the epitome of that tacit abandonment of revolutionary purpose which they saw as the premise and the corollary of socialism in a single country. The statement which Trotsky read at the July session of the Central Committee contained little that either he or his partners had not said before. But this was the first time that they brought together the criticisms and proposals in a comprehensive declaration of policy and confronted the ruling factions with a joint challenge. The reaction was vehement. The debates were heated, and the exacerbation was heightened by a grim incident. Dzerzhinsky, highly strung and ill, delivered a long and violent speech denouncing the leaders of the opposition, especially Kamenev. For 2 hours his high-pitched scream pierced the ears of the audience. Then, leaving the rostrum, he suffered a heart attack, collapsed, and died in the lobby before the eyes of the Central Committee. Straightway the Central Committee rejected the opposition's demand for a review of the wage scales. The leaders of the majority maintained that goods were scarce and that rises in wages, if unrelated to productivity, would cause inflation and worsen rather than improve the workers' lot. The Central Committee refused to exempt poor farmers from taxation and to impose heavier taxes on others. It resisted the demand for accelerated industrialization. It, finally, reaffirmed its support for Stalin's and Bukharin's Comintern policy, and in particular for the Anglo-Soviet Council. But over all these matters the ruling factions were embarrassed and on the defensive, and it was not on grounds of policy but on those of party discipline that Stalin counterattacked. Stalin charged the chiefs of the opposition with forming a regular faction within the party and thus violating the Leninist ban, now more than 5 years old. He aimed his blow at the weaker, the Zinovivist section of the opposition. He impeached Zinoviev for abusing his position as president of the Communist International and furthering the opposition's activity from his headquarters. He arraigned Lashevich and a group of lesser oppositionists for holding the clandestine meeting in the woods outside Moscow. And finally, he brought up the case of one Asovsky, who had expressed the view that the opposition should constitute itself into an independent political movement and engage Stalin's and Bukharin's party in open hostility from without rather than act as a loyal opposition within. Trotsky dissociated himself and the opposition from this view, but he pointed out that if some members came to despair of the party and saw no hope of reforming it from within, the blame lay with the leaders who had done their utmost to block every attempt at reform. The Central Committee resolved to expel Asovsky from the party, to dismiss Lashevich from the Central Committee and the Commissariat of War, and to deprive Zinoviev of his seat in the Politburo. Thus, at this first formal encounter, the joint opposition met with a severe reverse. The expulsion from the party of one of its adherents, even though he was a little-known extremist, was a menacing warning. With Lashevich's demotion, the opposition was cut off from the Commissariat of War. The worst shock was, of course, Zinoviev's dismissal from the Politburo. As Kamenev had since the 14th Congress been only an alternate member, both ex-triumvirs had already lost voting rights on the Politburo, and of the chiefs of the opposition Trotsky alone held his seat. It was because of his role in the Politburo that Zinoviev had presided over the Communist International. It was now unthinkable that he should go on presiding. That Stalin had dared to depose the man whom only a short time ago many had considered as the senior triumvir was a sign of his extraordinary strength and self-confidence. He carried out the act with lightning dispatch and observing punctiliously all the statutory niceties. The proposal for Zinoviev's demotion had been duly tabled before the Central Committee, which alone was entitled to appoint and dismiss Politburo members, and a massive majority voted for it. Already at this stage there was in theory nothing to prevent Stalin from depriving Trotsky too of his Politburo seat. He was not quite sure, however, that he would obtain the same massive majority for further reprisals, and he realized that a show of moderation could only strengthen his hand. By tackling the opposition piecemeal, he prepared party opinion all the better for the final showdown. Meantime, he had little to fear from the opposition's declarations of principle and statements of policy, or from its demonstrations of protest staged at the Central Committee or the Politburo. Little of what the chiefs of the opposition said there percolated to the cells down below, and still less transpired in the press. As long as this was so and the ruling coalition maintained its solidarity, the verbal battles in the Politburo and the Central Committee led the opposition nowhere. Precisely because of this, there was nothing left for the opposition to do but to appeal at last to the rank and file against the Politburo and the Central Committee. In the summer of 1926, Trotsky and Zinoviev instructed their adherents to bring their common views to the notice of all party members, to disseminate policy statements, tracts, and theses, and to speak up in the cells. The chiefs of the opposition themselves went into the factories and workshops to address gatherings. Trotsky made surprise appearances at large meetings held in Moscow's motorcar factory and railway workshops. But the leaders of the opposition were no more fortunate in their efforts to shape party opinion from below than they had been in their attempts to influence policy from above. The party machine was ahead of them. Everywhere its agents, zealots, and hecklers met them with derisive booings, smothered their arguments in an infernal noise, intimidated audiences, broke up meetings, and made it physically impossible for the speakers to obtain a hearing. For the first time in nearly 30 years, for the first time since he had begun his career as revolutionary orator, Trotsky found himself facing a crowd helplessly. Against the scornful uproar with which he was met and the obsessive hissings and hootings, his most cogent arguments, his genius for persuasion, and his powerful and sonorous voice were of no avail. The insults to which other speakers were subjected were even more brutal. It was clear that the opposition's first concerted appeal to party opinion had met with failure. Stalin presently boasted that it was the good, honest Bolshevik rank and file that had administered the opposition the well-deserved rebuff. The opposition replied that he had incited against it the worst elements, lumpen proletarians and hooligans, who would not allow the decent rank and file to become acquainted with the opposition's views. Stalin had indeed had no scruple, and the uproar with which his agents met Trotsky, Zinoviev, and their friends could hardly be mistaken for the voice of the people. This, however, did not fully account for the opposition's humiliating experience. Gangs of rowdies could disrupt the large meetings because the majority was either in sympathy or at least indifferent. An interested and self-disciplined audience usually knows how to eject or silence noisy individuals who try to prevent it from listening and collecting its thoughts. Behind the hooligans with their catcalls there were silent crowds, tame or unimpressionable enough not to think it worthwhile to exert themselves and assure order. At bottom it was the apathy of the rank and file that worsted the opposition. Yet the claims which the opposition had raised on behalf of the workers, such as the demand for a rise in wages, were calculated to destroy apathy. Why then did they fail to evoke a response? On wages, the ruling factions made a show of yielding. In July, they had categorically refused to consider the claim, declaring that an increase in wages would greatly harm the national economy. But, in September, seeing that their adversaries were about to appeal to the rank and file, Stalin and Bukharin forestalled them and promised a rise to benefit the lowest paid and the most discontented groups of workers. The excuse for the change of policy was that the economic situation had radically improved, although no such improvement did or could occur within 2 months. The opposition thus scored a partial success, but saw itself robbed of a most effective argument. Stalin further confounded it when he began to appropriate Trotsky's ideas on industrial policy. He was not by any means ready as yet for all-out industrialization, but in framing his resolutions and statements, he borrowed many formulas and even entire passages from Trotsky. The outlines of the party's rural policy were similarly blurred. Stalin insisted that the differences between the ruling factions and the opposition were over the treatment not of the kulak, but of the middle peasant. The outcry against the kulak at the 14th Congress had had its effect. It had aroused in the cadres a sneaking suspicion of the neo-populist school. Bukharin could no longer afford to speak in public about the need to appease the strong farmer. The climate of Bolshevik opinion had changed. The kulak was once again recognized as the enemy of socialism. Although the government was still wary of antagonizing him and refused to burden him with higher taxes, it was in no mood to make new concessions either. There was now no question of any neo-NEP. Not that matters had improved. Caught between conflicting pressures, official policy was fixed in immobility. It had the worst of both worlds. It could count neither on the advantages which appeasement of the kulak might have yielded, nor on those which rigorous social and fiscal measures might have produced. The opposition still had a strong case. Stalin, however, succeeded in diverting attention from it. He accused Trotsky and Zinoviev of trying to push the party to a conflict with the many millions of the middle peasants, those mujiks par excellence who were no exploiters, whose attachment to private property was therefore harmless, and whose goodwill was essential to the alliance between proletariat and peasantry. The opposition had in truth no quarrel with the middle peasants. It did not ask the party to turn the fiscal screws on them, and the mass of Seredniaks, barely self-sufficient on their small holdings, could not contribute much anyhow to the solution of the nation's food problem. However, the charge that the opposition was out for the Seredniaks' blood damaged its cause. Once again, as in 1923 and 1924, hosts of propagandists depicted Trotsky as the peasantry's archenemy, and they added that Zinoviev and Kamenev had become infected with Trotsky's hostility towards the mujik. In the party cells, people could no longer make head or tail of the charges and countercharges. They had been apprehensive of Bukharin's pleas for the strong farmer, and now they became at least as distrustful of Trotsky's and Zinoviev's intentions. The last thing the workers, most of whom had their roots in the country, could look forward to was a conflict with the peasantry. They wished for safety first. As this was what Stalin seemed to offer them, they were wary of sticking out their necks for the opposition. Stalin's strength lay in the appeal he made to the popular craving for peace, safety, and stability. Trotsky once again appeared to go against that craving and to offend it. The weariness of the masses and their fear of risky experiments formed a constant background to the struggle. On that weariness and fear Stalin played even more strongly when he sought to justify his foreign policy. Once again he depicted Trotsky as the Quixote of communism, who might involve the party in the most perilous ventures. Trotsky's policy, he said, defending the Anglo-Soviet Council is one of spectacular gestures. He takes as his starting point not real men, not real and living workers, but some ideal and airy creatures, revolutionaries from head to foot. We saw him applying this policy for the first time during the negotiations at Brest-Litovsk, when he refused to sign the peace between Russia and Germany and indulged instead in a spectacular gesture, assuming that this could arouse the workers of all countries against imperialism. You know, well, comrades, how dearly we paid for that. Into whose hands did Trotsky's spectacular gesture play? Into the hands of all those who strove to strangle the still unconsolidated Soviet Republic. No, comrades, we are not going to adopt this policy of spectacular gestures. We are not going to do it today any more than we did at the time of Brest. We do not want our party to become a plaything in the hands of our enemies. The juxtaposition of the Brest-Litovsk peace and the Anglo-Soviet Council was altogether incongruous. Even a straight breach between Soviet and British trade union leaders, and because of Zinoviev's objections the opposition did not press for this, could not conceivably expose the Soviet Union to dangers remotely comparable with those it had had to face during the Brest-Litovsk crisis. The charge sounded even more grotesque when Bukharin made it. In 1918 he led the war party which was defeated only when Trotsky, on whose vote the issue hung, cast his vote for peace. But who knew and who remembered the details of that great drama? The memory of the Bolshevik party was short. All the easier was it to arouse it to fear of Trotsky's heroic gestures. This was also the mood in which the ordinary Bolshevik listened to the debates over socialism in a single country. it was extremely difficult for him to judge the issue on its merits. The controversy, insofar as it had not bogged down in distortions and sophistries, was between two schools of economists, one conceiving the building of socialism within a nationally self-contained system and the other viewing it in the context of the broadest international division of labor. Only the most educated party members could follow the argument on this level. The rank and file could not grasp why Zinoviev and Kamenev insisted that Russia's internal resources, although abundant enough to allow much progress, would not be sufficient for the establishment of fully fledged socialism. Still less could they absorb Trotsky's reasoning, which was rooted in deeper layers of Marxist thought. He argued that although socialist revolution might for a time be confined to the boundaries of a single state, socialism could not be achieved within the framework of any nation-state, not even one as vast as the Soviet Union or as the United States. Marxism had always envisaged socialism in terms of an international community, because it held that historically society tended towards integration on an ever larger scale. In the transition from the feudal to the bourgeois order, Europe had overcome its medieval particularisms. The bourgeoisie had created the national market, and on its basis the modern nation-state had taken shape. But the productive forces and economic energies of the advanced nations could not settle within national boundaries. They had outgrown these even under capitalism with its international division of labor, the outstanding feat of progress achieved by the bourgeois West. Marx, who on this point was Smith's and Ricardo's faithful disciple, had written in the Communist Manifesto, "Modern industry has established the world market, which has given an immense development to commerce, navigation, and communication by land. The need of a constantly expanding market for its products chases the bourgeoisie over the whole surface of the globe. The bourgeoisie has given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. To the great chagrin of reactionaries, the bourgeoisie has drawn from under the feet of industry the national ground on which it stood. In place of the old local and national seclusion and self-sufficiency, we now have the many-sided intercourse of nations and their universal interdependence." How then, Trotsky asked, could one see socialism as standing only on its national ground, in seclusion and self-sufficiency? The high level of technology, efficiency, and abundance which socialism presupposed, a level superior to that achieved by capitalism, could not be attained within a closed and backward economy. Socialism was even more dependent than capitalism had been on the many-sided intercourse of nations. It must carry international division of labor incomparably farther than the bourgeoisie had ever dreamt of carrying it. And while the latter developed it only fitfully and undesignedly, socialism would plan it systematically and rationally. The concept of socialism in one country was therefore not merely unreal, it was reactionary as well. It ignored the logic of historic development and the structure of the modern world. Even more emphatically than before, Trotsky advocated the idea of the United States of Europe as a preliminary to a socialist world community. Whatever the merits or demerits of this reasoning, it was beyond the ken of the rank-and-file Bolshevik whose support the opposition sought to enlist. 2 years later, when he was already in exile, Radek, pondering over the reasons for the opposition's defeat, wrote to Trotsky that they had approached their task as propagandists, dealing in great but abstract theories, not as political agitators seeking to arouse response for popular and practical ideas. No doubt, Radek wrote this in a defeatist mood. He was presently to surrender to Stalin, and he did the opposition less than justice. The practical ideas which the opposition had advanced, its proposals about wages, taxation, industrial policy, proletarian democracy, and so forth, also failed to impress ordinary party members. There was, all the same, some truth in Radek's remark. The rank and file were weary, disillusioned, and prone to isolationism. Not for them were the sweeping historical prospects Trotsky unfolded. They craved, as Varga had put it, for a doctrine of consolation which would compensate them for the sacrifices they had made and were called upon to make. Socialism in one country was a feat of the myth creation which was to mark the whole progress of Stalinism and which sought to conceal the gulf between Bolshevik promise and fulfillment. To Trotsky, that myth creation was a new opium for the people which the party should have refused to purvey. Our party, he wrote, in its heroic period looked forward unreservedly to international revolution, not to socialism in one country. Under this banner and with a program which stated frankly that backward Russia alone could not achieve socialism, Our communist youth passed through the most strenuous years of civil war, enduring hunger, cold, and epidemics, worked of its own accord weekend shifts of hard labor, subotniki, studied and paid for every step forward with numberless sacrifices. Party members and komsomoltsi fought at the fronts and, on their rest days, volunteered to load logs of wood at the railway stations, not because they hoped to build with these logs National Socialism. They served the cause of international revolution, for which it was essential that the Soviet fortress should hold out. Every log went to buttress that fortress. The times have changed, but the principle still retains its full force. The worker, the poor peasant, the partisan, and the young communist have shown by their entire conduct up to 1925 that they have no need of the new gospel. It is the official who looks down on the masses, the petty administrator who does not wish to be disturbed, and the hanger-on of the party machine, who need it. It is they who think that you cannot deal with the people without a doctrine of consolation. The worker who understands that it is impossible to build a socialist paradise as an oasis amid the inferno of world capitalism, and who realizes that the fate of the Soviet Republic and his own fate depend entirely on international revolution, that worker will fulfill his duties towards the Soviet Union much more energetically than the one who is told and believes that we already have a 90% socialism. Unfortunately for the opposition and for Trotsky, the weary and disillusioned mass, and not merely the petty official and the hanger-on, responded to the doctrine of consolation more readily than to the heroic evocation of permanent revolution. They deluded themselves that Stalin offered them the safer, the easier, the painless road. Socialism in one country also stirred the people's national pride, while Trotsky's pleas for internationalism suggested to the simple-minded that he held that Russia could not rely on herself, and so he maintained that her salvation would ultimately have to come from a revolutionized West. This could not but hurt the self-confidence of a people that had achieved the greatest of revolutions, a self-confidence which, despite all the miseries of daily life, was real enough even though it was curiously blended with political apathy. Trotsky dwelt on the archaic outlook of Russia as a formidable obstacle to socialism. The Bolshevik-led masses sensed their backwardness, and the October Revolution had been their protest against it. But nations, classes, and parties, like individuals, cannot live indefinitely with an acute awareness of their own inferiority. Sooner or later they seek to suppress it. They begin to feel offended when they are reminded of it too frequently, and they are outraged when they suspect that someone is bent on reminding. The apologists for socialism in one country made light of Russia's backwardness, explained it away, and even denied it. They told the people that unaided they could achieve the consummation of socialism, the supreme miracle of history. It was not merely the easier and safer road that Stalin appeared to open up. It was the path of the chosen people of socialism, the path of Russia's peculiar revolutionary mission of which generations of Narodniks had dreamt. Indeed, two rival and quasi-messianic beliefs seemed pitted against one another. Trotskyism with its faith in the revolutionary vocation of the proletariat of the West, and Stalinism with its glorification of Russia's socialist destiny. Since the impotence of Western communism had been repeatedly demonstrated, it was a foregone conclusion which of these beliefs would evoke the greater popular response. However, for all his wishful belief in the proximity of revolution in the West, it was Trotsky rather than his adversaries who took as a rule the more sober view of current world affairs. His revolutionary idealism did not prevent him from approaching in a rigorously realistic manner specific situations either in the diplomatic field or in the communist movement. By its very nature, however, this side of his activity, his magisterial surveys and analyses of world events, could not make much impression on the rank and file, who grew or were made cynically aware of the aura of revolutionary romanticism which surrounded him. The issues were further confused by the peculiar, scholastic style in which the controversies were conducted. For parallels, we should have to look to that medieval literature where theologians argued how many angels could sit on a pinhead, or to the Talmudic disputes over which came first, the egg or the hen. When the ordinary Bolshevik heard Trotsky saying that the best way to advance socialism in Russia was to promote international revolution, and Stalin replying that the best way to promote international revolution was to achieve socialism in Russia, the subtlety of the difference left him dizzy. Both sides argued from the canons of Leninist orthodoxy, canons which the triumvirs had first established in order to overwhelm Trotsky with them, and which they had succeeded in imposing upon him. Since then, the orthodoxy had grown denser, harder, and more elaborate. Like so many orthodoxies, It served to exploit the moral authority of an inherited doctrine in the interest of the ruling group, to disguise the fact that that doctrine offered no clear answers to new problems, to reinterpret its tenets, to kill dissent or doubt, and to discipline the faithful. It was vain to search Lenin's writings for solutions to the problems of the day. A few years earlier, most of the problems had not yet arisen or were only incipient, and even to the questions with which Lenin had dealt the most contradictory answers could be found, for he had dealt with them in varying situations and contradictory circumstances. This did not prevent the party leaders from employing terms which with Lenin were political expressions as if they had been theological formulae. They quoted the lively epithets about his comrades which Lenin was wont to bandy about in controversy as if they had been papal anathemas. The more independent-minded and capable of initiative any leading Bolshevik had been, the more such epithets about him could be culled from Lenin's writings or correspondence. Only the trimmers and sycophants had nothing to fear from this kind of polemics. Lenin's shadow was thus conjured up to massacre his friends and disciples who now led the opposition. The opposition did its best to turn the shadow against the ruling factions. It alleged that it was its adversaries who were guilty of falsifying Lenin's teachings, while the opposition strove to bring the party back to Leninism. It was true that on the central issue of the controversy, socialism in one country, the opposition's claim to Leninist orthodoxy was extremely strong. Lenin had repeatedly spoken, as even Stalin and Bukharin had done up to 1924, about the impossibility of such a socialism. If Stalin and Bukharin had been free to argue their case frankly, they might have said that in Lenin's lifetime the issue had not arisen in the form it had assumed now, that the isolation of the Russian Revolution had become much more evident since his death, that Lenin's pronouncements on this subject had therefore become irrelevant, and that they were entitled to advance their new doctrine without paying any regard to sacred texts. But Stalin and Bukharin were not free to argue thus. They, too, were swayed by the orthodoxy of their making. They could not afford to appear as the revisionists of Leninism, which they undoubtedly were. They had to present socialism in one country as a legitimate inference from Lenin's teachings, nay, as an idea developed by Lenin himself. Since the Leninist texts nevertheless bore strong witness in favor of the opposition, Bukharin and Stalin had to divert the party's attention from them by turning the controversy into an endless and bizarre quibbling and hair-splitting which left the rank and file nonplussed, irritated, and finally bored to death. It is well nigh impossible to convey in a historical narrative the obsessive repetitiveness and the unspeakable monotony of these scholastic performances. Yet the style of the controversy belongs to the very core of the events. Its repetitiveness and monotony performed a definite function in the political drama. They killed in the average Bolshevik and worker every interest in the issues under debate. They gave them the feeling that those issues were of concern only to dogmatists dealing in abstruse questions, but not to ordinary people. This deprived the opposition of its audience and enabled the ruling factions to prove their doctrine orthodox by apostolic blows and knocks. The opposition's call back to Lenin fell similarly on deaf ears when the opposition sought to remind the party of the freedom in which it had discussed and had managed its affairs in Lenin's time. Such reminders were double-edged, for although it was true that the Bolsheviks had enjoyed the fullest freedom of expression nearly to the end of the Lenin era, it was also true that at its end Lenin himself had severely curtailed that freedom by declaring the ban on factions and groups. Self-preservation, it might seem, should have induced the opposition to denounce the ban as pernicious or at least obsolete and to demand its abolition. But the opposition had by now become so entangled in the net of orthodoxy that it did not dare raise its voice against a ban which had behind it Lenin's authority. In 1924, Trotsky dissociated himself even from his friends when some of them tried to advocate freedom for inter-party groupings. 2 years later, he still accepted the ban as valid, although he pointed out that it had been designed for a party enjoying freedom of expression, and that in a muzzled party discontent and dissent tended of necessity to assume factional forms. Thus the joint opposition, having organized itself into a regular faction, did not have the courage to defend the act, and this half-heartedness made it doubly vulnerable. Only hypocrites, Stalin retorted, could call for a return to Lenin and flout that ban on factions and that monolithic discipline which were essential principles of Leninism. The Central Committee, he concluded, must not allow factional activity to go unpunished. There should be no room in Bolshevik ranks for those who rejected the Leninist conception of the party. The rebuff the opposition had received from the cells and the threat of expulsion which Stalin suspended over it caused disarray in its midst. Zinoviev and Kamenev, whose hopes had swelled with expectations of easy success, were crestfallen. Their sense of defeat was aggravated by remorse. They regretted that they had ever made the attempt to arouse the cells against the Central Committee. They were anxious to beat a retreat and to placate their adversaries. They were also uneasy over ideas that were becoming current on the ultra-radical fringe of the opposition, where many concluded that the party was completely under Stalin's and Bukharin's thumb, incapable of absorbing any independent view and hopelessly ossified, and that the opposition should learn the lesson of its defeat and at last constitute itself as an independent party. This view, commonly held by those who had originally come from the workers' opposition and the dissemists, began to spread also among Trotskyists. According to Trotsky's testimony, even Radek was inclined to accept it. The advocates of the new party sought to justify their attitude on broader grounds. They argued that the old party was already in its post-Thermidorian phase, that it had betrayed the revolution, that it no longer spoke for the working class, and that it had become the champion of the bureaucracy, the kulaks, and the NEP bourgeoisie. Some held that the Soviet Republic was not a worker state anymore because its bureaucracy was a new ruling and exploiting class, which had disinherited the toilers and appropriated the fruits of the revolution as the French bourgeoisie had done in 1794 and after. The opposition must therefore seek to overthrow the bureaucracy just as Babeuf and his conspiracy of equals had sought to overthrow the post-Thermidorian bourgeoisie. Neither Zinoviev and Kamenev nor Trotsky agreed with this. The Soviet Thermidor was to them a danger to be averted, not an accomplished fact. The revolution, they held, had not yet come to a close. The bureaucracy was not a new ruling or possessing class, nor an independent social force, but merely a parasitic growth on the workers' state. Socially and politically heterogeneous, torn between socialism and property, the bureaucracy might eventually yield to the NEP bourgeoisie and the capitalist farmers and in alliance with these destroy social ownership and restore capitalism. As long, however, as this had not happened, the basic conquests of the October Revolution were intact. The Soviet Union remained essentially a worker state, and the old party was still in its own way the guardian of the revolution. Consequently, the opposition must not sever its links with it, but must continue to regard itself as belonging to the party and defend with the utmost loyalty and determination the Bolshevik monopoly of power. From this it followed that the opposition must not seek to recruit support outside the party. Yet it was not allowed to recruit it inside either. This was an insoluble dilemma. What was immediately clear was that in order to save for itself the chance of acting further within the party, especially after Stalin had thrown out hints about expulsion, the opposition had to yield ground. Over this Trotskyists and Zinovievists did not see eye to eye. Zinoviev and Kamenev set loyalty to the old party above all else. They wondered how they could continue the struggle while Stalin was in complete mastery of the party machine. They desired a truce. They were willing to declare that henceforth they would respect the ban on factions. They were ready to disband the organized groups they had set up, ready, that is, to demobilize the opposition as a faction. They were anxious to separate themselves from the adherents of a new party. They would have no truck with those who questioned the Bolshevik political monopoly. Indeed, they were prepared to let the main issues between themselves and Stalin and Bukharin fall into abeyance, at least for a time. Most of their supporters seemed equally anxious to beat a retreat. The Trotskyists were of a more militant spirit, and the radicals among them listened sympathetically to arguments in favor of a new party. Amid these cross-currents, Trotsky attempted to save the opposition. To prevent Zinoviev and Kamenev from prostrating themselves before Stalin, he was prepared to go with them some way in yielding ground. They agreed that they would jointly declare their willingness to demobilize the opposition as a faction and to dissociate themselves from the advocates of a new party, but that they would also reassert firmly the opposition's principles and criticisms, and that they would go on opposing the ruling factions within the Central Committee and within other committees on which they sat. On October 4, 1926, Trotsky and Zinoviev approached the Politburo with the proposal for a truce. Stalin consented, waived the threat of expulsion, but dictated the terms. Only after much haggling did the factions agree on the statement the opposition was to make. Without retracting any of its criticisms, indeed, after having clearly restated them, the opposition declared that it considered the decisions of the Central Committee as binding on itself, that it ceased all factional activity, and that it dissociated itself from Shliapnikov and Medvedev, the former leaders of the workers' opposition, and from all those who stood for a new party. On Stalin's insistence, Trotsky and Zinoviev further disavowed those foreign groups and individuals who had declared their solidarity with the Russian opposition and had been expelled from their own communist parties. The opposition accepted these terms with a heavy heart. It knew that they were little short of surrender. Although it had reaffirmed its criticisms and saved its face, the opposition was left without prospects and hope. Trotsky and Zinoviev had in effect resigned their right to appeal once again to the rank and file. They had undertaken to voice their views only within the party's leading bodies, knowing beforehand that there they would be regularly outvoted and that their views would have little or no chance of reaching the rank and file. They had made the round of a vicious circle. It was precisely because of their failure to make any impression on the Central Committee that they had tried to appeal to the cells. Having failed to impress the cells, they were driven back into the Central Committee, and they were trapped in it. They had weakened the opposition by dissociating it, for whatever reason, from Shliapnikov's and Medvedev's group, and by disavowing some of their own adherents abroad. By announcing the disbandment of their own organization, they acknowledged implicitly that Stalin and Bukharin had been justified in blaming them for forming it in the first instance. And by declaring that they recognized the ban on factions as valid and necessary, they blessed, as it were, the whip with which Stalin chastised them. Having taken on themselves all these onerous obligations and demonstrated the opposition's weakness, they failed to secure the truce for which they had asked. On October 16 their statement appeared in Pravda. Only a week later, on October 23, not a trace was left of the truce. On that day, the Central Committee met to discuss an agenda for the forthcoming 15th Party Conference. A more or less non-controversial agenda had already been prepared, but the Central Committee, no doubt on Stalin's prompting, suddenly decided to add a special report on the opposition, to be delivered by Stalin. This could not but reopen the wound. Trotsky protested and appealed to the majority to stand by the terms of the truce. The Central Committee nevertheless instructed Stalin to prepare his report. Why did Stalin break the truce so soon after he had made it? He evidently wished to exploit his advantage and to rout the opposition while it was in retreat. He was probably also provoked into fresh hostility by something that had happened 2 days after the truce had been announced. On October 18, the Trotskyist Max Eastman published Lenin's last will in the New York Times. This was the first time that the full and authentic text saw the light. A year earlier he had published excerpts in Since Lenin Died. And Trotsky, we remember, disavowed him and under the Politburo's dictation denied the authenticity of the will. Stalin could not now seek to obtain another denial, but he must have suspected that Eastman had acted on Trotsky's direct or indirect inspiration. Such a suspicion was not groundless. Earlier in the year, an emissary of the opposition had indeed brought the text of Lenin's will to Paris and handed it to Souvarine, who prompted Eastman to publish it. I think it was not only Souvarine's decision, Eastman writes, but the idea of the opposition as a whole that I should be the one to publish it, one reason being that I had already got much publicity as a friend of Trotsky, another that a good many consciences in Moscow were troubled by Trotsky's disavowal of my book. Eastman's surmise is undoubtedly correct. Among the troubled consciences in Moscow, none was more troubled than Trotsky's. He had denied the authenticity of the will and disavowed Eastman during that interval when neither Trotsky nor his friends wished to be drawn back into the struggle and to incur reprisals over this issue. But once he was back in the fray, after he had formed the joint opposition, he had every motive for trying to retrace the false step. Zinoviev and Kamenev could not but concur. It was they who had, at the 14th Congress, raised anew the demand for the publication of the will and had repeated it at every subsequent opportunity. They, like Trotsky, would have preferred Lenin's will to be published in Pravda. But as this was out of the question, they could hardly have any scruple in arranging for its being broadcast by an important bourgeois paper abroad. Lenin's will was in no sense a state secret or an anti-Soviet document. Of course, they had to act with discretion because formally they were making themselves guilty of a breach of discipline. The copy of the document had been sent abroad in the heyday of the joint opposition, when it was hoped that the publication would assist oppositions in foreign communist parties and would have favorable repercussions in the Soviet Union as well. However, by the time the document was published, the situation had changed. The opposition had already suffered discomfiture, had asked for the truce, and had dissociated itself from adherents abroad. When, on October 23, the Central Committee met, The newspapers all over the world were full of the sensational disclosure, and this doubtlessly envenomed feelings in the Central Committee. The majority decided to disregard the truce and to give the opposition a dressing down. 2 days later, there was a stormy scene at the Politburo. Stalin had just submitted his theses on the opposition which he was to present at the 15th conference. He assailed the opposition as a social democratic deviation and demanded that its leaders should admit the errors of their views and recant. Trotsky once again protested against the breach of the truce, spoke of Stalin's faithlessness, warned the majority that they were embarking upon a course of action which, whether they wished it or not, must end in wholesale ostracism. In words charged with anger, he spoke of the fratricidal strife that would follow, the ultimate destruction of the party, and the mortal danger this would spell to the revolution. Then, facing Stalin and pointing to him, he exclaimed, "The first secretary poses his candidature to the post of the gravedigger of the revolution." Stalin turned pale, rose, first contained himself with difficulty, and then rushed out of the hall, slamming the door. The meeting, at which many members of the Central Committee happened to be present, broke up in a hubbub. Next morning, the Central Committee deprived Trotsky of his seat in the Politburo and announced that Zinoviev would no longer represent the Soviet Communist Party on the executive of the Comintern, thus deposing him actually, though not nominally, from the presidency of the International. These events overshadowed the conference which opened on the same day. The opposition was thrown into utter perplexity. It had yielded so much ground and gained nothing. It had renounced co-thinkers and allies, admitted itself guilty of offending against the 1921 ban, called its organizations to disband, all in order to avoid an aggravation of the struggle. What it had achieved was to get itself involved in strife more bitter than ever and, after it had tied its own hands, to bring upon itself fresh blows. The discord in its own midst grew. Zinoviev and Kamenev reproached Trotsky with having needlessly insulted Stalin and exasperated the majority just at the moment when the opposition was seeking to soothe tempers. Even some of the Trotskyists were horrified at the vehemence with which Trotsky had assailed Stalin. Trotsky's wife describes this scene. Murilov, Ivan Smirnov and others came to our home in the Kremlin one afternoon and waited for Lev Davidovich to come back from a Politburo meeting. Pyatakov was the first to return. He was very pale and shaken. He poured out a glass of water, gulped it down and said, "You know I have smelt gunpowder, but I have never seen anything like this. This was worse than anything. And why did Lev Davidovich say this? Stalin will never forgive him until the third and fourth generation." Pyatakov was so upset that he was unable to relate clearly what had happened. When Lev Davidovich at last entered the dining room, Pyatakov rushed at him asking, "But why have you said this?" With a wave of his hand, Lev Davidovich brushed the question aside. He was exhausted but calm. He had shouted at Stalin, "Gravedigger of the revolution." We understood that the breach was irreparable. The scene gives a foretaste of subsequent events. A year later, Pyatakov was, together with Zinoviev and Kamenev, to desert the opposition. Even now, so Sadova affirms, he was convinced that a long period of reaction had opened within Russia and without, that the working class was politically exhausted, that the party was stifled, and that the opposition had lost. He still held out against Stalin, but he did so from a sense of dignity and solidarity with his comrades rather than from conviction. With such despondency taking hold of some of them, the leaders of the opposition decided to make another attempt to retrieve the truce. They were to refrain from attacking the ruling factions at the conference and to speak up only in self-defense. For 7 of 9 days the conference lasted. They did not utter a single word in reply to adversaries, who exulted throughout in their defeat, mocked at them, and tried to draw them into debate. Finally, on the 7th day, Stalin delivered a full-blast attack which lasted many hours. He gave his version of the struggle, recalling all Zinoviev had said against Trotsky as archenemy of Leninism and all Trotsky's strictures on Zinoviev and Kamenev, the strikebreakers of October, and so ridiculing the mutual amnesty they had granted each other. He described with glee the opposition's discomfiture, and said that only this had led it to sue for a truce in order to gain time and postpone its own demise. But the party must give the opposition no respite. It must wage a resolute struggle against the opposition's false views, no matter in what revolutionary phraseology these may be couched, until the opposition renounced them. He raked interminably Trotsky's life story to prove for the nth time Trotsky's inveterate antagonism to Lenin's ideas and to taunt Zinoviev and Kamenev for their surrender to Trotskyism. Finally, he denounced the opposition for inciting the party against the peasantry and urging excessive industrialization which would condemn millions of workers and peasants to misery, and would therefore be no better than the capitalist method of industrialization. He and his associates, so the future author of Forcible Industrialization and Collectivization declared, favored only such forms of economic development as would contribute immediately to the people's well-being and spare the country social convulsions. And in the name of this he called the conference to give the opposition a unanimous rebuff. When the leaders of the opposition at last came forward, delegates noticed the very different tones in which they answered Stalin. Kamenev, who spoke first, gave a thoughtful but rather timid exposition of his views, trying in vain to blunt the edges of the controversy. He complained about Stalin's disloyalty in launching the ferocious attack less than a fortnight after the truce. He tried to exonerate himself and Zinoviev from the charge that they had surrendered to Trotskyism. They had united with Trotsky, he said, only for a definite and limited purpose as Lenin had often done. He recalled once again Lenin's testament and Lenin's fear of a split in the party. But this brought forth a howl from the floor. Then he broke into these words, part warning and part self-consolation. You may accuse us, comrades, of what you like, but we do not live in the Middle Ages, which trials cannot be staged now. You cannot accuse us, who call for higher taxes on the kulak and wish to help the poor peasant and together with him to build socialism. You cannot charge us with wishing to rob the peasantry. You cannot burn us at the stake. Exactly 10 years later Kamenev was to sit in the dock at a witch trial. Then Trotsky rose to make one of his greatest speeches, moderate in tone, yet devastating in content, masterly in logical and artistic composition, gleaming with humor, yet revealing once again the main source of his immediate weakness: his unshakable reliance on European revolution. He spoke for the opposition as a whole, but he also pleaded pro domo sua, throwing off, as if with one heave, the mountain of misrepresentation and obloquy with which he had been freshly covered at the conference. He had been accused of panic-mongering, pessimism, defeatism, and social democratic deviationism, yet he had argued only from facts and figures, and arithmetic knows neither pessimism nor optimism. To speak of the shortage of industrial goods was panic-mongering. But was there no ground for concern in the fact that in the current year industry had underproduced by 25%? Stalin had dubbed him a defeatist and made much play of his fear of a good harvest, because he had argued that as long as the nation suffered from a deficit of industrial goods, tension between town and country would persist, no matter whether the harvest was good or bad. Unfortunately, the last harvest was worse than they had all expected. The social differentiation of the peasantry was growing apace. None of these difficulties were as yet disastrous, but the omens had to be noticed in time. The opposition had asked that the well-to-do pay higher taxes and that the poor be granted reliefs. This demand may have been justified or not. But what is there in it that is social democratic? The opposition was against a credit policy which favored the kulak. Was this social democratic? It favored a modest rise in wages. Was this social democratic? It did not share Bukharin's view that capitalism had regained stability. Was that social democratic? Was the opposition's criticism of the Anglo-Soviet Council perhaps social democratic? He recalled his service in the Comintern, his intimate cooperation with Lenin, and especially the support he had given Lenin in the transition to NEP, the NEP he allegedly wished to disrupt. He was charged with disbelief in the building of socialism. Yet had he not written that the sum total of the advantages vis-a-vis capitalism which we possess gives us, if we use the advantages properly, the chance to raise the coefficient of industrial expansion in the next few years not only to twice but even 3 times the pre-war 6% per year and perhaps even higher. It was true that he did not believe in socialism in one country and that he had been the author of the theory of permanent revolution. However, permanent revolution had been dragged in artificially. He alone, not the opposition, was responsible for that theory. As a sop to Zinoviev and Kamenev he added, "And I myself consider this issue to have been deposited in the archives long, long ago." But what had his critics to say? They held it against him that in 1906 he had forecast that after the revolution urban collectivism would inevitably clash with peasant individualism. Had they not lived to see that prediction come true? Had they not proclaimed NEP precisely because of such a clash? Had not the middle peasants talked with the Soviet government through naval guns at Kronstadt and elsewhere in 1921? The critics held it against him that he had predicted a collision between revolutionary Russia and conservative Europe. Had they overslept the years of intervention? If we, comrades, are alive, this is because, after all, Europe has not remained what it was. However, the fact that the revolution had survived did not guarantee it against a repetition of conflicts with the peasantry and the capitalist West. Nor did it argue in favor of socialism in one country. Indeed, they would have to face new conflicts and face them in worse conditions if they were to advance only at a snail's pace and turn their backs on international revolution. Bukharin had written that the controversy is over this. Can we build socialism and complete the building if we leave aside international affairs? If we leave aside international affairs, Trotsky retorted, we can. But the whole point is that we cannot leave them aside, laughter. You can go for a walk naked in the streets of Moscow in the month of January. If you leave aside the weather and the militia, laughter. But I am afraid, neither the weather nor the militia will leave you aside. Since when has our revolution acquired this self-sufficiency? Here Trotsky came to the core of the problem. What would happen in Europe while Russia would be building socialism? So far they had all agreed with Lenin in assuming that Russia would need a minimum of 30 to 50 years to achieve socialism. What would the world look like in the course of these years? If within that time revolution were to win in the West, the question over which they argued would lapse. The adherents of socialism in one country evidently presupposed that this would not happen. They must then be starting from one of the following three possible assumptions. Europe, this might be the first assumption, would economically and socially stagnate, its bourgeoisie and proletariat keeping each other in a precarious balance. But such a situation could hardly last 40 or even 20 years. The next assumption might be that European capitalism was capable of a new ascendancy. In that case, if capitalism were to flourish and if its economy and culture were to be on the ascendant, that would mean that we had come too early, that is, that the Russian Revolution was doomed. An advancing capitalism will have the appropriate military, technical, and other means to stifle and crush us. This dark prospect is, in my view, ruled out by the entire condition of the world economy. Finally, one might assume that in the course of 30 to 50 years European capitalism would decline, but that the working class would prove incapable of overthrowing it. Can you imagine this? Trotsky asked. I am asking you why I should accept this assumption, which is nothing but black and groundless pessimism about the European proletariat. And why should we at the same time cultivate an uncritical optimism about the building of socialism by the isolated forces of our country? In what sense is it my duty as a communist to assume that the European working class will not be able to take power in the course of 40 or 50 years? I see no theoretical or political reason for thinking that we with our peasantry will find it easier to achieve socialism than the European proletariat will find it to seize power. Even today, I believe that the victory of socialism in our country can be safeguarded only together with a victorious revolution of the European proletariat. This is not to say that what we are building is not socialism, or that we cannot or should not go ahead with it full steam. If we did not think that ours is a worker state, even though it is bureaucratically deformed, if we did not think that we are building socialism, if we did not think that we have enough resources in our country to promote the socialist economy, if we were not convinced of our full and final victory, then, of course, there should be no place for us in the ranks of the Communist Party. Then also the opposition would have to build another party and seek to arouse the working class against the existing state. This, however, was not its purpose. But let them beware. Stalin's disloyal and unscrupulous methods, freshly exemplified by the manner in which he had turned the truce into a scrap of paper, might produce a real split in the party and lead to a struggle between two parties. The assembly listened to Trotsky in breathless suspense and respectful hostility, even though repeatedly he had to interrupt his speech at the most dramatic moments and beg to be allowed to go on. Again and again the conference prolonged his speaking time. Restrained and persuasive, he showed no sign of vacillation or weakness. Lenin, who took the platform immediately after Trotsky, thus expressed the mood of the majority. This was one of the dramatic episodes of our revolution. The revolution is outgrowing some of its leaders. It was in a very different mood that the delegates listened to Zinoviev as he made a plaintive apology and tried to ingratiate himself with them. They treated him with rough contempt and hatred, drove him from the platform, and did not allow him to speak even on the affairs of the Comintern, for which he had been responsible. And this despite the fact that they were about to vote on his withdrawal from the Comintern's executive. As one looks back upon these congresses and conferences and compares the tenor of their debates, one is struck by the venom and the violence with which the ruling factions treated the opposition. And one senses almost palpably how, from assembly to assembly, the coarse brutality rises to an ever higher pitch and turns into a fury. An utterly grotesque effect is created by the fact that some of the most churlish and vindictive assaults on the opposition and some of the most fulsome tributes to Stalin came from people who only a few years hence were to become disgusted with him, turn into his belated critics, and perish as his helpless victims. Among those who at this conference distinguished themselves by their zealotry were Gamarnik, the future chief political commissar of the Red Army, who was to be denounced as traitor and was to commit suicide on the eve of Tukhachevsky's trial. Surtsov, Chubar, Uglanov, who were all to die as saboteurs and plotters, and even Osinsky, the former decemist, who now professed his faith in socialism in one country, but was also to end as wrecker and enemy of the people. None, however, excelled Bukharin. Only a few months earlier he still appeared to be in amicable intercourse with Trotsky. Now he stood by Stalin's side, as Zinoviev had stood there 2 years earlier, and assailed the opposition with reckless virulence, exulting in its plight, bragging, threatening, inciting, sneering, and playing up to the worst elements in the party. The kindly scholar was as if transfigured suddenly. The thinker turned into a hooligan and the philosopher into a thug destitute of all scruple and foresight. He praised Stalin as the true friend of the peasant smallholder and the guardian of Leninism, and he challenged Trotsky to repeat before the conference what he had said at the Politburo about Stalin, the gravedigger of the revolution. He jeered at the restraint with which Trotsky had addressed the conference, a restraint due only to the fact that the party had seized the opposition by the throat. The opposition, he said, appealed to them to avert the tragedy that would result from a split. He, Bukharin, was only amused by the warning. Not more than 3 men will leave the party. This will be the whole split, he exclaimed amid great laughter. This will be a farce, not a tragedy. He thus scoffed at Kamenev's apology. When Kamenev comes here and says, I, Kamenev, have joined hands with Trotsky as Lenin used to join hands with him and lean on him, one can only reply with Homeric laughter. What sort of a Lenin have they discovered? We see very well that Kamenev and Zinoviev are leaning on Trotsky in a very odd manner. Prolonged laughter and applause. They lean on him in such a way that he has saddled them completely, giggling and applause. And then Kamenev squeals, I am leaning on Trotsky. Mirth, yes, altogether like Lenin. Laughter. Within barely 2 years Bukharin would try to lean on a broken and prostrate Kamenev and whisper in terror into his ears that Stalin was the new Genghis Khan. But now, self-assured and complacent, juggling and jingling with quotations from Lenin, he returned to the attack on permanent revolution, on Trotsky's heroic postures, hostility towards the mujik and fiscal theory of building socialism. And again he extolled the steadfastness, the reliability, and the caution of his own and of Stalin's policies which secured the alliance with the peasantry. When the opposition screamed about the strength of the kulak and the danger of peasant strikes and of famine in the towns, it was trying to frighten the people with bogies. The party should not forgive them this and the chatter about the Soviet Thermidor, unless they came with their heads bowed, to repent, confess and beg. Forgive us our sins against the spirit and the letter and the very essence of Leninism. Amid frantic applause he went on. Say it, and say it honestly. Trotsky was wrong when he declared that ours was not a fully proletarian state. Why don't you have the plain courage to come out and say so? Zinoviev has told us here how well Lenin treated oppositions. Lenin did not expel any opposition even when he was left with only 2 votes for himself in the Central Committee. Yes, Lenin knew his job. Who would try and expel an opposition when he could muster 2 votes only? Laughter. But when you get all votes and you have only 2 against you and the 2 shriek about Thermidor, then you may well think about expulsion. The conference was delighted with this display of cynicism and shook with merriment. From the floor Stalin shouted, "Well done, Bukharin! Well done, well done!" He does not argue with them, he slaughters them. What accounted for Bukharin's strange, almost macabre performance? No doubt he was genuinely frightened of the policies advocated by the opposition. He dreaded the collision with the peasantry which they might provoke, and he did not see that it was his and Stalin's policy that led to this. The opposition, although far too weak to replace the ruling group, was strong enough to compel Stalin's faction to shift its ground. True, at this conference it looked as if the Bukharinists had gained the upper hand within the ruling coalition. Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky presented the three main reports on behalf of the Central Committee. However, even they had to reckon with the opposition. Bukharin himself had now to tread cautiously in matters of rural policy. He could no longer appeal frankly to the strong farmer. He saw Stalin's faction increasingly sensitive to Trotsky's and Zinovyev's criticisms and inclined to steal page after page from their book. Stalin was already yielding to the demands for more rapid industrialization. This showed itself even in the resolutions voted by this conference. Bukharin would have preferred the ruling coalition to stand fast and to defeat its adversaries without having to borrow their ideas and confuse the issues. He wondered how far the opposition's pressure might not push the party. He shuddered from head to foot at the thought that it might drive it to a bloody conflict with the peasantry. And so, he was, at this moment, even more anxious than Stalin to free official policy from the opposition's indirect influence. He desperately clung to Stalin so as to keep him from yielding further ground, and he countenanced and instigated Stalin's violence and trickery, hoping that the defeat of the opposition would assure peace in the country. No sacrifice of tact, taste, and decency was for him too high a price to pay for this. The ferocity of the attacks sprang also from embarrassment and perplexity. Stalin's faction shrank from the enormity of the step it was to take 2 years hence. Its speakers, too, imputed to Trotsky and Zinovyev that they were prompting the party to embark upon the forcible collectivization of the peasantry. Kaganovich, for instance, who was to play a very prominent part in the destruction of private farming, exclaimed, "Theirs is the road of plundering the peasantry, a pernicious road, no matter how much Trotsky and Zinovyev may protest against this." Such indeed are their slogans. Once more also the opposition had run up against the wall of the single-party system. When it asked for freedom within that system, it was charged with jeopardizing the system itself. Bukharin and Stalin claimed that it tended to constitute itself into another party. Molotov, in his inarticulate manner, hit the mark. Opposition speakers, protesting against suppression, had recalled that even during the Brest-Litovsk crisis Lenin had allowed the left communists to publish their own paper attacking him without fear or favor, and to this Molotov replied, "But in 1918 the Mensheviks and the social revolutionaries too had their newspapers. Even the cadets had theirs. Somehow the present position is not at all like that." Once again, the Bolsheviks could not enjoy the freedom they had denied to others. Kaganovich recalled the words Trotsky had spoken at the 11th Congress when he presented the case against the workers' opposition. It was inadmissible, Trotsky then said, for party members to speak about their comrades and leaders in terms of we and they, for if they did, they would, whatever their intentions, oppose themselves to the party, seek to exploit its difficulties, and assist those who had raised the banner of Kronstadt. "Why then," Kaganovich asked, "did you, Comrade Trotsky, have the right to say this to Medvedev and Shliapnikov when they made a mistake, and these comrades had been old Bolsheviks? And why can we not tell you that you are going on the Kronstadt road?" It was not only the ghosts of Kronstadt and of the workers' opposition that were pressed into the onslaught on Trotsky. Shliapnikov and Medvedev joined it in their own persons. After the opposition had, on Stalin's insistence, declared that it would have no truck with them, Stalin managed by threat and cajolery to persuade Shliapnikov and Medvedev to admit the error of their ways, to repent, and to denounce the opposition. With jubilation, the Central Committee then broadcast their recantation and announced that it granted them a pardon. The two men had urged the joint opposition to give up allegiance to the single-party system, to form itself from a faction within the old party into a new party. But confronted with the threat of their own expulsion from the old party and incensed by the fact that the joint opposition had disavowed them, they surrendered to Stalin. Theirs was the first recantation Stalin succeeded in extorting, a precedent and an example for many others. Before the end of the conference, Stalin surprised the opposition by yet another stroke. He announced that Krupskaya had severed her connection with Trotsky and Zinoviev. It was whispered in Moscow that Stalin had blackmailed her with hints of indiscretions about Lenin's private life. "I shall appoint," he allegedly said, "someone else to be Lenin's widow." It is more plausible that Krupskaya withdrew from the opposition because she was horrified to see the party founded by her husband split and torn asunder. As she had been among Stalin's and Bukharin's most outspoken critics, her defection did the opposition much harm. Finally, Stalin played against Trotsky and Zinoviev, the leaders of foreign communist parties. On their behalf, Clara Zetkin, the veteran German communist, who had at the Fourth Comintern Congress, when Lenin was already ill, paid in the name of the whole International a great and solemn tribute to Trotsky, now dissociated herself from him and Zinoviev, charging them with provoking a crisis in the International and supplying grist to the mills of all enemies of communism. Even the luster which attaches to the names of the leaders of the opposition, she declared with a show of dignity, is not enough to redeem them. The merits of these comrades are imperishable. They will not be forgotten. Their deeds have entered into the history of the revolution. I am not forgetting them. However, there exists something greater than deeds and merits of individuals. The opposition was routed, and the conference sanctioned the expulsion of the 3 chiefs of the opposition from the Politburo, threatening them with further reprisals if they dared to reopen the controversy. Thus, the joint opposition reached a point similar to that at which the 1923 opposition had arrived after its defeat. The formal verdicts having gone against it, it had to decide what to do next. Whether to go on with the struggle and risk wholesale and final expulsion, or accept defeat, at least temporarily. Each of the 2 sets of the opposition reacted in a different manner. The Zinovievists were inclined to lie low. This was no easy matter, because the official attacks on them went on unabated, despite the formal closing of the controversy. The newspapers, purporting merely to comment on the resolutions of the conference, filled pages with the most virulent polemics, and gave the attacked no chance to answer. Rank-and-file oppositionists paid for the courage of their convictions. They lost jobs, were subjected to ostracism, and were treated as little better than outcasts. Zinoviev and Kamenev resigned themselves to the mildest forms of passive resistance. Anxious to protect their adherents, they advised them to keep their views to themselves and, if need be, even to deny their association with the opposition. Such advice could not but discredit the opposition and demoralize those to whom it was given. They began to desert and recant. The Trotskyists, on the other hand, who had already gone through a similar trial, knew that they had nothing to gain from inaction and nothing to hope for from half-measures. Trotsky himself reviewed the recent experience in diary notes written towards the end of November. For himself, he defined the opposition's predicament with greater candor than he could afford to use in public or in the Central Committee. He acknowledged defeat. He attributed it not merely to Stalin's disloyalty and to bureaucratic intimidation, but to the lassitude and disillusionment of the masses, who had expected too much from the revolution, had found their hopes cruelly deceived, and reacted against the spirit and the idea of early Bolshevism. The young, finding themselves under a tutelage from the moment they entered politics, could not develop any critical faculties and political judgment. The ruling factions played on popular weariness and craving for security and frightened people with the bogey of permanent revolution. Speaking for the record, Trotsky usually dwelt on the antagonism between the ruling group and the rank and file. Off the record, he admitted that the ideas and slogans of the ruling group met an emotional need in the rank and file, that this overlaid their antagonism, and that the opposition was at variance with the popular temper. What then was to be done? It is not the business of the Marxist revolutionary, Trotsky reflected, to bow to the reactionary mood of the masses. At times when their class consciousness is dimmed, he must be prepared to become isolated from them. The isolation need not last long, for the time was one of transition and crisis, and, within the Soviet Union and without, the forces of revolution might yet surge up. This was, in any case, no time for the opposition to flag or waver, even if the odds were against it. The revolutionary has to fight no matter whether he is destined to end as Lenin did, to live and see his cause triumph, or to suffer Liebknecht's fate, who served his cause through martyrdom. In his private notes and in talks with friends, Trotsky hinted at this alternative more than once, and although he did not give up hope that he might end like Lenin, he seemed already more and more resigned inwardly to Liebknecht's fate. I did not believe in our victory, Victor Serge recollects, and at heart I was even sure that we would be defeated. When I was sent to Moscow with our group's messages for Lev Davidovich, I told him so. We talked in the spacious office of the concessions committee. He was suffering from a fit of malaria. His skin was yellow, his lips were almost livid. I told him that we were extremely weak, that we, in Leningrad, had not rallied more than a few hundred members, that our debates left the mass of workers cold. I felt that he knew all this better than I did. But he, as a leader, had to do his duty, and we, as revolutionaries, had to do ours. If defeat was inevitable, what else could one do but meet it with courage? The winter of 1926-7 passed in relative calm. The opposition was debilitated by internal discord. Trotsky did his best to prevent his partnership with Zinoviev from dissolving, and as Zinoviev was in near panic, the joint opposition paid for its unity with irresolution. In December, its leaders even protested to Stalin against attempts made in the party cells of Moscow to draw them into fresh debates. In the same month, the executive of the Comintern discussed the situation in the Russian party, and willy-nilly the opposition had to restate its attitude. Once again Trotsky had to defend his own record and, protesting against the biographical method used in inter-party controversy, he went through the story of his relations with Lenin in order to demonstrate to an audience whose mind was closed that the irreconcilable antagonism between Trotskyism and Leninism was but a myth. The executive confirmed the expulsion from foreign communist parties of Trotskyists and Zinovievists on the ground that they denied the proletarian character of the Soviet state. Trotsky declared that the opposition would combat any of its supposed foreign supporters who took such a view. Half resigned to Souveren's expulsion, he stood up for Rosmer and Minat, who had been his political friends since the First World War and had founded and led the French Communist Party, from which they were now banished. But apart from such minor political interventions, he spent the winter in reserve, editing volumes of his works and carrying out a more thorough theoretical examination of many questions. The theoretical question which, apart from the economic argument against socialism in one country, preoccupied him most strongly was the Soviet Thermidor. In the ranks of the opposition and among its sympathizers abroad there was a great deal of confusion over this. Some argued that the Russian Revolution had already passed into the Thermidorian phase. Those who held this view also spoke of the bureaucracy as of the new class which had destroyed the proletarian dictatorship and exploited and dominated the working class. Others, and Trotsky most of all, hotly contested this opinion. As often happens when an historical analogy becomes a political shibboleth, neither of the disputants had a clear view of the precedent to which they referred, and Trotsky was to revise repeatedly his own interpretation of it. At this stage he defined the Soviet Thermidor as a decisive shift to the right, which might occur within the Bolshevik Party against the background of general apathy and disillusionment with the revolution, and result in the destruction of Bolshevism and the restoration of capitalism. From this definition Trotsky concluded that it was at least premature to speak of a Soviet Thermidor, but that the opposition was justified in raising an alarm. One element of a Thermidorian situation had been in evidence all too strongly. The masses were weary and disillusioned. But the decisive shift to the right, leading to restoration, had not occurred, although the Thermidorian forces working towards it had gathered strength and momentum. There would be no compelling need to go here into this rather abstruse argument if it were not that the view which Trotsky now formulated determined in part his own behavior and the opposition's fate in subsequent years, and that the controversy over it generated indescribable heat and passion in all factions. This was indeed one of the seemingly most irrational phenomena in the struggle. It was enough for an oppositionist to utter the word Thermidor at any party meeting, and at once tempers flared up and the audience fumed and raged, although many had only the faintest idea what it was about. It was enough that they knew that the Thermidorians had been the gravediggers of Jacobinism, and that the opposition charged the ruling group with being engaged in some deep plot against the revolution. This curious historical slogan enraged even educated Bukharinists and Stalinists, who knew that its meaning was far less simple. The opposition argued that the men of the Thermidor had not been out to destroy Jacobinism and to put an end to the First Republic. They had done this unwittingly from weariness and confusion. In the same manner, the Soviet Thermidorians, not knowing what they were doing, might do the same. The analogy preyed on the thoughts of many a Stalinist and Bucharinist and sapped their confidence. It brought to their minds the uncontrollable element in revolution, of which they were increasingly if dimly aware. It made them feel that they were or might become playthings in the hands of vast, hostile, and unmanageable social forces. Uneasily many a Bolshevik felt that this might be true. To whatever faction he belonged, he was terrified by the ghosts which the opposition had conjured up. This was a case of le mort cicit le vif. When the Bucharinist or the Stalinist disclaimed any affinity with the Thermidorian, he did so not with calm self-assurance, but with that resentment born of inner uncertainty, with which Bukharin spoke at the 15th conference of the opposition's unforgivable chatter about Thermidor. His fury against the opposition helped him to smother his own fears. The oppositionists saw the ghost stalking the streets of Moscow, hovering over the Kremlin, or standing among the Politburo members at the top of the Lenin Mausoleum on days of national celebrations and parades. The uncannily violent passions which the bookish historical reminiscence aroused sprang from the irrationality of the political climate in which the single-party system had grown up and developed. The Bolshevik felt alienated from his own work, the revolution. His own state and his own party towered high above him. They appeared to have a mind and a will of their own which bore little relation to his mind and his will and to which he had to bow. State and party appeared to him as blind forces, convulsive and unpredictable. When the Bolsheviks made of the Soviets organs of power, they were convinced, with Trotsky, that they had established the most lucid and transparent political system the world had ever seen, a system under which rulers and ruled would be closer to one another than ever before and under which the mass of the people would be able to express and enforce its will as directly as never before. Yet nothing was less transparent than the single-party system after a few years. Society as a whole had lost all transparency. No social class was free to express its will. The will of any class was therefore unknown. The rulers and the political theorists had to guess it, only to be more and more often taught by events that they had guessed wrongly. The social classes therefore appeared to act, and up to a point did indeed act, as elemental forces, unpredictably pressing on the party from all sides. Groups and individuals within the party seemed to be unknowingly pushed in the most unexpected directions. On all sides cleavages arose or reappeared between what men thought of themselves and others, what they willed, and what they did, cleavages between the objective and the subjective aspects of political activity. Nothing was now more difficult to define than who was the foe and who was the friend of the revolution. Both the ruling group and the opposition moved in the dark, fighting against real dangers and against apparitions, and chasing one another and one another's shadows. They ceased to see one another as they were and saw each other as mysterious social entities with hidden and sinister potentialities which had to be deciphered and rendered harmless. It was this alienation from society and from one another that prompted the ruling factions to declare that the opposition worked as an agency of alien social elements and the opposition to claim that behind the ruling men stood Thermidorian forces. Which then were those forces? The wealthy peasants, the NEP bourgeoisie, and sections of the bureaucracy. Trotsky replied briefly, all those classes and groups which were interested in a bourgeois restoration. The working class remained attached to the conquests of October and was implicitly hostile to the Thermidorians. As for the bureaucracy, Trotsky expected that in a critical situation it would split. One section would back the counter-revolution, another would defend the revolution. He saw the divisions within the party as an indirect reflection of that cleavage. The right wing stood closest to the Thermidorians, but it was not necessarily identical with them. Bukharin's defense of the men of property savored of a Thermidorian aspiration, but it was not clear whether the Bukharinists were the actual Thermidorians or merely their unwitting auxiliaries, who would in danger rally to the revolution. The left, i.e. the joint opposition, alone, according to this view, represented within the party the proletarian class interest and the undiluted program of socialism. It acted as the vanguard of the anti-Thermidorians. The center, the Stalinist faction, had no program, and although it controlled the party machine, it had no broad social backing. It balanced between right and left and spawned on the programs of both. As long as the center was in coalition with the right, it helped to pave the way for the Thermidorians. But it had nothing to gain from a Thermidor which would be its own undoing. And so, when faced with the menace of counter-revolution, the center or a large section of it would rally to the left in order to oppose, under the left's leadership, the Soviet Thermidor. There is no need to run ahead of our story and to point out to what extent events confirmed or falsified this view. Here it will be enough to indicate one important practical conclusion which Trotsky drew from it. This was, briefly, that under no conditions must he and his associates enter into an alliance with Bukharin's faction against Stalin. In certain circumstances and under certain conditions, Trotsky urged, the opposition must even be prepared to form a united front with Stalin against Bukharin. The conditions were those that applied in any united front. The opposition must not give up its independence, its right of criticism, and its insistence on inter-party freedom. According to a well-known tactical formula, left and center should march separately and strike jointly. True, for the time being the opposition had no opportunity to apply this rule. The Stalinists and the Bukharinists shared power and maintained unity. But Trotsky had no doubt that they would fall out presently. His tactical rule was designed to drive a wedge between them and assist in bringing about a realignment which would allow the opposition to take command of all anti-Thermidorians, including the Stalinists. In the next few years, the whole conduct of the opposition was to be governed by this principle. With Stalin against Bukharin? Yes. With Bukharin against Stalin? Never. When this tactical decision, for which Trotsky was mainly responsible, is viewed in the grim light of the end which befell all anti-Stalinist factions and groups, it cannot but appear as an act of suicidal folly. The Thermidorian spirit which Trotsky saw as if embodied in the ineffectual Bukharin appears to have been the figment of an imagination overfed with history. And as one ponders, with the full knowledge of the after-events, Trotsky's many anxious alarms about the danger from the right, i.e. from Bukharin's faction, and his evident underestimation of Stalin's power, one may marvel at the short-sightedness or blindness which in this instance characterized the man so often distinguished by prophetic foresight. However, a view taken only from the angle of the denouement would be one-sided. Trotsky's decision has to be seen also against the background of the circumstances in which he took it. NEP was at its height, the forces interested in a bourgeois restoration were still alive and active, and nobody dreamt as yet of the forcible suppression of NEP capitalism and of the liquidation of the kulaks as a class. Trotsky could not take for granted the outcome of the contest between the antagonistic forces of Soviet society. The phantom of Thermidor, as he saw it, was still half real. 8 or even 10 years after 1917, the possibility of a restoration could not be ruled out. As Marxist and Bolshevik, he naturally felt it to be his prime duty to strain all strength and to mobilize all energies against it. This determined his inter-party tactics. If anything at all could still pave the way for restoration, then it was Bukharin's rather than Stalin's policy. Within this context, Trotsky could not but conclude that the opposition must lend conditional support to the latter against the former. Such a conclusion was in line with Marxist tradition, which approved alliances between left and center against the right, but considered any combination of left and right directed against the center as unprincipled and inadmissible. Thus, seen in its contemporary setting and judged in Marxist terms, Trotsky's attitude had its logic. It was his misfortune that subsequent events were to transcend that logic and to show it up as the logic of the opposition's self-effacement. It was Trotsky's tragedy indeed that, in the very process by which he defended the revolution, he also committed political suicide. In the spring of 1927, the inter-party struggle flared up again in connection with an issue which had hitherto played almost no part in it, but which was to remain at its center to the end, until the final expulsion and the dissolution of the joint opposition. That issue was the Chinese Revolution. It was about this time that the Chinese Revolution entered upon a grave crisis which had been prepared by developments dating back to the close of the Lenin era. The Bolsheviks had very early set their eyes on the anti-imperialist movements among the colonial and semi-colonial nations, believing that these movements constituted a major strategic reserve for proletarian revolution in Europe. Both Lenin and Trotsky were convinced that Western capitalism would be decisively weakened if it were cut off from the colonial hinterland which supplied it with cheap labor, raw materials, and opportunities for exceptionally profitable investment. In 1920, the Comintern proclaimed the alliance of Western communism and the emancipatory movements of the East. But it did not go beyond the enunciation of the principle. It left open the forms of the alliance and the methods by which it was to be promoted. It acknowledged the struggles of the nations of Asia for independence as the historic equivalent of bourgeois revolutions in Europe, and it recognized the peasantry and, up to a point, even the bourgeoisie of those nations as allies of the working class. But the Leninist Comintern did not yet attempt to define clearly the relationship between the anti-imperialist movements and the struggle for socialism in Asia itself, or the attitude of the Chinese and Indian Communist parties towards their own anti-imperialist bourgeoisie. It was too early to resolve these questions. The impact of the October Revolution on the East was still too fresh. Its strength and depth could not yet be gauged. In the most important countries of Asia, the communist parties were only beginning to constitute themselves. The working classes were numerically weak and lacked political tradition. Even bourgeois anti-imperialism was still in a formative period. Only in 1921 did the Chinese Communist Party, based on small propagandist circles, hold its first Congress. But no sooner had it done so and set out to formulate its program and shape its organization than Moscow began to urge it to seek a rapprochement with the Kuomintang. The Kuomintang basked in the moral authority of Sun Yat-sen, which was then at its height. Sun Yat-sen himself was eager for an agreement with Russia which would strengthen his hands against Western imperialism. And in his vague, classless, populist socialism, he was prepared to cooperate with the Chinese communists as well, but only if they accepted his leadership unreservedly and supported the Kuomintang. He signed a pact of friendship with Lenin's government, but found it more difficult to get the Chinese communists to cooperate with him on his terms. The communists were led by Chun Tu-su, one of the intellectual pioneers of Marxism in Asia, its first great propagandist in China, and the most outstanding figure of the Chinese Revolution up to the advent of Mao Zedong, to whom he was inferior as tactician, practical leader, and organizer, but superior, it seems, as thinker and theorist. Chun Tu-su had been the initiator of the great campaign against the privileges the Western powers enjoyed in China. The campaign, starting from Peking University, of which Chun Tu-su was a professor, assumed such power that under its pressure the Chinese government refused to sign the Versailles Treaty which sanctioned the privileges. It was largely under Chun Tu-su's influence that the Marxist propagandist circles had developed which formed the Communist Party. He remained the party's undisputed leader from the moment of its foundation till late in 1927, throughout the crucial phases of the revolution. From the beginning he viewed with apprehension the political advice his party received from Moscow. He admitted the need for communists to cooperate with the Kuomintang, but was afraid of too close an alliance which would prevent communism from establishing its own identity. He preferred his party to stand on its own feet before it marched with the Kuomintang. Moscow, however, insistently urged him to drop his scruples, and he possessed none of the strength of character and none of the slyness of Mao Zedong, who in similar situations never raised objections to Moscow's advice, always pretended to accept it, and then ignored it and acted according to his own lights, without ever provoking a genuine breach with Moscow. Chun Tu-su was straightforward, soft, and lacked self-confidence. And these qualities made him a tragic figure. At every stage he frankly stated his objections to Moscow's policy. But he did not stick to them. When overruled, he submitted to the Comintern's authority, and against his better knowledge carried out Moscow's policy. As early as in 1922 to 32 men who were later prominent in the Trotskyist opposition, Youve and Mering Sneevliet, played a crucial part in associating the young Chinese Communist Party with the Kuomintang and in preparing the ground for the policy which Stalin and Bukharin were to pursue. Youve, as ambassador of Lenin's government, negotiated the pact of friendship with Sun Yat-sen. Eager to facilitate his task and, no doubt, going beyond his terms of reference, he assured Sun Yat-sen that the Bolsheviks were not interested in promoting Chinese communism and that they would use their influence to ensure that the Chinese communists cooperated with the Kuomintang on Sun Yat-sen's terms. Mering attended, as delegate of the Communist International, the Second Congress of the Chinese Communist Party in 1922. It was on his initiative that the party established contact with the Kuomintang and began to discuss the conditions of adherence to it. But Sun Yat-sen's terms were stiff, and the negotiations broke down. Later in the year, Mering returned to China and told Chun Tu-su and his comrades that the Communist International firmly instructed them to join the Kuomintang, regardless of terms. Chun Tu-su was reluctant to act on this instruction, but when Mering invoked the principle of international communist discipline, he and his comrades submitted. Sun Yat-sen insisted, like Chiang Kai-shek later, that the Communist Party must refrain from criticizing openly the Kuomintang's policy and must observe its discipline. Otherwise, he would expel the communists from the Kuomintang and consider his alliance with Russia null and void. By the beginning of 1924, the Communist Party had joined the Kuomintang. It did not at first take Sun Yat-sen's terms to heart. It maintained its independence, and it pursued distinctly communist policies, incurring the Kuomintang's displeasure. Communist influence grew rapidly. When in 1925 the Great Movement of May 30th spread over southern China, the communists were in its vanguard, inspiring the boycott of Western concessions and concerns and leading the General Strike of Canton, the greatest so far in China's history. As the momentum of the movement increased, the Kuomintang leaders became frightened, tried to curb it, and clashed with the communists. The latter sensed the approach of civil war, were anxious to untie their hands in time, and made representations to Moscow. In October 1925, Chen Tusu proposed to prepare his party's exodus from the Kuomintang. The executive of the Communist International, however, vetoed the plan and admonished the Chinese party to do its utmost to avoid civil war. Soviet military and diplomatic advisors, Borodin, Blücher, and others, worked at Chiang Kai-shek's headquarters, arming and training his troops. Neither Bukharin nor Stalin, who by now effectively directed Soviet policy, believed that Chinese communism had any chance of seizing power in the near future, and both were anxious to maintain the Soviet alliance with the Kuomintang. The growth of communist influence threatened to disrupt that alliance, and so they were determined to keep the Chinese party in its place. Moscow thus urged Chen Tusu and his Central Committee to refrain from class struggle against the patriotic bourgeoisie, from revolutionary agrarian movements, and from criticism of Sun Yat-senism, which had since Sun Yat-sen's death become canonized as the ideology of the Kuomintang. To justify their attitude in Marxist terms, Bukharin and Stalin evolved the theory that the revolution which had begun in China, being bourgeois in character, could not set itself socialist objectives, that the anti-imperialist bourgeoisie behind the Kuomintang was playing a revolutionary role, and that it was consequently the duty of the Communist Party to maintain unity with it and do nothing that could antagonize it. Seeking further to substantiate their policy on doctrinal grounds, they invoked the view Lenin had expounded in 1905 that in the bourgeois Russian Revolution, directed against Tsardom, socialists must aim at a democratic dictatorship of workers and peasants, not at a proletarian dictatorship. This precedent had little or no relevance to the situation in China. In 1905, Lenin and his party did not seek an alliance with the liberal bourgeoisie against Tsardom. On the contrary, Lenin preached untiringly that the bourgeois revolution could conquer in Russia only under the leadership of the working class, in irreconcilable hostility to the liberal bourgeoisie, and even the Mensheviks, who did seek an alliance with the bourgeoisie, did not dream of accepting the leadership and discipline of an organization dominated by it. Bukharin's and Stalin's policy was, as Trotsky later pointed out, a parody not merely of the Bolshevik but even of the Menshevik attitude in 1905. However, these doctrinal sophistries served a purpose. They embellished Moscow's policy ideologically and soothed the conscience of communists who felt uneasy over it. The opportunism of that policy showed itself startlingly when, early in 1926, the Kuomintang was admitted to the Communist International as an associate party and the executive of the International elected with a flourished General Chiang Kai-shek as honorary member. With this gesture, Stalin and Bukharin demonstrated their goodwill to the Kuomintang and browbeat the Chinese communists. On March 20th, only a few weeks after the General Staff of World Revolution had elected him its honorary member, Chiang Kai-shek carried out his first anti-communist coup. He barred communists from all posts at the headquarters of the Kuomintang, banned their criticisms of Sun Yat-sen's political philosophy, and demanded from their Central Committee that it should submit a list of all party members who had joined the Kuomintang. Pressed by Soviet advisors, Chen Tusu and his comrades agreed. But, convinced that Chiang Kai-shek was preparing civil war against them, they were anxious to organize communist-led armed forces to match, if need be, his military strength, and they asked for Soviet assistance. The Soviet representatives at Canton categorically vetoed this plan and refused all assistance. Once again, Chen Tusu bowed to the Comintern's authority. The newspapers of Moscow made no comment on Chiang's coup. They did not even report the event. The Politburo, fearing complications, sent Bubnov, the ex-decemist, to China to enforce its policy and persuade the Chinese communists that it was their revolutionary duty to do coolie service to the Kuomintang. During all these events, the Chinese issue remained as if outside the Russian inter-party controversy. The fact deserves to be underlined. It disposes of one of the legends of vulgar Trotskyism, which maintains that the opposition had from the beginning unremittingly resisted Stalin's and Bukharin's betrayal of the Chinese Revolution. No doubt, Trotsky himself had had his misgivings as early as at the beginning of 1924. He had then expressed at the Politburo a critical view of the adherence of the Chinese Communists to the Kuomintang, and in the following 2 years he restated his view on a few occasions. But he did it almost casually. He did not dwell on the matter and did not go to its heart. When he found that at the Politburo he stood alone, all other members backed the Chinese policy. He did not try to repeat his objections before the wider forum of the Central Committee. Not once, it seems, in these years 1924–6, did he speak about China in the executive or the commissions of the Comintern. Not once, at any rate, did he allude in public to any difference of opinion in this matter. He appears to have given to it far less attention and far less weight than he gave British or even Polish communist policies. He was evidently not clearly aware of the force of the tempest breaking over China and of the magnitude and gravity of the approaching crisis in communist policy. Early in 1926, he was still concerned more closely with the conduct of Soviet diplomacy towards China than with the direction of communist affairs there. He presided over a special commission. Chicherin, Dzerzhinsky, and Voroshilov were its members, which was to prepare recommendations for the Politburo on the line that Soviet diplomacy ought to pursue in China. Of the Commission's work little is known, apart from its report which Trotsky submitted to the Politburo on March 25, 1926. As he did not dissociate himself from the report, it must be assumed that he was in basic agreement with it. The Commission made its recommendations in strictly diplomatic terms, without reference to the objectives of the Chinese Communist Party. While that party strove, in cooperation with the Kuomintang, to abolish the status quo in China, the Commission offered instructions for the Soviet diplomatic services on the attitudes they should adopt within the status quo. Both the Communist Party and the Kuomintang called for the political unification of the country, that is, for the overthrow of Chang Tso-lin's government, whose writ ran in the north, and for the spread of revolution from south to north. Trotsky's commission reckoned with China's continued division, and its recommendations were as if calculated to prolong it. At this time Chiang Kai-shek was already preparing his great military expedition against the north. Amid the confusion which reigned across the Soviet Far Eastern frontier, Trotsky's commission sought not to promote revolution but to secure every possible advantage for the Soviet government. Thus the commission suggested that Soviet diplomatic agencies should seek a modus vivendi and a division of spheres between Chiang Kai-shek's government in the south and Chang Tso-lin's in the north. Trotsky later maintained that at the Politburo, during the discussion on the report, Stalin tabled an amendment that Soviet military advisors should dissuade Chiang Kai-shek from undertaking his expedition. The commission rejected the amendment, but in more general terms it advised Soviet agencies in China to urge moderation on Chiang Kai-shek. The Politburo's main concern was with safeguarding Russia's position in Manchuria against Japanese encroachments. The commission therefore advised that Russian envoys in northern China should encourage Chang Tso-lin to pursue a policy of balancing between Russia and Japan. Moscow, too weak to eliminate Japanese influence from Manchuria and not believing in the Kuomintang's ability to do so, was ready to reconcile itself to Japan's predominance in southern Manchuria, provided that Russia, remaining in possession of the northeastern Chinese railway, maintained her hold on the northern part of the province. The commission urged Soviet envoys to prepare public opinion carefully and tactfully for this arrangement, which was likely to hurt patriotic feelings in China. The Politburo's motives were mixed and tangled. It was concerned over Manchuria, but it also feared that Chiang Kai-shek's expedition against the north might provoke the Western powers to intervene in China more energetically than hitherto. And it also suspected that Chiang was planning the expedition as a diversion from revolution, a means to absorb and disperse the revolutionary energies of the South. In April, the Politburo accepted the report of Trotsky's commission. At this point, however, Trotsky raised the problem of the strictly communist policy in China. This, he held, should remain independent of Soviet diplomatic considerations. It was the diplomat's business to make deals with existing bourgeois governments, even with old-time warlords, but it was the revolutionaries' job to overthrow them. He protested against the admission of the Kuomintang to the Comintern. Sun Yat-senism, he said, extolled the harmony of all classes, and so it was incompatible with Marxism committed to class struggle. In electing Chiang Kai-shek an honorary member, the executive of the Comintern had played a bad joke. Finally, he repeated his old objections to the adherence of the Chinese Communists to the Kuomintang. Once more, all members of the Politburo, including Zinoviev and Kamenev, who were now on the point of forming the joint opposition, defended the official conduct of Chinese Communist affairs. This exchange, too, was incidental. It occurred within the closed doors of the Politburo, and it had no consequences. Then, for a whole year, from April 1926 till the end of March 1927, neither Trotsky nor the other leaders of the opposition took up the issue. Only Radek, who since May 1925 had headed the Sun Yat-sen University in Moscow and had to expound party policy to perplex Chinese students, pestered the Politburo for guidance. This he failed to obtain, and he expressed mild misgivings. Yet this was the most crucial and critical year in the history of the Chinese Revolution. On July 26, for months after the Politburo had discussed the report of Trotsky's commission, Chiang Kai-shek, ignoring Soviet counsels of moderation, issued his marching orders for the northern expedition. His troops advanced rapidly. Against Moscow's expectation, their appearance in central China acted as a tremendous stimulus to a nationwide revolutionary movement. The northern and central provinces were astir with risings against Chang Tsolin's administration and the corrupt warlords who supported it. The urban workers were the most active element in the political movement. The Communist Party was in the ascendant. It led and inspired the risings. Its members stood at the head of the trade unions, which had sprung into being overnight and found enthusiastic mass support in liberated cities and towns. All along the route of Chiang Kai-shek's advance, the peasantry welcomed his troops and, counting on their support, rose against warlords, landlords, and usurers, ready to dispossess them. Chiang Kai-shek was frightened by the tide of revolution and sought to contain it. He forbade strikes and demonstrations, suppressed trade unions, and sent out punitive expeditions to subdue the peasants and to requisition food. Intense hostility developed between his headquarters and the Communist Party. Chun Tu-su, reporting these events to Moscow, demanded that his party should at last be authorized to make its exodus from the Kuomintang. He was still for a united front of communists and Kuomintang against the northern warlords and the agencies of the Western powers. But he held that it was imperative for his party to shake off the Kuomintang's discipline, regain freedom of maneuver, encourage the proletarian movement in the towns, back the peasantry's struggle for land, and get ready for open conflict with Chiang Kai-shek. A rebuff was once again the answer Chun Tu-su received from the executive of the International. Bukharin rejected his demand as dangerous ultra-left heresy. As the Central Committee's rapporteur at the party conference in October, Bukharin reasserted the need to maintain a single national revolutionary front in China where the commercial-industrial bourgeoisie was at present playing an objectively revolutionary role. It might be difficult, he went on, for communists to satisfy in these circumstances the peasantry's clamor for land. The Chinese party had to keep a balance between the interests of the peasantry and those of the anti-imperialist bourgeoisie which was opposed to agrarian upheaval. The communists' overriding duty was to safeguard the unity of all anti-imperialist forces, and they must repudiate all attempts at disrupting the Kuomintang. Patience and circumspection were the watchwords. All the more so as the revolutionary atmosphere was affecting the Kuomintang too, bringing about its radicalization and reducing its right wing to impotence. Somewhat later Stalin also, speaking at the Comintern's Chinese Commission, extolled Chiang Kai-shek's revolutionary armies, demanded from the communists complete submission to the Kuomintang, and warned them against any attempts at setting up Soviets at the height of a bourgeois revolution. On the face of it, Stalin's and Bukharin's predictions about a leftward shift in the Kuomintang presently came true. In November, the Kuomintang government was reconstructed into a broad coalition, in which leftish groupings led by Wang Qingwei, Chiang's rival, came to the fore, and which included 2 communist ministers in charge of agriculture and labor. The new government moved from Canton to Wuhan. The Kuomintang right, however, was far from being reduced to impotence. Chiang Kai-shek remained in supreme command of the armed forces and was busy setting the stage for his dictatorship. It was rather the communists within the government who were reduced to impotence. The Minister of Agriculture exerted himself to stem the tide of agrarian revolt, and the Minister of Labor had to swallow Chiang Kai-shek's anti-labor decrees. From Moscow, ever new envoys arrived to calm the communists. After Bubnov's departure, the eminent Indian communist leader M.N. Roy appeared with this mission at Wuhan towards the end of the year 1926. The Politburo was still preaching unity with the Kuomintang when in the spring of 1927 Chiang Kai-shek, still honorary member of the executive of the Comintern, carried out another coup by which he initiated open counter-revolution. The scene was Shanghai, China's largest city and commercial center, dominated by the extraterritorial enclaves of the Western powers and their warships anchored in the harbor. Shortly before Chiang Kai-shek's troops had entered, the workers of Shanghai rose, overthrew the old administration, and took control of the city. Once again, the hapless Chun Tu-su appealed to Comintern headquarters seeking to impress them with the significance of the event, the greatest proletarian rising Asia had seen, and to disentangle his party from its commitments to the Kuomintang. Once again, he and his comrades were pressed to reaffirm their allegiance to the Kuomintang and also to yield control over Shanghai to Chiang Kai-shek. Bewildered but disciplined, rejecting assistance offered them by Chiang's own detachments, the communists on the spot accepted these instructions, laid down arms, and surrendered. Then, on April 12, only 3 weeks after their victorious rising, Chiang Kai-shek ordered a massacre in which tens of thousands of communists and of workers who had followed them were slaughtered. Thus, the Chinese communists were made to pay their tribute to the sacred egoism of the first worker state, the egoism that the doctrine of socialism in one country had elevated to a principle. The hidden implications of the doctrine were brought out and written in blood on the pavements of Shanghai. Stalin and Bukharin considered themselves entitled to sacrifice the Chinese Revolution in what they believed to be the interest of the consolidation of the Soviet Union. They sought desperately to avoid any course of action which might turn the capitalist powers against the Soviet Union and disturb its hard-won and precarious peace and equilibrium. They conceived their Chinese policy in the same mood in which they shaped their present domestic policies, believing that it was wisdom's first commandment to keep to the safe side and to proceed cautiously, step by step, in the conduct of all affairs of state. The same logic which had induced them to placate the strong farmer at home led them to woo so excessively the Kuomintang. They had indeed expected the Chinese Revolution to develop at the snail's pace at which Bukharin thought that socialism could progress in Russia. As so often in history, this kind of weary and seemingly practical realism was but a pipe dream. It was impossible to ride the dragons of revolution and counter-revolution at the snail's pace. But the Bolsheviks had for years exerted themselves to gain a breathing space for the Soviet Union. Having gained it, they sought to draw it out indefinitely, and they reacted with sore resentment against anything which might conceivably interrupt it or shorten it. At home, a policy risking conflict with the peasantry might interrupt it. Abroad, a forward communist policy might interrupt it. The ruling factions were determined that this should not happen, and so, almost without turning a hair, they made the Chinese Revolution prolong with its dying breath the breathing space for the workers' first state. It was only on March 31, 1927, after a year's silence and barely a fortnight before the Shanghai massacre, that Trotsky attacked the Politburo's Chinese policy. That he had been implicitly opposed to that policy and its premises cannot be doubted. His earlier protests against the entry of the Chinese party into the Kuomintang and against the honor the Comintern had bestowed on Chiang Kai-shek had shown it. His own conceptions, developed consistently over more than 20 years, made it impossible for him to accept even for a moment the ideological arguments with which Stalin and Bukharin endeavored to justify their political strategy. Nothing was farther from the exponent of permanent revolution than their view that because the upheaval in China was bourgeois in character, the communists there must forego their socialist aspirations for the sake of an alliance with the Kuomintang bourgeoisie. It was inherent in Trotsky's whole way of thinking that he should take the view that the bourgeois and the socialist phases of the revolution would merge, as they had merged in Russia, that the working class would be the chief driving force throughout, and that the revolution would either win as a proletarian movement ushering in a proletarian dictatorship or would not win at all. Why then did he keep silent during the decisive year? He was, of course, ill much of the time. He was up to his neck in domestic issues and the affairs of European communism. He was engaged in an unequal struggle, and he had to reckon with the opposition's delicate tactical situation. His attention, so his private papers suggest, did not become focused on the Chinese problem before the early months of 1927. He had not been aware how far the Politburo's opportunism and cynicism had gone. He had no knowledge of the reluctance with which the Chinese communists had acted on its instructions. He had no inkling of Chun Tu-su's many appeals and protests. Stalin and Bukharin had locked them up in secret files, nor was he acquainted with other confidential communications that had passed between Moscow and Canton or Wuhan. When at last, having little more to go by than news generally accessible, he became alarmed and raised the issue within the opposition's leading circle, he found that even there he was almost isolated. Sticking to the old Bolshevik ideas of 1905, they too held that the Chinese Revolution must of necessity limit itself to its bourgeois and anti-imperialist objectives. They approved the party's entry into the Kuomintang. In his heyday at the Comintern, Zinoviev himself must have played his part in implementing this policy and in overruling Chun Tu-su's objections. But even the most important Trotskyists, Preobrazhensky, Radek, and also, it seems, Pyatakov and Rakovsky, were taken aback when Trotsky applied the scheme of permanent revolution to China. They did not think that proletarian dictatorship could be established and that the Communist Party could seize power in a country even more retarded socially than Russia had been. Only when Trotsky threatened to raise the issue on his own responsibility and virtually to split the opposition over it, and only after it had become abundantly clear that the workers were in fact the chief driving force of the Chinese Revolution, and that in obstructing it Stalin and Bukharin had long since gone beyond the point at which old Bolshevik theory and dogma had any meaning, did the leaders of the opposition consent to open a controversy over China in the Central Committee. Even then they were prepared to turn against the official policy but not against its premises. They were willing to attack the excessive zeal with which Stalin and Bukharin had made of the Chinese Party Chiang Kai-shek's accomplice in subduing strikes, demonstrations, and peasant risings. But they still held that the communists should remain within the Kuomintang, and that this bourgeois revolution could not usher in a proletarian dictatorship for China. This was a self-contradictory and self-defeating attitude. For once it had been conceded that the communists must stay within the Kuomintang, it was inconsistent to expect them not to pay for it. Trotsky contented himself with opening the new controversy inside the limits within which Zinoviev, Kamenev, Radek, Preobrazhensky, and Pyatakov were prepared to conduct it. In the early months of the year, the chiefs of the opposition were still seeking to adjust their differences. Only towards the end of March did they define the common ground from which they would start the attack. They now embarked upon a new and dangerous venture. Trotsky was conscious of its bleak prospects. On March 22nd, the very day when the workers of Shanghai were up in arms and Chiang Kai-shek's troops were entering the city, he remarked in his private papers that there was the danger that at the Central Committee they would turn the matter into a factional squabble instead of discussing it seriously. Regardless of this, the issue had to be posed. For how can one keep silent when nothing less than the head of the Chinese proletariat is at stake? The fact that the opposition applied itself to China so late and with so many mental reservations weakened its stand from the beginning. The policy which was in the next few weeks to produce the debacle had been pursued for at least 3 long years. Could hardly have been reversed within 2 or 3 weeks. Even as Trotsky was resolving that he could not keep silent when the head of the Chinese proletariat was at stake, that head was already under Chiang Kai-shek's hammer-blow. When the opposition then denounced Stalin and Bukharin as those responsible, they retorted by asking where the opposition had been and why it had kept silent during 3 long years. They plausibly suggested that the critics' indignation was spurious, that the opposition had been on the lookout for a debating point, and that it grasped at the Chinese issue as a drowning man grasps at a straw. The rejoinders were not wholly undeserved. Stalin further brought to light the inconsistencies in the opposition's attitude and exploited to the utmost the differences between Trotsky and his colleagues. This does not alter the fact that the opposition's criticisms, even if belated and half-hearted, were justified. As to Trotsky, throughout these fateful weeks, day after day he struggled with all his courage and energy for a last-minute revision of policy. His analyses of the situation were of crystalline clarity. His prognostications were faultless, and his warnings were like mighty alarm bells. Posterity can only marvel at the malignant complacency and willfulness with which the ruling factions shut their ears during these weeks, and throughout the rest of the year, when, amid many rapid shifts in China, Trotsky ceaselessly tried to induce them to salvage at least the wreckage of Chinese communism. At every stage they spurned his promptings, partly from political calculation and partly because they were bent on proving him wrong. When events proved him right and brought fresh disasters, they steered frantically and yet half-heartedly in the direction which he had favored but which it was already too late to take. And invariably they sought to justify themselves by heaping denunciation and abuse upon Trotskyism. It will not be out of place to survey here at least some of Trotsky's interventions. In his letter to the Politburo of March 31st, complaining that he had no access to reports from Soviet advisors and Comintern envoys, he pointed to the upsurge in China of the workers' movement and of communism as the dominant feature of this phase of the revolution. Why, he asked, did the party not call upon the workers to elect Soviets, at least in the main industrial centers such as Shanghai and Hankow? Why did it not encourage agrarian revolution? Why did it not seek to establish the closest cooperation between insurgent workers and peasants? This alone could save the revolution which, he insisted, was already confronted with the danger of a counter-revolutionary military coup. 3 days later, on April 3rd, he came out against an editorial statement in the Communist International to the effect that the crucial issue in China was the further development of the Kuomintang. This was exactly what was not the crucial issue, he replied. The Kuomintang could not lead the revolution to victory. Workers and peasants must be urgently organized in councils. Day in, day out, he protested against speeches by Kalinin, Rudzatak, and others, who asserted that all classes of Chinese society look upon the Kuomintang as upon their party and should give the Kuomintang government their wholehearted support. On April 5th, a week before the Shanghai crisis, he wrote emphatically that Chiang Kai-shek was preparing a quasi-Bonapartist or fascist coup and that only workers' councils could frustrate him. Such councils, Soviets, should first act as a counterbalance to the Kuomintang administration, and then, after a period of dual power, become the organs of insurrection and revolutionary government. On April 12th, the day of the Shanghai massacre, he wrote a scathing refutation of a eulogy of the Kuomintang which had appeared in Pravda. Its author, Martinov, had for 20 years been the most right-wing Menshevik, had joined the Communist Party only some years after the Civil War, and was now a leading light in the Comintern. In the next few days Trotsky wrote to Stalin, once more asking in vain to be shown the confidential reports from China. Grotesquely, on April 18th, a week after the Shanghai massacre, the Eastern Secretariat of the Comintern invited him to autograph, as other Soviet leaders did, a picture for Chiang Kai-shek as a token of friendship. He refused and rebuked with angry contempt the Comintern officials and their inspirers. By this time reports about the Shanghai butchery had reached Moscow. Stalin's and Bukharin's pleadings were still fresh in everyone's memory. Fortunately for them, the criticisms of the opposition had not become public knowledge. Only some party cadres, Comintern officials, and Chinese students in Moscow were aware of the controversy. Stalin and Bukharin did their best to belittle the events and presented them as an episodic setback to the Chinese Revolution. They were compelled, however, to modify their policy. The alliance with Chiang Kai-shek having lapsed, they instructed the Chinese Communists to attach themselves all the closer to the left Kuomintang, i.e. the Wuhan government, headed by Wang Qingwei. The left Kuomintang was temporarily in conflict with Chiang Kai-shek and anxious to benefit from communist support. Moscow readily granted it and pledged that Chun Tu-su and his comrades would refrain as before from provocative revolutionary action and submit to Wang Qingwei's discipline. Trotsky asserted that the new policy merely reproduced the old mistakes on a smaller scale. The communists should be encouraged to adopt at last a forward policy, to form workers' and peasants' councils, and to support with all their strength the rebellious peasantry in the south of China, where Chiang Kai-shek's writ did not run and they could still act. True, he saw the possibilities of revolutionary action as greatly reduced. Chiang Kai-shek's coup was, despite official attempts to belittle it, a basic shift from revolution to counter-revolution and a crushing blow to the urban revolutionary forces. But he assumed that Chiang Kai-shek had not succeeded in overwhelming the scattered and elusive agrarian movements, that the peasants' struggle for the land would go on, and that it might in time provide the stimulus for a revival of revolution in the towns. Communists should throw their full weight behind the agrarian movements. But to be able to do this, they must at last break with the Kuomintang, left as well as right, and pursue their own aims. On this point again, the Zinovivists disagreed. They still preferred the Chinese party to remain within the left Kuomintang. but they wished it to pursue an independent policy, in opposition to Wang Qingwei. Along these lines, the opposition argued its case in many statements, none of which saw the light. The opposition's return to the attack over China threw the ruling factions into a fever. Their predicament was grave, for never before had the futility of their policy been so glaringly revealed, and never before had their leaders so outrageously and ridiculously disgraced themselves. About the same time, another setback, minor by comparison, added to their embarrassment. The Anglo-Soviet Council broke up. The leaders of the British trade unions contracted out. In the diplomatic field, there was high tension between Britain and the Soviet Union. Yet another of the great hopes of official policy had vanished into thin air. The ruling factions made the most of this circumstance, however, precisely to divert attention from China and to block all discussion. They raised an outcry about the danger of war and intervention and created a state of public nervousness and national alarm, in which it was all too easy to damn the opposition as unpatriotic. Stalin cracked the whip, threw out fresh threats of expulsion, and used every means of moral pressure to silence his critics. At his prompting, Krupskaya begged Zinoviev and Kamenev not to make a row over China, and to remember that they might find themselves criticizing the party from the outside. The opposition wished to avoid the row. Trotsky and Zinoviev proposed that the Central Committee should meet and thrash out the differences in private, so that the discussion should not be reported even in the confidential bulletin which the Central Committee issued for the activists. Stalin, however, would have no debate even off the record, and the Politburo refused to call the meeting. Then, in the last week of May, Trotsky forced a debate at a session of the executive of the Comintern. He appealed from the Russian Party to the International. In doing so, he acted within his rights. The executive of the International was nominally the court of appeal before which any communist was entitled to lodge a complaint against his own party. Pravda, however, denounced the appeal beforehand as an act of disloyalty and a breach of discipline. The opposition, nevertheless, used the opportunity to subject to criticism the whole of the official policy at home as well as abroad, in Asia as well as in Europe. To strengthen its hands and protect itself against reprisals, or, as Trotsky put it, to spread the expected blow over many shoulders, the opposition staged a political demonstration similar to that the 46 had made in 1923. On the eve of the session, a group of 84 prominent party men declared their solidarity with Trotsky's and Zinoviev's views. Stalin could not indeed apply disciplinary measures immediately against Trotsky and Zinoviev without applying them also to the 84 and then to the 300, who signed the statement of solidarity. But their joint démarche enabled Stalin to claim that the opposition had broken its pledge and reconstituted itself as a faction. On May 24, Trotsky addressed the Comintern executive. Ironically, he had to begin with a protest against the executive's treatment of Zinoviev, its erstwhile president, who not so long ago had indicted him before this very executive. Zinoviev was now not even admitted to the session. Trotsky spoke of the intellectual weakness and uncertainty, which led Stalin and Bukharin to conceal from the International the truth about China and to denounce the opposition's appeal as a crime. The executive should publish its proceedings. The problems of the Chinese Revolution could not be stuck in a bottle and sealed up. It should beware of the grave dangers lurking in the regime of the International modeled on that of the Russian Party. Some foreign communist leaders were impatient with the opposition and imagined that the Russian Party and the International would resume normal life once Trotsky and Zinoviev had been disposed of. They were deluding themselves. The contrary will happen. On this road, there will be only further difficulties and further convulsions. No one in the International trusted himself to speak up for fear that criticism might harm the Soviet Union. But nothing was as harmful as lack of criticism. The Chinese debacle had proved it. Stalin and Bukharin were concerned mainly with self-justification and with covering up their disastrous mistakes. They claimed that they had foreseen it all and provided for all. Yet only a week before the crisis in Shanghai, Stalin had boasted at a party meeting that we would use the Chinese bourgeoisie and then throw it away like a squeezed lemon. This speech was never made public because a few days later the squeezed lemon seized power. Soviet advisors and Comintern envoys, especially Borodin, behaved as if they represented some sort of a Comintern. They hindered the independent policy of the proletariat, its independent organization, and especially the arming of the workers. Heaven forbid that arms in hand the workers should frighten away that great chimera of a national revolution which should embrace all classes of Chinese society. The Communist Party of China is a shackled party. Why has it not had, and why does it not have to this day, its own daily newspaper? Because the Kuomintang does not want it. But in this way the working class has been kept politically disarmed. While the executive was in session, the tension between Britain and the Soviet Union reached a critical point. The British police had raided the offices of the Soviet Trade Mission in London, and the British government broke off relations with Russia. Stalin exploited this circumstance. "I must state, comrades," he told the executive in conclusion of his speech, "that Trotsky has chosen for his attacks an all too inopportune moment. I have just received the news that the English conservative government has resolved to break off relations with the USSR. There is no need to prove that what is intended is a wholesale crusade against communists. The crusade has already started. Some threaten the party with war and intervention, others with a split. There comes into being something like a united front from Chamberlain to Trotsky. You need not doubt that we shall be able to break up this new front." He staked everything on the left Kuomintang as confidently as he had previously staked it on the right Kuomintang. Only blind people can deny the left Kuomintang the role of the organ of revolutionary struggle, the role of the organ of insurrection against feudal survivals and imperialism in China. He demanded, in effect, that the opposition should keep silent on pain of being charged with bringing aid and comfort to the enemy. This was not the first time that Stalin had made hints about a united front from Chamberlain to Trotsky. A few months earlier Pravda had done it anonymously. But for the first time now vague and anonymous insinuation was replaced by direct accusation. Here is Trotsky's rejoinder: "It would be manifestly absurd to believe that the opposition will renounce its views. Stalin has said that the opposition stands in one front with Chamberlain and Mussolini. To this I reply, nothing has facilitated Chamberlain's work as much as Stalin's false policy, especially in China. Not a single honest worker will believe the insane infamy about the united front of Chamberlain and Trotsky." In reply to Stalin's appeal in favor of the left Kuomintang, Trotsky said, "Stalin assumes and wants the International to assume responsibility for the policy of the Kuomintang and of the Wuhan government as he repeatedly assumed responsibility for the policy of Chiang Kai-shek. We have nothing in common with this. We do not want to assume even a shadow of responsibility for the conduct of the Wuhan government and the leadership of the Kuomintang, and we urgently advise the Comintern to reject this responsibility. We say directly to the Chinese peasants, the leaders of the left Kuomintang will inevitably betray you if you follow them, instead of forming your own independent Soviets. They will unite 10 times with Chiang Kai-shek against the workers and peasants." These exchanges were still going on in the Kremlin when in the remote south of China Trotsky's prediction was already coming true. In May there occurred the so-called Changsha coup. The Wuhan government in its turn set out to suppress trade unions, sent out troops to quell peasant risings, and struck at the communists. For almost a month the Soviet press kept silent about these events. The resolutions of the executive, dictated by Stalin and Bukharin, were grotesquely out of date even before they had come off the printing presses, and Stalin hastened to frame new instructions for the Chinese party. He still ordered it to remain within the left Kuomintang and go on supporting the Wuhan government, but he instructed it to protest against the employment of troops against the peasants and to advise the Wuhan government to seek the assistance of peasant councils in restraining the agrarian movement instead of resorting to arms. By now, however, the left Kuomintang was expelling communists from its ranks. Throughout June and July the breach between them deepened, and the stage was set for a reconciliation between the left Kuomintang and Chiang Kai-shek. At once the repercussions were felt in Moscow. Almost daily Trotsky protested against the suppression of information. Zinoviev asked that a party court should try Bukharin, who as editor of Pravda was responsible for the suppression. At last Zinoviev and Radek agreed to demand with Trotsky that the communists should contract out of the left Kuomintang. This was now pointless, for since the left Kuomintang had broken with the communists, there was nothing that even Stalin could do but to advise them to break with it. Stalin was in fact already preparing to carry out one of his major turns of policy and switch over to that ultra-left course which, towards the end of the year, was to lead the Chinese communists to stage, at the ebb of the revolution, the futile and bloody rising of Canton. In July he withdrew Borodin and Roy from China and sent out Lamanadze, a secretary of the Soviet Komsomol, and Heinz Neumann, a German communist, both without an inkling of Chinese affairs and both with a bent for putschism, to carry out a coup in the Chinese party. They branded Chun Tu-Su, the reluctant but loyal executor of Stalin's and Bukharin's orders, as the opportunist villain of the peace and made him the scapegoat for all failures. At home, Stalin went on playing up the danger of war and of an anti-communist crusade, and he intensified the drive against the opposition. He sent many chiefs of the opposition abroad on the pretext that they were needed for various diplomatic missions. Pyatakov, Preobrazhensky, and Vladimir Kossior had joined Rakovsky at the embassy in Paris. Kamenev was appointed ambassador to Mussolini. There could be no more frustrating and humiliating assignment for the former chairman of the Politburo. Antonov Evsenko was in Prague. Safarov, the Zinovivist leader of the Komsomol, was posted to Constantinople. Others were detailed to Austria, Germany, Persia, and Latin America. Thus, the leading group of the opposition was largely dispersed. One after another, the 84 were demoted, penalized, and, on the pretext of administrative appointments, shifted to remote provinces. Repression was all the less disguised and blunter the lower down it reached. Men of the rank and file were sacked and dispatched into the wilderness without any pretext. The opposition was exasperated and tried to defend itself, protesting against the veiled forms of deportation and exile. This was of no avail. The ruling factions saw in every one of the opposition's attempts at self-defense a new offense justifying fresh reprisals. Every complaint was received as another sign of malignant insubordination, and every cry or even whimper of protest as a call to revolt. So persistent were the Stalinists and Bukharinists in twisting the opposition's intentions and in making even its most timorous gestures appear as acts of unheard of defiance that in the end every such gesture did become an act of defiance, that the oppositionist had to be full of stubborn insubordination to lodge any complaint whatsoever, and that even a whimper of protest resounded like the clarion call of rebellion. Any incident, however trivial in itself, was now liable to arouse furious passions in the factions, to make their blood boil, and to shake party and government. One such incident was the meeting at the Yaroslavl station. About the middle of June, Smilga was ordered to leave Moscow and to take up a post at Khabarovsk, on the Manchurian frontier. The leader of the Baltic Fleet in the October Revolution, a distinguished political commissar in the Civil War, and an economist, Smilga was one of the most respected and popular chiefs of the Zinovivist faction. On the day of his departure from Moscow, several thousand oppositionists and their friends gathered at the Yaroslavl railway station to see him off and to demonstrate against the surreptitious victimization. The crowd was angry. The demonstration was unprecedented. It was staged in a public place, amid all the traffic normal at a great railway junction. Travelers and passers-by, non-party men, mingled with the demonstrators, overheard their unflattering remarks about the party leaders, and picked up their agitated exclamations. They also listened to Trotsky and Zinoviev, who made speeches. Because of these circumstances, the farewell to Smilga became the opposition's first public, though only half-premeditated, demonstration against the ruling group. Trotsky, aware of the delicacy of the situation, addressed the crowd in a restrained manner. He made no reference to the inter-party conflict. He did not, it seems, even allude to the cause of the manifestation. Instead, he spoke gravely about the international tension and the threat of war and about the allegiance which all good Bolsheviks and citizens owed the party. The ruling group nevertheless charged Trotsky and Zinoviev with making an attempt to carry the inter-party controversy beyond the party. Humble oppositionists who were found to have been present at the Yaroslavl station were expelled from the cells without ado. The excitement over the incident lasted throughout the summer, against the background of a continuing war scare which led to a run on food shops. This is the worst crisis since the revolution, Trotsky declared in a letter to the Central Committee on June 27. He referred to the war scare and its adverse effects, and he pointed out that if the Central Committee believed the danger to be as imminent as its agitators made it out, then this was one reason more why the committee should review its policy and restore normal relations, the Leninist regime, within the party. The opportunity for this, he pointed out, was close at hand. The Central Committee was preparing a new Congress of the party, Let it then open a free pre-Congress debate and bring back all the virtually banished adherents of the opposition and allow them to take part. Even before his appeal had reached its destination, the press spoke again about the opposition's collusion with foreign imperialists. On the next day, Trotsky again addressed himself to the Central Committee, saying inter alia that Stalin evidently aimed at the physical annihilation of the opposition. The further road of the Stalinist group is mechanically predetermined. Today they falsify our words. Tomorrow they will falsify our deeds. The Stalinist group will be compelled, and it will be compelled very soon, to use against the opposition all those means that the class enemy used against the Bolsheviks in July 1917, during the month of the Great Slander, when Lenin had to flee from Petrograd. They would speak about sealed cars, foreign gold, conspiracies, and see. This is whither Stalin's course is leading, to this and all the consequences. Only the blind do not see it. Only the Pharisee will not admit it. Stalin indignantly denied that he was out to annihilate his critics. Shortly thereafter, however, he made up his mind to have the leaders of the opposition arraigned before the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission. These two bodies acted jointly as the party's supreme tribunal. A demand for the exclusion of Zinoviev and Trotsky from the Central Committee was placed before them. This was to be the penultimate disciplinary measure before their expulsion from the party. In principle, only a Congress which elected the members of the Central Committee could deprive them of their seats. But the 1921 ban on factions gave that power also to the party's supreme tribunal, enabling it, in the intervals between Congresses, to depose members who had infringed the ban. About the end of June, the indictment of the two opposition chiefs, by Yaroslavsky and Shkiriatov, had been lodged. It contained only 2 counts: Trotsky's and Zinoviev's appeal from the Russian party to the executive of the International, and the demonstration at the Yaroslavl station. Both charges were so flimsy that in 4 months the tribunal, fervent Stalinists and Bukharinists to a man, could find no sufficient ground for a verdict. As the proceedings dragged on, Stalin's impatience grew. He was bent on extracting a verdict of expulsion before he convened the 15th Congress. As long as the chiefs of the opposition sat on the Central Committee, they were ex officio entitled to present to the Congress full criticisms of official policy, and even to offer formal counter-reports, as Zinoviev and Kamenev had done at the last Congress. They could therefore reveal the whole truth about China and place it in the center of an open debate conducted in the hearing of the nation and the world. Stalin could not afford to take this risk. For this and for other reasons, events compelled him again to shift his ground in domestic policy as well, and thus to admit implicitly his failures. Stalin had to do his utmost to deny Trotsky and Zinoviev the platform of the Congress. For this he had first to expel them from the Central Committee. Once he had done so, he could be sure that the excited attention of the Congress would be absorbed by the inter-party cabal rather than by the Chinese debacle and other issues of policy, and that the chiefs of the opposition would appear at the Congress, if at all, only as defendants appealing against a degrading verdict. The Congress was convened for November. He had to make the most of his time. On July 24, Trotsky appeared for the first time before the Presidium of the Central Control Commission to answer the charges. It was 5 years since he himself had indicted the workers' opposition before the same body. The man who had then been in the chair, Soles, an old and respected Bolshevik, whom, in Lenin's days, some described as the party's conscience, now sat as a Stalinist among Trotsky's judges. Presiding over the proceedings was the hot-tempered, yet in his way honest and even generous Orjonikidze, Stalin's countryman and friend, to whose expulsion from the party Trotsky had objected when Lenin insisted on it because of Orjonikidze's behavior in Georgia in 1922. Yaroslavsky and Shkiriatov, Trotsky's accusers, were also among the members of the Presidium. Another judge was one Yen Sun, whom the Control Commission had in the past censured for an excess of anti-Trotskyist zeal. The rest were likewise stalwarts of the ruling factions. Trotsky could not expect them to consider his case fairly. Indeed, he began his plea by denouncing their partiality and demanding that at least Yen Sun be disqualified. Yet even these men came to their job dispirited, their hearts in their mouths. They, as well as the defendant, went back in their thoughts to the French Revolution and were haunted by memories of Jacobin purges. Across 130 years, the sepulchral cry of the condemned Danton, "After me it will be your turn, Robespierre," rang in their ears. Shortly before the opening of the proceedings, Soles, conversing with one of Trotsky's associates and trying to show him how pernicious was the opposition's role, said, "What does this lead to? You know the history of the French Revolution, and to what this led, to arrests and to the guillotine. Is it your intention then to guillotine us?" The oppositionist asked, to which Soles replied, "Don't you think that Robespierre was sorry for Danton when he sent him to the guillotine? And then Robespierre had to go himself. Do you think he was not sorry? Indeed he was, yet he had to do it." Judges and defendants alike saw the giant and bloody blade above their heads, but as if gripped by fatality they were unable to avert what was coming, and each, hesitantly or even tremblingly, went on doing what he had to do to hasten its descent. Trotsky replied briefly to the two formal charges laid against him. He denied the court the right to sit in judgment over him for a speech he had delivered before the executive of the International. He would similarly deny any district commission the right to try him for anything he had said at the Central Committee. His judges, the leading bodies of the party, acknowledged themselves to be subject to the International's authority. As to the second charge, the farewell demonstration for Smilga, the ruling group denied that it had intended to penalize Smilga. But if Smilga's assignment to Khabarovsk was a matter of administrative routine, then how dare you say that our collective farewell to him was a collective demonstration against the Central Committee? If, however, the assignment was a veiled form of banishment, then you are guilty of duplicity. These trifling accusations were mere pretexts. The ruling group was determined to hound the opposition and prepare its physical annihilation. Hence the war scare produced in order to intimidate and silence critics. We declare that we shall continue to criticize the Stalinist regime as long as you have not physically sealed our lips. That regime threatened to undermine all the conquests of the October Revolution. The oppositionists had nothing in common with those old-time patriots, for whom Tsar and fatherland were one. Already they had been accused of giving aid and comfort to the British Tories. Yet they had every right to turn the accusation against the accusers. Stalin and Bukharin, by backing the Anglo-Soviet Council, had indeed indirectly helped Chamberlain, and their allies, the leaders of the British trade unions, had in all essentials backed Chamberlain's foreign policy, including the rupture of relations with the USSR. At the party cells, official agitators asked suggestive questions, worthy of the Black Hundreds, about the sources from which the opposition obtained means for carrying on with its activity. If you were really a Central Control Commission, you would feel bound in duty to put an end to this dirty, abominable, contemptible, and characteristically Stalinist campaign. If the ruling group were genuinely concerned with the nation's security, they would not have dismissed the best military workers, Smilga, Mrachkovsky, Lashevich, Bakiyev, and Muralov, only because they were adherents of the opposition. This was a time to assuage the conflicts within the party, not to aggravate them. The drive against the opposition had its origin in a rising tide of reaction. Having surveyed the major questions at issue, Trotsky wound up with a forceful evocation of the French Revolution. He referred to the conversation quoted above between Soles and an oppositionist. He said that he agreed with Soles that they all ought to consult anew the annals of the French Revolution. But it was necessary to use the historical analogy correctly. During the Great French Revolution, many were guillotined. We, too, brought many people before the firing squad. But there were two great chapters in the French Revolution. One went like this, the speaker points upwards. The other like that, he points downwards. In the first chapter, when the revolution moved upwards, the Jacobins, the Bolsheviks of that time, guillotined the Royalists and Girondists. We, too, have gone through a similar great chapter when we, the oppositionists, together with you shot the White Guards and exiled our Girondists. But then another chapter opened in France when the Thermidorians and the Bonapartists, who had emerged from the right wing of the Jacobin party, began to exile and shoot the left Jacobins. I would like Comrade Soles to think out his analogy to the end and to answer for himself first of all this question. Which chapter is it in which Soles is preparing to have us shot? Commotion in the hall. This is no laughing matter. Revolution is a serious business. None of us is scared of firing squads. We are all old revolutionaries. But we must know who it is that is to be shot and what chapter it is that we are in. When we did the shooting, we knew firmly what chapter we were in. But do you, Comrade Soles, see clearly in which chapter you are preparing to shoot us? I fear that you are about to do so in the Thermidorian chapter. He went on to explain that his adversaries were mistaken in imagining that he called them names. The Thermidorians were not deliberate counter-revolutionaries. They were Jacobins, but Jacobins who had moved to the right. Do you think that on the very next day after 9 Thermidor they said to themselves, "We have now transferred power into the hands of the bourgeoisie"? Nothing of the kind. Look up the newspapers of that time. They said, "We have destroyed a handful of people who disturbed the peace in the party, and now after their destruction the revolution will triumph completely." If Comrade Souls has any doubts about it, Souls, you are practically repeating my own words. Trotsky. I shall read to you what was said by Breval, a right Jacobin and Thermidorian, when he reported on that session of the convention which had resolved to hand over Robespierre and his associates to the Revolutionary Tribunal. Intriguers and counter-revolutionaries draping themselves with the togas of patriotism, they had sought the destruction of liberty, and the convention decreed to place them under arrest. They were Robespierre, Couthon, Saint-Just, Libas, and Robespierre the Younger. The chairman asked what my opinion was. I replied, "Those who had always voted in accordance with the principles of the Mountain voted for imprisonment. I did more. I am one of those who proposed this measure. Moreover, as secretary, I hasten to sign and to transmit to you this decree of the convention." That is how the report was made by a Souls of that time. Robespierre and his associates, these were the counter-revolutionaries. Those who had always voted in accordance with the principles of the Mountain meant, in the language of that time, those who had always been Bolsheviks. Breval considered himself an old Bolshevik. As secretary I hasten to sign and to transmit to you this decree of the convention. Today, too, there are secretaries who hasten to sign and transmit. Today, too, there are such secretaries. The Thermidorians, too, Trotsky went on, had struck at the left Jacobins amid cries of la patrie en danger. Convinced that Robespierre and his friends were only isolated individuals, they did not understand that they struck against the deepest revolutionary forces of their age, forces opposed to the Jacobin neo-NEP and Bonapartism. They branded Robespierre and his friends as aristocrats. And did we not hear today the same cry, aristocrat, from the lips of Yensun addressed to me? They stigmatized the left Jacobins as Pitt's agents, just as the Stalinists denounced the opposition as the agents of Chamberlain, that modern pocket edition of Pitt. The odor of the second chapter now assails one's nostrils. The party regime stifles everyone who struggles against Thermidor. The worker, the man of the mass, has been stifled in the party. The rank and file is silent. Such had also been the condition of the Jacobin clubs in their decay. An anonymous reign of terror was instituted there. Silence was compulsory. The 100% vote and abstention from all criticism were demanded. It was obligatory to think in accordance with orders received from above. Men were compelled to stop thinking that the party was a living and independent organism, not a self-sufficient machine of power. The Jacobin clubs, the crucibles of revolution, became the nurseries of Napoleon's future bureaucracy. We should learn from the French Revolution. But is it really necessary to repeat it? Shouts. Not all was lost yet, however. Despite grave differences, a split could still be avoided. There was still a gigantic revolutionary potential in our party, the stock of ideas and traditions inherited from Lenin. You have squandered a great deal of this capital, you have replaced much of it with cheap substitutes, but a good deal of pure gold still remains. This was an age of stupendous shifts, of sharp and rapid turns, and the scene might yet suddenly become transformed. But you dare not hide the facts, for sooner or later they will become known anyway. You cannot hide the victories and the defeats of the working class. If only the party were allowed to ponder the facts and to form its opinion freely, the present crisis could be overcome. Let the ruling group therefore take no rash and irreparable decision. Beware, lest you should find yourself saying later, "We parted company with those whom we should have preserved, and we preserved those from whom we should have parted." It is impossible to read these words without recalling the cold shiver running down one's spine, of which the young Trotsky spoke in 1904 when, at the threshold of his career, he thought of the future of Lenin's party and compared it with the fate of the Jacobins. The same cold shiver ran down his spine 23 years later. In 1904 he had written that a Jacobin tribunal would have tried under the charge of moderatism the whole international labor movement, and Marx's lion head would have been the first to roll under the guillotine. Now he himself fought with a lion's courage for his own head before the Bolshevik tribunal. In 1904 he had been disgusted with Lenin's malicious and morally repulsive suspiciousness, a flat caricature of the tragic Jacobin intolerance. Now he invoked Lenin's ideas against the intolerance and the malicious and morally repulsive suspiciousness of Lenin's successors. But his view of Jacobinism was almost diametrically opposed to the one he had voiced in his youth. Then he saw Jacobinism as incompatible with Marxist socialism. These were two opposed worlds, doctrines, tactics, mentalities. For Jacobinism meant an absolute faith in a metaphysical idea and absolute distrust of living people, while Marxism appealed in the first instance to the class consciousness of the working masses. And so in 1904 he demanded a clear choice between the two, because the Jacobin method, if revived, would consist in placing above the proletariat a few well-picked people, or one person invested with the power to liquidate and degrade. Now he confronted these few well-picked people and the one person acquiring the power to liquidate and degrade. But his main charge against them was not that they acted in the Jacobin spirit, but, on the contrary, that they worked to destroy it. Now he dwelt on the affinity of Marxism and Jacobinism, and he identified himself and his adherents with Robespierre's group, and it was he who turned the charge of modernism against Stalin and Bukharin. Thus the conflict of the two souls in Bolshevism, the Marxist and the Jacobin, a conflict which we first noticed in 1904, and which underlay all Bolshevik affairs in recent years, now caused Trotsky to view Jacobinism from an angle altogether opposed to that from which he had first approached it. This conflict was in varying degrees characteristic for all Bolshevik factions. Curiously, they all appeared to identify themselves with the same aspect of Jacobinism. While Trotsky compared his own attitude with Robespierre's and saw his adversaries as moderatists, Souls and others with him saw Stalin as the new Robespierre and Trotsky as the new Danton. In truth, as events were to show, the alignments and divisions were far more complex and confused. What Jacobinism and Bolshevism had in common was substitutism. Each of the two parties had placed itself at the head of society, but could not rely for the realization of its program on the willing support of society. Like the Jacobins, the Bolsheviks could not trust that their verite would win the hearts and the minds of the people. They too looked around with morbid suspicion and saw enemies creeping from every crevice. They too had to draw a sharp dividing line between themselves and the rest of the world because every attempt to blur the line threatened to release inner centrifugal forces. And they too were drawing it with the edge of the guillotine, and having destroyed their enemies outside their own ranks began to see enemies in their own midst. Yet, as a Marxist, Trotsky reiterated now what he had first said in 1904, the party must see the guarantee of its stability in its own base, in an active and self-reliant proletariat, and not in its top caucus, which the revolution may suddenly sweep away with its wings. He cried out again that any serious group, when it is confronted by the dilemma whether it should, from a sense of discipline, silently efface itself or, regardless of discipline, struggle for survival, will undoubtedly choose the latter course, and say, perish that discipline which suppresses the vital interests of the movement. Before the end of July, the party tribunal dispersed without passing a verdict on Trotsky and Zinoviev. The majority of the judges still appeared to be as sorry for them as Robespierre had been sorry for Danton. Stalin, however, pressed for a decision. With every day, the consequences of his colossal blunders were becoming clearer. The final collapse of the Chinese Revolution threatened to discredit him. The Anglo-Soviet Council had finally ceased to exist. Its British members had not uttered even a word of protest against the rupture of relations between Britain and Russia. At home, the war scare and the run on shops had led to another goods famine. The peasantry was restless. There was reason to fear that it would not deliver enough food to the towns in the autumn. So far, Stalin had been able to conceal his responsibility. He had managed to suppress all the warnings and predictions made by his opponents. Almost every one of Trotsky's recent speeches might have exploded his laboriously acquired and still precarious authority. But he had not allowed Trotsky's voice to penetrate through the thick walls of the Kremlin and gain resonance outside. However, the date of the 15th Congress was approaching, and with it Trotsky's and Zinoviev's opportunity to state their case. The whole country would listen. It would be impossible to suppress speeches made at a Congress in the way criticisms uttered at the Central Committee were concealed. At any cost, Stalin had to deprive them of this opportunity. He had yet another reason for haste. He had to reckon with strains within the ruling coalition. The rightist policy of recent years was nearing exhaustion. It was increasingly difficult to maintain it abroad, in the Comintern. At home also everything pointed to the need for a change of policy, and although its possible scope was far from evident, it was clear that the change would require of the party a more radical attitude towards the peasantry and a bolder course in industry. On all these issues Stalinists and Bukharinists had hitherto patched up their differences so as to be able to present a common front to the opposition. But the moment was drawing close when it might become difficult to patch them up any longer and a breach might follow. Yet Stalin could not turn against Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky as long as he had not concluded his struggle against Trotsky and Zinoviev. He could not confront two oppositions simultaneously, especially as a change of policy would appear to many a vindication of Trotsky's and Zinoviev's views. He had to crush the joint opposition and free his hands as soon as possible. He lashed out with redoubled vehemence after Trotsky had made his so-called Clemenceau statements, first on July 11th in a letter to Orjonikidze, and then again before the end of the month in an article which he submitted to Pravda. Referring to the war scare, Trotsky had repeatedly declared that if war came, the leaders of the ruling factions would prove themselves incompetent and unequal to their task, and that the opposition would, in the interest of defense, continue to oppose them and seek to take over the direction of the war. These declarations brought on Trotsky charges of disloyalty and defeatism. In refutation, he explained that the opposition stood for the unconditional defense of the USSR, and that in war it would seek to replace the ruling factions precisely in order to pursue hostilities with the utmost vigor and clear-headedness which could not be expected from those who now led the party. Only ignoramuses and scoundrels could from their rubbish heaps blame this attitude as defeatist. This was, on the contrary, an attitude dictated by genuine concern over defense. Victory is not obtained from the rubbish heap. And here came the much disputed Clemenceau statement. One may find examples, and quite instructive ones, in the history of other social classes. Trotsky wrote to Orjonikidze, "We shall cite only one. At the beginning of the imperialist war, i.e. of the First World War, the French bourgeoisie had at its head a blundering government, a government without rudder and sail. Clemenceau and his group were in opposition to it. Regardless of war and military censorship, regardless even of the fact that the Germans stood 80 kilometers from Paris, Clemenceau said, precisely because of this, he waged a furious struggle against the government's petty bourgeois irresolution and flabbiness, for the prosecution of the war with truly imperialist ferocity and ruthlessness. Clemenceau did not betray his class, the bourgeoisie. On the contrary, he served it more faithfully, firmly, resolutely, and wisely than did Viviani, Painlev and company. The further course of events proved this. Clemenceau's group took office, and by means of a more consistent policy, his was a policy of imperialist robbery, secured victory. Did any French journalistic scribes label Clemenceau's group defeatist? Of course they did. Fools and slanderers trail along in the camp of every social class. Not always, however, do they have the same opportunity to play important roles. This then was the example which Trotsky declared he would follow, an example, it may be added, which early in the Second World War Churchill followed in his opposition to Chamberlain. The retort came at once. The Stalinists and Bukharinists raised an outcry that Trotsky threatened to stage a coup d'état in the middle of war, while the enemy might be standing less than 80 kilometers from the Kremlin. What other proof of his disloyalty was needed? About the same time, a group of army leaders addressed to the Politburo a secret statement expressing solidarity with the opposition and criticizing Voroshilov, the Commissar of War, for military incompetence. Among the signatories were, apart from Muralov, until recently Chief Army Inspector Putna, Yacker, and other generals who were to perish in the Tukhachevsky purge 10 years later. The ruling factions took the démarche of the military as an earnest of the opposition's intentions. The hue and cry about the Clemenceau statement lasted till the end of the year, till Trotsky's banishment, and it was to echo for many years afterwards. It was cited whenever Trotsky's treachery was to be shown up. Very few were those party men who knew what the Clemenceau statement was about. Most understood it in fact as Trotsky's threat to turn the next war into civil war, if not as an actual prelude to a coup. that he had meant to utter no such threat and that the precedent he invoked had not implied one did not matter. Few, very few Bolsheviks had any idea what it was that the French tiger had done and by what means he had seized power. To Trotsky the reference to Clemenceau occurred naturally. It was in Paris he himself had watched Clemenceau's struggle 10 years earlier. But the precedent was remote, obscure, and therefore sinister to the public, to the great majority of the Central Committee, and even to the members of the new Politburo, among whom hardly anyone, apart from Bukharin, had any knowledge of French affairs. This is how Trotsky himself describes satirically the dazed nescience with which the Central Committee received his analogy. From my article, Molotov had first learned many things which he then reported to the Central Committee as terrible prima facie evidence of these insurrectionist designs. And so Molotov learned that during the war there was in France a politician called Clemenceau, that politician waged a struggle against the French government of the time in order to force a more determined and ruthless imperialist policy. Stalin then explained to Molotov, and Molotov expounded to us the real sense of that precedent. On the example set by Clemenceau's group, the opposition intends to fight for another policy of socialist defense, and that means an insurrectionist policy like that which the left social revolutionaries adopted in 1918. It was all too easy to frighten with the mysterious conundrum the cells, first in Moscow and then in the provinces, whence the clamor rose that it was time to render the opposition harmless. On August 1st, the Central Control Commission and the Central Committee again considered the motion calling for Trotsky's expulsion. Once again Stalin, Bukharin, and others railed in good set terms and read out interminable indictments in which they brought up every detail of Trotsky's political past, beginning with 1903, and showed it in the darkest colors. Even the long-forgotten charges made once in 1919 by the military opposition, namely, that during the Civil War Trotsky was the enemy of the communists in the army and ordered brave and innocent commissars to be shot, were brought up afresh. This time, however, the Clemenceau statement provided the gravamen of the indictment, which was that the opposition could not be depended upon to behave loyally in war and to contribute to the defense of the Soviet Union. In reply, Trotsky recalled the paramount responsibility he had borne over many years for the party's defense policy and for formulating the Communist International's views on war and peace. He attacked Stalin's and Bukharin's reliance for defense on broken reeds, or, as he put it, on rotten ropes and rotten props. Had they not hailed the Anglo-Soviet Council as a bulwark against intervention and war, and had this not turned out a rotten prop? Was their alliance with the Kuomintang not a rotten rope? Had they not weakened the Soviet Union by sabotaging the Chinese Revolution? Voroshilov had stated that the peasant revolution in China might have interfered with the northern expedition of the generals. But this was precisely how Chiang Kai-shek viewed the matter. For the sake of a military expedition you have put a brake on the revolution, as if the revolution were not itself an expedition of the oppressed against the oppressors. You came out against the building of Soviets in the army's rear, as if the revolution were the rear of an army, and you did it in order not to disorganize the hinterland of the very same generals who 2 days later crushed the workers and the peasants in their rear. Such a speech by Voroshilov, the Commissar of Defense and a member of the Politburo, was in itself a catastrophe, equivalent to a lost battle. In case of war, the rotten ropes will fall to pieces in your hands, and this was why the opposition could not forbear criticizing the Stalinist leadership. But would criticism not weaken the moral standing of the USSR? To pose the question thus was worthy of the Papal Church or of feudal generals. The Catholic Church demands unquestioning recognition of its authority by the faithful. The revolutionary gives his support while criticizing, and the more undeniable his right to criticize the greater in time of struggle is his devotion to the creative development and strengthening of that in which he is a direct participant. What we need is not a hypocritical union sacrée but honest revolutionary unity. Nor was victory in war primarily a matter of arms. Men had to wield the arms and men were inspired by ideas. What then was the idea underlying Bolshevik defense policy? It might be possible to secure victory in one of two ways, either by waging war in a spirit of revolutionary internationalism, as the opposition proposed to do, or by waging it in the Thermidorian style, but this meant victory for the Kulak, further suppression of the worker, and capitalism on the installment plan. Stalin's policy was neither the one nor the other. He vacillated between the alternatives. But war would brook no irresolution. It would force the Stalinist group to make a choice. In any case, the Stalinist group, itself not knowing whither it was going, could not secure victory. At this point of Trotsky's speech, the record notes that an exclamation of eager assent came from Zinoviev, but that Trotsky stopped to correct himself. Instead of saying that Stalin's leadership was incapable of assuring victory, he stated that it would make victory more difficult. But where would the party be? Molotov interjected. You have strangled the party, Trotsky thundered back. And he repeated again with deliberation that under Stalin victory would prove more difficult. The opposition, therefore, could not identify the defense of the USSR with the defense of Stalinism. Not a single oppositionist will renounce his right and duty to fight for the correction of the party's course on the eve of war or during war. Therein lies the most important prerequisite of victory. To sum up, for the socialist fatherland? Yes. For the Stalinist course? No. After the Second World War, these prophecies were as if lost in the blaze of Stalin's triumphs. Stalin did, after all, secure Russia's victory. And the sequel showed no similarity to capitalism on the installment plan. However, Trotsky spoke at the height of NEP when Russia was still one of the industrially most backward nations, when private farming predominated in the country, when the Kulak was growing in strength, and when the party was still a whirlpool of conflicting trends. And he spoke conditionally about a danger of war which the ruling factions claimed to be imminent. One can only speculate about the course which a war fought against this background might have taken and how Stalin might have fared in it. At any rate, against such a background, Trotsky's assessment of the prospects was far more plausible than it appears when it is related to the Soviet Union of the years 1941–5. Yet, even after the Second World War, Stalinism endeavored to overcome the tensions inside the Soviet Union by a forcible expansion of its rule into Eastern and Central Europe. It might be argued that the alternative to expansion was precisely that capitalism on the installment plan, inside the Soviet Union of which Trotsky had spoken. And even in the light of victory, Trotsky's strictures on Stalin's and Voroshilov's incompetence do not appear altogether groundless. In 1941, in the very first months of Russo-German hostilities, Voroshilov fumbled and bungled so badly that as a general he could never raise his head again. As to Stalin, the General Secretary of 1927, had as yet little of that empirical military knowledge and experience that the dictator of the later period had gathered in long years of absolute rule. And, although Stalin's role in the Second World War is, and will for a long time to come remain, the subject of historical controversy, it seems nevertheless established that victory was indeed more difficult under Stalin than it need perhaps have been, that under a leadership more farsighted than his the Soviet Union might not have suffered as severe initial defeats as those of 1941–2, and that it might not have needed to pay for its final triumph the prodigious price in human life and wealth which it did pay. The weakness of Trotsky's attitude lay not in what he said against his adversaries. It lay elsewhere, in the manner in which he envisaged the opposition's action in war. That there was not a shred of defeatism in it is obvious. But how did he imagine himself acting the Soviet Clemenceau? He returned to this question on August 6, when the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission continued to debate the motion for his expulsion. It was preposterous, he said, to charge him with incitement to insurrection. Clemenceau had not staged any insurrection or coup, or acted in any unconstitutional manner. He overthrew the government he opposed and himself assumed office in a most lawful way, using for this purpose the machinery of parliament. But the Soviet Union, it might be said, had no such parliamentary machinery? Yes, Trotsky rejoined. Fortunately, we do not have it. How then could any opposition overthrow any government constitutionally? But we do have, Trotsky went on, we do have the machinery of our party. The opposition, in other words, would act within the party statutes and seek to overthrow Stalin by a vote at the Central Committee or perhaps at a Congress. But had not Trotsky himself repeatedly said and demonstrated that the party's nominal constitution was a sham and that its real constitution was Stalin's bureaucratic absolutism? Did not events daily prove this to be true? That, Trotsky replied, was why the opposition strove to reform the inter-party regime. In case of war, too, the party ought to preserve or rather to restore a more supple, a sounder, and a healthier inner regime which would make it possible to criticize in time, to warn in time, to change policy in time. The ruling factions, however, made no bones about it. They would allow no such reform and permit no change in the leadership by any constitutional method. With this in mind, they viewed Trotsky's declaration, and they concluded that as he would not be able to overthrow Stalin by means of any parliamentary procedure or vote, he would have to resort to a coup d'état. From their viewpoint, they were in a sense consistent in regarding his Clemenceau statement as a proclamation of the opposition's right to insurrection. Even though he had not in fact proclaimed that right, he was to do it in exile 8 or 9 years hence, and the ruling factions realized that it was inherent in the situation, which they had created, that he should proclaim it. With even greater logic, Trotsky charged that it was they who threatened to perpetuate their hold on the party and maintain themselves in power by measures of civil war, and that they were preparing to use such measures against the opposition. And indeed, in raising the clamor against the Clemenceau statement, Stalin was out to establish indirectly the principle, which Bolshevik tradition did not allow him to proclaim openly, that his rule was inviolable and inalienable, and that any attempt to replace it was tantamount to counter-revolution. This was the issue which underlay the affair. The storm over the Clemenceau statement revealed the width, the depth, and the unbridgeability of the gulf between the ruling group and the opposition. By force of circumstances, the language in which they addressed each other was already the language of civil war. Yet even now the party tribunal, deliberating for the second month over Trotsky's expulsion, still demurred at passing the verdict. For once Stalin had run ahead of his followers and associates. They were not yet quite ready to do his bidding. Still entangled in shreds of old loyalties, still thinking of their adversaries as comrades, still worried about niceties of party statutes, and anxious to preserve appearances of Bolshevik decorum, they sought once again to come to terms with the opposition. The latter were only too glad to meet them halfway, and so Trotsky and Zinoviev tried to calm the emotions aroused by the Clemenceau statement with a declaration of the opposition's loyalty to party and state and of its commitment to the unconditional defense of the Soviet Union in any emergency. A new truce was arranged, and on August 8 the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission concluded their deliberations, ignoring the motion for expulsion and content to pass no more than a vote of censure on the chiefs of the opposition. For the moment it looked as if the opposition would be able to participate in the 15th Congress and there make another appeal to the party. The leaders prepared a full and systematic statement of policy, a platform such as they had never before been able to present. The platform was thrashed out in opposition circles, carefully amended and supplemented. However, matters had long since gone beyond the point at which normalization might have been possible. This was the last truce, and it was even more short-lived than the previous one. The ruling factions had hesitantly agreed to it on the tacit understanding that the leaders of the opposition, having narrowly escaped punishment, would hold their fire. This was not how the latter understood their obligation. They felt entitled to go on with what to them was normal expression of opinion and criticism, especially in the months preceding a Congress, the season for an all-party debate. Stalin and his closest henchmen did what they could to nullify the truce. He exacerbated the opposition by continuing, with and without pretext, to penalize and banish its adherents. He laid the blame at the opposition's door, saying that it had broken the truce by preparing its platform, by refusing to join in a condemnation of its sympathizers in Germany, and seeing that he was behind schedule in his drive, he delayed the 15th Congress by a month. On September 6, Trotsky and his friends approached the Politburo and the Central Committee and pointed out that the General Secretariat was pursuing its own policy, one which did not even accord with that of the Stalinist-Bucharinist majority, and they submitted a detailed report on the new persecution and a protest against the postponement of the Congress. Trotsky asked once again for a loyal pre-Congress debate with the participation of the banished oppositionists. He also demanded that the Central Committee should, in accordance with a custom honored in the past, publish the opposition's platform and circulate it, together with all the official documentation, among the party electorate. After fierce and relentless interventions by Stalin, the Central Committee rejected the opposition's complaints and refused to publish the platform as part of the papers for discussion. Moreover, it forbade the opposition to circulate the document by its own means. This was, of course, a new bone of contention. For the opposition to observe the fresh ban was to surrender ignominiously, perhaps forever. But to snap their fingers at it was also risky, for the platform would then have to be produced and circulated clandestinely or semi-clandestinely. The opposition resolved to take the risk, to protect itself against reprisals, to spread the blow once again, And also to impress the Congress, Trotsky and Zinoviev called on their adherents to sign the platform en masse. The collection of signatures was to reveal the size of the opposition's following. And so the campaign was from the outset a trial of strength in a form the opposition had not hitherto dared to undertake. Stalin could not allow this to go on undisturbed. On the night of 12 to 13 September, the GPU raided the opposition's printing shop, arrested several men engaged in producing the platform, and announced with a flourish that it had discovered a conspiracy. The GPU maintained that they had caught the oppositionists red-handed, working hand in glove with notorious counter-revolutionaries, and that a former officer of Wrangel's White Guards had set up the opposition's printing shop. On the day of the raid, Trotsky had left for the Caucasus. But several leaders of the opposition, Preobrazhensky, Mrachkovsky, and Serebryakov, attempted to come forward with a refutation and declared that they assumed full responsibility for the printing shop and the publication of the platform. All three were immediately expelled from the party, and one of them, Mrachkovsky, was imprisoned. This was the first time that such punishment was inflicted on prominent men of the opposition. The incident foreshadowed the amalgams on which the great purges of the next decade were to be based. The GPU revelations were calculated to impress all those who had listened incredulously to Stalin's asseverations about the united front from Chamberlain to Trotsky. If the consciences of such people were uneasy, and if they wondered whether that united front was not a figment of Stalin's imagination, the story of the uncovered plot was there to reassure them. The native figure of the Wrangel officer appeared as a link between the opposition and the dark forces of world imperialism. The doubting and the confused received a clear warning. They were shown the net in which they might get entangled once they undertook or merely condoned any form of activity directed against the official leaders, no matter how innocent that activity appeared at first sight. The blow was well aimed. By the time the opposition managed to show up the GPU revelations as a fake, the harm had been done. Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Trotsky. He had interrupted his stay in the Caucasus and returned to Moscow, intervened with Menzhinsky, the head of the GPU since Dzerzhinsky's death, and cleared up the farcical circumstances of the plot. The GPU had caught members of the opposition duplicating typewritten copies of the platform. The opposition, it transpired, did not even possess a clandestine printing shop of the kind that every underground group had operated in Tsarist days. A few young men had volunteered to do the typing and duplicating. True, some of them were not party members, but this was their only fault. Stalin was later unable to find for them a label more damaging than bourgeois intellectuals. A former Wrangel officer had indeed helped in the work and promised to assist in circulating the platform. But Menzhinsky admitted, first to Trotsky and Kamenev and then to the Central Committee, that the GPU had employed the officer as an agent provocateur, and that his particular job had been to spy on the opposition. Stalin himself confirmed the disclosure and said, "But what is wrong with this former Wrangel officer helping the Soviet government to unearth counter-revolutionary plots? Who can deny Soviet authorities the right to win over ex-officers and use them to uncover counter-revolutionary organizations?" Thus Stalin first pointed to the Wrangel officer as proof positive of the counter-revolutionary character of the opposition's activity, and then went on to say that he saw no reason why he should not have used the officer to provide the proof. The opposition cried out, "Our enemies, persecutors, and slanderers," but it did not recover from the effects of the slander. Trotsky had returned in haste to Moscow not only because of this affair. While he was in the Caucasus, the Presidium of the Comintern unexpectedly announced that it was due to meet before the end of September and that it had placed on its agenda Trotsky's expulsion from the executive of the International. He appeared before the executive on September 27 to speak for the last time, with scorn and passion, to the envoys of all communist parties. These were grotesque assizes. The foreign communists who sat in judgment over one of the founding fathers of their international and denied him all the merits of a revolutionary were almost to a man pathetic failures as revolutionaries, instigators of abortive risings, almost professional losers of revolution, or heads of insignificant sects, all basking in the glory of that October in which the accused man had played so outstanding a part. Among them were Marcel Cashin, who had during the First World War, while Trotsky was being expelled from France as the author of the Zimmerwald Manifesto, gone as agent of the French government to Italy to back Mussolini's pro-war campaign. Doriot, the future fascist and Hitler's puppet, Thalmann, who was to lead German communism in its capitulation to Hitler in 1933 and then perish in Hitler's concentration camp, and Roy, who had just returned from China where he had done his best to induce the Chinese party to lick the dust before Chiang Kai-shek. J.T. Murphy, an insignificant envoy of one of the most insignificant foreign communist parties, the British, was chosen to table the motion of expulsion. The disdain which Trotsky hurled at this conventicle was proportionate to the insult they inflicted on him. "You are accusing me," he told the executive, "of a breach of discipline. I have no doubt that even your verdict is ready." None of the members of the executive dared to make up his mind for himself. They were all only carrying out orders. Such was their servility that the General Secretary of the Russian Party had the insolence to assign an envoy of a foreign communist party to the job of a minor official in a remote Russian province. The reference was to Voyevich, the Yugoslav representative with the Comintern, a Zinovivist, who was now also to be expelled. He, Trotsky, had been called to account for having appealed from the Russian Party to the International. Just as in Tsarist days, so now the Pristav, the bailiff, still beats up anyone who dares to complain against him higher up. The supposed leaders of international communism did not even have the dignity to try and save appearances. In their sycophancy, they had forgotten to expel Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Qingwei from their executive, and the Kuomintang was still affiliated to the International. But they sat in judgment over those who were of the flesh and the blood of the Russian Revolution. In the course of 4 fateful years, Trotsky went on, they had convened no Congress of the International. In Lenin's days, a Congress was held every year, even during civil war and blockade. There had been no discussion of any of the grave issues that had emerged, for all these issues were taboo. In all of them, Stalin's policy had suffered shipwreck. Why does the press of the communist parties keep silent? Why does the press of the International keep silent? The executive trampled almost daily on the statutes of their organization, and then they charged the Russian opposition with breaches of discipline. The opposition's only guilt, he confessed, is that it has been too amenable to the schemes of the Stalinist Secretariat which have been calamitous to the revolution. The manner in which the Congress of the Russian Party is being prepared is a mockery. Stalin's favorite weapon is slander. Whoever knows history knows that every step on the usurper's road is always marked by such false accusations. The opposition could not give up the right to speak out against a regime which was the deadliest danger to the revolution. When a soldier's hands are tied, the chief danger is not the enemy, but the rope which ties the soldier's hands. He launched the attack, so Murphy, the author of the motion for expulsion, recollects, with all the vigor and power of which he was capable. He challenged us on every aspect of the problems that had been under discussion during the last 3 years, a forensic effort such as only he could make, and, turning his back on the executive of the organization on which he had once placed his highest hopes, he marched out with head erect. The executive was not troubled even by such scruples as still beset the Russian Central Committee. Its verdict had indeed been ready. At this point, the struggle in Moscow led to a diplomatic incident which aroused a flurry of international excitement. Since the breach between Britain and Russia-Soviet relations with France had also deteriorated, the French government and press raised again the old clamor about the unpaid loans. The clamor, which had been first heard after Lenin's government had repudiated all Tsarist debts to foreign creditors. The Politburo and the Central Committee discussed the question on and off. In 1926, Trotsky was in favor of conciliating the French. Britain was then in the throes of industrial unrest. The Chinese Revolution was on the ascendant. France was laboring under the effects of inflation, and the Soviet Union was in a position of strength in which he held it to be advisable to make a concession to the French and remove a grievance of the small rentiers. At that time, however, Trotsky relates, Stalin was in an overconfident mood and would not hear of any settlement. Then, in the autumn of 1927, when the issue again became topical, Stalin was anxious to go some way to meet the French demands. Now, however, Trotsky and his friends were opposed to this. He argued that after the defeat of the Chinese Revolution, the breakdown of the Anglo-Soviet Council, and the rupture with Britain, the Soviet government was too weak to yield, and that any concession on its part would be taken as a further sign of weakness. For the opposition, the situation was complicated by the fact that Rakovsky, as ambassador, conducted the negotiations in Paris and became the butt of French attacks. Already in August, the French envoy in Moscow had expressed his government's displeasure because of Rakovsky's connection with the Trotskyist opposition. At the Central Committee, on the other hand, Stalin then made an attempt to play off Rakovsky against Trotsky. He asserted that it was Rakovsky, a loyal oppositionist, who was urging Moscow to yield to the French. Trotsky wrote to Rakovsky and asked him to keep in mind that his role in Paris had become an issue in the inter-party struggle. Rakovsky's devotion to the opposition and to Trotsky personally was such that the reminder could not but impress him. But even before he had received it, he took a step which caused one of the great diplomatic scandals of the time. He put his signature to a manifesto calling workers and soldiers in capitalist countries to defend the Soviet Union in case of war. In these years of stabilization and normalcy in diplomatic relations with bourgeois governments, it was not customary for Soviet ambassadors to make such revolutionary appeals. The French press fulminated. The French government declared Rakovsky persona non grata. Aristide Briand, the foreign minister, declared that the Soviet government should be all the more willing to recall its unruly ambassador because it was anyhow improper that an adherent of the opposition should represent it in Paris. Moscow's reply was ambiguous. Chicherin, as Commissar of Foreign Affairs, defended his ambassador, but the French ministry had reason to think that its attacks on Rakovsky were not altogether unwelcome to Chicherin's superiors. Trotsky maintained that Stalin played a disloyal game over Rakovsky's recall, and that the Soviet Foreign Office should have told Briand bluntly not to meddle in the inner affairs of the Bolshevik Party. However, since the French government had declared Rakovsky persona non grata, Moscow had no choice but to recall him. Rakovsky, distinguished though he was as diplomat, had chafed at his foreign assignments and was eager to plunge back, after an interval of 4 years, into the struggle at home. Trotsky, too, was glad to have his old friend back at his side. The opposition derived some credit from the circumstances of Rakovsky's recall. The fact that one of its chiefs had drawn on himself the enmity of a bourgeois government, because he had appealed to foreign workers and soldiers to defend the Soviet Union, strikingly refuted the charges about the opposition's defeatism and the united front from Chamberlain to Trotsky. Stalin, realizing that it was not enough to heap accusations on his adversaries, now endeavored to enhance his popularity in a more positive way. The opposition had, in its platform, renewed the demands which it had made the year before and which the ruling factions then pretended to fulfill. It asked that wage increases be granted to poorly paid workers, that the 8-hour day be strictly observed, that tax reliefs be accorded to bedniaks, and so on. The platform asserted that the ruling factions had honored none of their promises, and that the conditions of the proletarian and semi-proletarian masses had gone from bad to worse. In reply to this, Stalin made a startling move. He announced that the government would shortly introduce a 7-hour working day and a 5-day week, and that the workers would receive the same wages as before. The occasion for the promulgation of the reform was to be the approaching 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, on which the Politburo was to address the nation in a solemn manifesto hailing the 7-hour day as the greatest achievement of socialism so far, the consummation of the first decade of revolution. This was sheer duplicity. The Soviet Union was too poor to afford such a reform. Even 30 years later, after it had become the world's second industrial power, its workers still worked 8 hours a day and 6 days a week. However, Stalin was not concerned with the economic realities of the case. He produced his sensational piece of legislation without discussing it beforehand with the trade unions, the Gosplan, and even the Central Committee. The Bukharinists had misgivings. Tomsky, who led the trade unions, did not hide his dislike of the stunt. Stalin, nevertheless, forced it through, and for the middle of October a special session of the Central Executive Committee of the Soviets was convened to Leningrad to give its formal and solemn sanction. At the session, on October 15th, after Kirov had presented an official report, Trotsky demonstrated the spuriousness of the scheme. He recalled that when the opposition had urged a modest increase in wages, the claim had been indignantly rejected as threatening to strain the nation's economic resources. How then could the economy now sustain a 7-hour day? The opposition maintained that even the 8-hour day was not properly observed in state-owned industry. Why then did Stalin suddenly pull this grand reform out of his hat? Would it not have been more honest to offer the workers some more modest but real gains? It was a shame to commemorate the revolution with such conjuring tricks. Trotsky pointed out that none of the blueprints for the first 5-year plan, which had just been completed after years of preparation, contained as much as a hint of the shorter working day. How then could they genuinely shorten it when they had planned for years ahead on the assumption of a longer working day? The whole reform, he concluded, had one purpose only: to assist the ruling group in its showdown with the opposition. In this dispute, reason, truth, and honesty were all on Trotsky's side, and not for the first or the last time they led him immediately into a trap. Nothing suited Stalin better than Trotsky's protests. The Stalinists flocked to the factories to tell the workers of Trotsky's latest indignity. He wanted, they said, to rob the workers of the boon the party bestowed on them. He was obstructing the epoch-making reform in which all could see the dawn of socialism. What was the good of all his professions of Bolshevik loyalty and of all his posturing as a champion of the working class? To the men in the factories, Trotsky's arguments were unknown. Old and cool-headed workers may have guessed them and have had their own thoughts about Stalin's dubious gift. But the great credulous mass hailed it and was impatient with the critics. The opposition had mostly argued about issues which were high above the workers' head: Kuomintang, the Anglo-Soviet Council, permanent revolution, Thermidor, Clemenceau, and c. The one point at which the opposition's language had not been abstruse was its demand for an improvement in the workers' lot. The demand had gained it wide, though passive, sympathy. Much of that sympathy was now dissipated. The wall of indifference and hostility closed around the opposition. Yet, so strong is sometimes in men the wish for that for which they only faintly hope. Precisely at this moment a freakish event brought the leaders of the opposition solace and encouragement. During the session at which the 7-hour day was debated, official demonstrations were staged in Leningrad to honor the event. There was the usual pomp and circumstance. Party leaders reviewed a parade and a march past of vast multitudes. Trotsky and Zinoviev were not to be seen among the leaders. By chance or choice, as if to demonstrate their divorce from officialdom, they stood on a lorry some distance away from the official stands, in a place where the demonstrators were due to pass on the way from the parade. Behind Trotsky's back was the Tauride Palace, where 10 years ago he had thundered against Kerensky and stirred the workers of the capital to enthusiasm, action, revolt. The columns of demonstrators, having marched past the official stands, approached. They recognized the two chiefs of the opposition, halted, moved on and halted again, stared mutely, raised hands, gesticulated, waved caps and handkerchiefs, moved on and stopped again. The throngs around the lorry grew and traffic was blocked, while the space around the official stands became empty. It was as if an echo of the enthusiastic acclaim and clamor of the crowds of 1917 had come back. In truth, the crowd in front of Trotsky and Zinoviev, although visibly agitated, was subdued and timid. This behavior was ambiguous. If it intended to demonstrate sympathy with the opposition, the demonstration was little more than a dumb show. It expressed the crowd's respect or pity for the defeated, not any readiness to fight on their side. But the chiefs of the opposition mistook the temper of the demonstrators. This was a silent, vanquished, stirring acclamation, so an eyewitness describes the scene. But Zinoviev and Trotsky received it with definite joy, as a manifestation of strength. "The masses are with us," they said the same evening. The incident had a sequel quite out of proportion to its importance. It was largely under its impression, hoping that the masses were indeed with them at last, that the leaders of the opposition decided to make a direct appeal to the masses on the anniversary of the revolution 3 weeks later. The ruling factions, on the other hand, saw in the ambiguous behavior of the crowd a warning. They realized that they must take no chances with the temper of the people. Stalin presently returned to the attack. On October 23, he once again asked for Trotsky's and Zinoviev's expulsion from the Central Committee. At length, after 4 months, he had worn down hesitation and resistance in the men who constituted the party's supreme tribunal. At last they were ready to do his bidding. But their fears and misgivings were still with them and showed in an extraordinary nervousness and the violence of the proceedings. There was a morbid tenseness in the air, such as might be felt at an execution where hangmen and accomplices view their victim with deep hatred but also with deep awe and with gnawing uncertainty about the justice of the deed and the consequences. Whatever the victim says or does stirs in them these contradictory emotions which rise to a pitch of fury. All are convinced that the victim must die if they are to live, and all shudder at the thought of the horrors which may follow. They try to rout their own qualms by urging on the hangman, demanding haste, and hurling shameless abuse and heavy stones at the condemned. Such was the behavior of the Stalinists and the Bukharinists at this session. They constantly interrupted Trotsky's last pleas with bursts of hatred and vulgar vituperation. They shut their ears to his arguments, and they urged the chairman to shut his mouth. From the chairman's table inkpots, heavy volumes, and a glass were flung at Trotsky's head while he spoke. Yaroslavsky, Shvernik, Petrovsky, president of the Ukraine, and others loudly incited Stalin and prompted him to get on with the job. There was no end to the threats, jibes, and curses, which made this assembly look like a meeting of damned souls. Of the ruling group, Stalin alone spoke with self-possession, with coarse and cold hatred, and without a trace of any qualm. He went over the familiar list of charges, and his speech, it was in it that he justified the employment of agents provocateurs, the wrangle officer, against party members, was a feat of cynicism even for him. Only Trotsky spoke with equal self-possession. His voice rose above the delirium for a last challenge before his departure. He warned the factions that Stalin's aim was nothing less than the extermination of all opposition, and, amid cries of mockery, he forecast the long series of bloody purges in which not only his adherents but many Bukharinists and even Stalinists would be engulfed. He expressed the wishful assurance that Stalin's triumph would be short-lived and that the collapse of the Stalinist regime would come suddenly, with a crash. The victors of the moment, he said, relied on violence too much. True, the Bolsheviks had achieved gigantic results when they had used violence against the old ruling classes and the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries who all stood for lost or reactionary causes. But they could not destroy in this way an opposition which stood for historic progress. "Expel us, you will not prevent our victory." These were the last words the party's Supreme Council heard from Trotsky's mouth. Weeks of intensive activity followed. The opposition still collected signatures for the platform in the hope of impressing party opinion by the number of its adherents. Zinoviev was confident that 20,000 or 30,000 signatures would be obtained, that Stalin, confronted with evidence of such massive support, would have to stop short of further reprisals, and that the opposition might even stage a comeback. The chiefs of the opposition decided to make, on the anniversary of the revolution, that appeal to the masses which had tempted them since the demonstration in Leningrad. Its purpose was to make the masses aware of the opposition's demands and to stir them against the official leaders, without, however, giving the latter ground for charging the opposition with a breach of discipline. The two things could hardly be reconciled, and the members of the opposition spent days and nights deliberating and preparing for the trial of strength. Trotsky, like his comrades, now spent most of his time in the suburban homes of humble workers, as he used to do when he was a young and unknown revolutionary, arguing, explaining principles and viewpoints, and instructing small groups of ardent and anxious adherents. At this moment, he little resembled the Robespierre of the Eve of Thermidor with whom he had compared himself. Two different characters seemed to have blended in him, Danton's and Babeuf's. But at this moment he looked more like the latter, the hunted leader of the conspiracy of equals, raising the cry for the regeneration of the revolution and defying the implacable builders of the new Leviathan state. And the tide of history ran against him as powerfully as it had run against Babeuf. About 50 people filled a poor dining room. Thus Victor Serge describes a typical meeting, listening to Zinoviev, who had grown fat, pale, disheveled, and spoke with a low voice. There was about him something flabby yet also something very appealing. At the other end of the table sat Trotsky. Aging before our eyes, graying, great, stooping, his features drawn. He was friendly and always found the right answer. A woman worker, sitting cross-legged on the floor, asks him suddenly, "And what if we are expelled from the party?" "Nothing can prevent communist proletarians from being communists," Trotsky answers. "Nothing can really cut us off from our party." Half smilingly, Zinoviev explains that we are entering an epoch when around the party there will be many expelled and semi-expelled people more worthy than the party secretaries of the name of a Bolshevik. It was simple and moving to see the men of proletarian dictatorship, yesterday still powerful, returning thus to the quarters of the poor and speaking here as men to men and looking for support and for comrades. On the staircase outside volunteers stood guard, watching passages and approaches. The GPU might raid us any moment. Once I accompanied Trotsky when he left such a meeting held in a dilapidated and poverty-stricken dwelling. In the street, Lev Davidovich put up the collar of his coat and pulled his cap over his eyes so that he should not be recognized. He now looked an old intellectual, still erect after 20 years of wear and tear. We approached a cabman. "Please do the bargaining over the fare," Lev Davidovich said to me. "I have very little money on me." The cabman, a bearded peasant of the old type, leaned towards him and said, "There is no fare for you to pay. Go on, comrade. You're Trotsky, aren't you?" The cap had not concealed sufficiently the man of the battles of Sviazhsk, Kazan, Pulkovo, and Tsaritsyn. A faint cheerful smile lit Trotsky's face. "Don't tell anyone about this. Everyone knows that cabmen belong to the petty bourgeoisie, whose favor can only discredit us." Plate 9. Leaders of the opposition after their expulsion from the party in 1927, sitting from left to right: Serebryakov, Radek, Trotsky, Boguslavsky, Preobrazhensky. Standing: Rakovsky, Drobnys, Beloborodov, Sosnovsky. Plate X. A Bukharin as chief of the Communist International. Radio Times Hulton Picture Library. B. Rykov as premier of the Soviet Union. When he told the woman worker sitting cross-legged on the floor, "Nothing can really cut us off from our party," Trotsky did not offer a mere half-hearted consolation. He reckoned, as Zinoviev did, with mass expulsion. But he hoped against hope that this would come as a salutary shock, that the party's conscience would be aroused, that people would wish to see the platform in order to find out for themselves what the opposition stood for, and that then the great debate for which the opposition had so many times asked in vain would begin for good. He imagined that Stalin would overreach himself. If thousands of party members were to be expelled as counter-revolutionaries, they would also have to be imprisoned. This could not but dismay the party, and make it realize that such an act of suppression might well mean the end of the proletarian dictatorship. For the moment, indeed, many Stalinists and Bukharinists were uneasy at the thought of becoming the persecutors and jailers of their own comrades and comrades in arms. Stalin and Molotov had to assure them that things would not come to such a pass and that there would be no need for wholesale expulsion, because the Politburo would so handle the opposition as to induce it to halt before it was too late and to surrender. On November 2, Trotsky, quoting these assurances, appealed to the opposition to remain as aggressive as ever. Only then would the mass of Stalinists and Bukharinists, seeing that their leaders' boasts were deceptive, exert themselves to stop the persecution and force the persecutors themselves to falter and surrender. However, Stalin's and Molotov's boasts were not at all groundless. They sized up the weakness of the opposition and foresaw that at the critical moment at least the Zinovievists would stumble. Meantime, the assurances that there would be no need for wholesale expulsion lulled disquiet and alarm and induced the party to await events passively and thus to reconcile itself to what was coming. On the other hand, the torrents of abuse and threats let loose on the opposition hampered the opposition's efforts. Few were those who dared to put their signatures to the platform daily denounced as a subversive document. Instead of the 20,000 or 30,000 signatures for which Zinoviev had hoped, the opposition managed to collect only 5,000 to 6,000 at the most. And the dread of the consequences for those who signed was such that, in order to protect their followers, the chiefs of the opposition disclosed only several hundred names. The campaign over the platform was thus yet another demonstration of the opposition's weakness. Trotsky was at this time, to quote Sadova, overworked, tense, and suffering from ill health, fever, and sleeplessness. To enemies he presented an unyielding front, and to followers he gave an example of self-control and heroic strength. But in domestic privacy human frailty came back into its own. In vain did he struggle with insomnia. Drugs brought no relief. He complained more and more often of headaches and dizziness. He was depressed and disgusted. At moments his sensitivity was almost deadened by the stupendous venom and malignity that flooded in from all sides. At breakfast we would see him opening the newspapers, his wife writes. He glanced at them and disheartened scattered them over the table. All they contained was stupid lies, distortions of the plainest facts, the most vulgar abuse, hideous threats, and telegrams, from all over the world, repeating zealously and with boundless servility the same infamies. What have they made of the revolution, of the party, of Marxism, of the International? With Trotsky his next of kin drained the cup of defeat. Tense and expecting the worst, The whole family suffered from insomnia and through many a waking night awaited next day's blow. When day broke and friends came in, all put on a brave face and struggled on. Sadova, herself not very politically minded, more at ease within the walls of museums and art galleries than amid arguing, scheming, and fighting party men, but moved by a woman's love and loyalty, was drawn completely into the cruel drama. Having given up her independent interests and placed herself in her husband's shadow, she lived with all her fibers his life, tried to think his thoughts, trembled with his anger, and shrank with worry and anxiety. Their elder son, Youve, now 21, had spent his childhood and early youth, as he was to spend the rest of his short life, under the spell of his father's greatness. To be Trotsky's son, to share his ideas, and to follow in his footsteps had been for the adolescent and was for the young man a source of the greatest happiness. He had joined the Komsomol by subterfuge before he had reached the age limit, pretending to be older than he was, and he had tried to enlist in the Red Army too. He had left his parental home in the Kremlin to live in a commune hostel, amid starving and tattered worker students, and he had joined the opposition the moment it had been formed. It was a galling experience for him to watch how the Komsomol, to whose members his father had so recently been a living legend and inspiration, was incited and turned against Trotskyism. With filial and revolutionary fervor, he hated the men whom his father branded as bureaucrats corrupted by power. He spent years arguing and organizing opposition groups, stumping party cells, and, side by side with such recognized leaders of the opposition as Pyatakov and Preobrazhensky, addressing meetings in the provinces as far as the Urals. Youthful energy sustained his optimism and confidence. But in these weeks, amid rising bitterness and violence, he was seized with fear for his father's life, and became inseparable from him as assistant and bodyguard, ready at any moment to jump at the throat of an assailant. Unlike Youve, Sergei, who was 2 years younger, had throughout adolescence rebelled against paternal authority and refused to be thrown in the shade by paternal greatness. The rebellion took the form of a revulsion against politics. He did not join the Komsomol. He would not hear of party affairs, and he would have nothing to do with the opposition. Strong, brave, and adventurous, or as his father and brother thought, light-minded, he reveled in games, sport, and the arts. Attracted by the circus, which in Russia then aspired to the dignity of an art in its own right, and, it seems, by a circus girl, he left his home in the Kremlin and spent a year or two with a troupe of performers. Having sown his wild oats, the prodigal was now back at home, still insisting on his independence and being skeptical about politics, but taking eagerly to mathematics and science, for which he showed the outstanding ability that the father had shown at the same age. Yet a new sentiment began to break through the antagonism towards father and politics. The youth was moved by parental courage and sacrifice, outraged by the things done to father and his co-thinkers, and anxiously preoccupied with the uncertainties and dangers of the day. The other branch of the family, the one which had sprung from Trotsky's first marriage, was also deeply involved. Alexandra Sokolovskaya, aging, yet firm in conviction and still as unafraid of voicing it against all and sundry as she had been as a solitary Marxist at Nikolaev in the 1890s, continued to be the rallying center of the Trotskyists in Leningrad. Her 2 daughters, Zina and Nina, both in their middle 20s, lived in Moscow and were ardent oppositionists. Both were as thrilled to be their father's daughters as they were when they watched him during his rise in 1917, and both were heartbroken. Both had married. Each had 2 children, and the husbands of both, active Trotskyists, had lost jobs and livelihood and were already either expelled or on the point of being expelled from the party and deported to Siberia. Sunk into poverty, helpless, and tormented by anxiety about children, husbands, and parents, both women were ill with consumption, and were marked to be the first victims of a fate which was to destroy all of Trotsky's children. As the 10th anniversary of the revolution approached, the opposition got ready to make the appeal to the masses. It instructed its adherents to take part in the official celebrations of November 7th, but in such a way as to bring the opposition's ideas and demands to the notice of the millions of people who would then fill the streets and squares of Soviet cities and towns. There was to be not a hint of incitement to insurrection or even disobedience. All that the members of the opposition were to do was to march in closed ranks and as distinct groups within the official processions and to carry their own banners and slogans. These were so inoffensive outwardly, being directed against the ruling group merely by implication, that only the most politically minded of onlookers could distinguish them from the official slogans. Strike against the kulak, the NEP man, and the bureaucrat. Down with opportunism. Carry out Lenin's testament. Beware of a split in the party. Preserve Bolshevik unity. Such were the opposition's watchwords. They were designed to impress only party men and those outsiders who were intimately and sympathetically concerned with the trend of Bolshevik policy. One cannot therefore seriously describe the opposition's action as any genuine appeal to the masses. It was essentially an appeal to the party. But, driven from the party and denied access to its rank and file, the opposition made the appeal from the outside, before the eyes of the nation and the world. Therein lay the weakness of the action. The opposition tried to come into the open with a protest against the official conduct of party affairs, and at the same time to demonstrate its own self-discipline and loyalty to the party. The protest, as it was planned, could therefore hardly become audible, and the show of self-discipline was to remain ineffective. On the dogmatically strictest interpretation of the rules, and no other interpretation could be expected from Stalin, a public demonstration against the party leaders did constitute a breach of discipline. In a word, the opposition went either too far or not far enough. Yet such was its attitude and such were its circumstances that it had to go as far as it went and that it could go no farther. The November 7th brought the opposition a crushing defeat. Stalin had not been caught by surprise. He had issued strict orders for the swift suppression of any attempt at demonstration, no matter how innocuous. No such attempt could, from his viewpoint, be innocuous, for if his adversaries succeeded this time, there was no saying whether they might not after all arouse now or later the brooding and disgruntled but cowed masses. Stalin knew that even while he was nearing the pinnacle, he might still slip and lose everything, and that, despite the crippling blows he had inflicted on his adversaries, they could still overwhelm him if he left them the slightest freedom of action. And so on November 7th, squads of activists and police threw themselves on any group of oppositionists who tried to unfurl a banner, display a picture of Trotsky or Zinoviev, or shout an unauthorized slogan. The oppositionists were dispersed, abused, and beaten. Barehanded, they tried to defend themselves, to regroup, and to demonstrate anew. The streets and squares became agitated with scuffles and police charges, and with dispersing and assembling crowds until even the least politically minded person in the festive mass of onlookers became aware that he or she was witnessing a grave and critical event, that the inter-party struggle had moved from the cells into the street, and that in a way the contestants now appealed to all for support. It was indeed suppression that turned the opposition's action into something like an appeal to the masses, and that surrounded it with an air of scandal and made it appear a semi-insurrection. Victor Serge has left a vivid description of the day in Leningrad. Since October 15th, the opposition had pinned much hope on the Leningraders, and Zinoviev had arrived there confident in their response. But the party machine on the spot, forewarned by the events of October 15th, was ready. At first, opposition groups, together with all other demonstrators, marched past the stands from which the official leaders took the parade, and they raised their banners and slogans. These attracted little attention. Then the police quietly surrounded the oppositionists and isolated them. Serge describes how he himself, prevented by police barriers from joining the main demonstration, stopped to watch a procession of workers advancing with their red flags towards the center of the city. Every now and then activists turned towards the marching men and women and shouted slogans. The men and women took the cues apathetically. Then Serge himself made a few steps towards the column and exclaimed, "Long live Trotsky and Zinoviev," or something to this effect. An astonished silence was the demonstrators' only answer. Then an activist, recovering his wits, shouted back in a voice charged with threat and fury, "To the dustbin with them!" The marching workers remained silent. Serge felt that he had exposed himself and was going to be torn to pieces. Suddenly a void surrounded him. He found himself facing the column alone, with only a woman and a child a few steps behind him. Through the void, a student rushed to him and whispered into his ear, "Let's go away. This may turn out badly. I am coming with you so that nobody should hit you in the back." In another quarter of the city, outside the Hermitage, a few hundred oppositionists struggled good-humoredly with the militia. A tall man in military uniform, this was Bakiyev, former chief of the GPU in Leningrad, led a human wave against mounted policemen, who tried to halt it. Every time it was pushed back, the wave surged forward and returned. At another place, a group of workers followed a small stocky man in an attack on mounted police. The stocky man dragged a policeman off the saddle, knocked him down, then helped him to get up, and in a loud, confident voice accustomed to command, shouted, "You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of charging on Leningrad workers." The man thus venting his comradely anger was Lashevich, the ex-deputy commissar of war, who had once been in command of great armies. Similar scuffles occurred all over the city and lasted many hours. Groups of spectators watched in dumbfounded silence. In the evening, at meetings of oppositionists, Serge saw again Bakiv and Lashevich. They had come, their uniforms torn, to discuss the events of the day. In Moscow, the disturbances and fights had a far less good-humored and comradely aspect. Commandos of activists and police struck with cold and swift brutality. The city was tensely aware of a crisis, and it was alarmed. There were rumors on the eve of the anniversary, notes an eyewitness who, however, all too eagerly picked up rumors from official quarters, that the army massed in the Red Square for the annual parade would demonstrate against Stalin. Some courageous soldier or officer would cry out, "Down with Stalin," and others would echo the slogan. Nothing of the sort happened, the writer remarks. At first here and there bands of oppositionists, marching towards the Lenin mausoleum, managed to unfold a few banners. But before they reached the Red Square, they were surrounded by commandos who tore the banners to shreds and made the oppositionists move on with the official demonstration. Thus, hemmed in by their adversaries and awkwardly silent, keeping in step with the rest of the procession, the oppositionists marched past the leaders and foreign guests assembled at the Red Square. Only the Chinese students of Moscow's Sun Yat-sen University formed a long, sinuous dragon. In the middle of the square, they threw Trotsky's proclamations in the air. Beyond the square, the oppositionists were kicked out of the common ranks, attacked with truncheons, and dispersed or arrested. In various places, oppositionists had hung out of beflagged windows portraits of Lenin and Trotsky. Everywhere these were torn down, and those who had hung them out were maltreated. At the House of Soviets, Smilga, who had returned from Khabarovsk, decorated his balcony with such portraits and put out the slogan, "Carry out Lenin's testament." A gang of toughs broke into his home, tore up the pictures and the banner, demolished the dwelling, and mauled the man who had 10 years ago brought the Baltic fleet into the Neva at Petrograd to assist in the October insurrection. His crime was to display the picture of the leader of that insurrection. Among others, Sadova, finding herself in a group of demonstrators, was beaten up. Trotsky, accompanied by Kamenev and Muralov, spent the day touring the city by car. At Revolution Square, he stopped and attempted to harangue a column of workers marching towards the Lenin mausoleum. At once, policemen and activists assailed him. Shots were fired. There were shouts, "Down with Trotsky, the Jew, the traitor." The windscreen of his car was smashed. The marching column watched the scene uneasily, but moved on. What was going on in the minds of the multitudes which crowded the festive streets? Nobody knew, nobody could even guess. They marched obediently along the prescribed routes, shouted the prescribed slogans, and observed mechanically the prescribed discipline, without betraying their thoughts or venting their feelings in a single flash of spontaneity. What a contrast they formed with the hungry, rough, warm-hearted, generous, enthusiastic, and drunken crowds of 1917. What a contrast there was between the present landscape of the cities and that of the revolution now commemorated. And what a contrast in the fortunes of the leaders. 10 years ago, the workers of the two capitals were ready to give their lives at Trotsky's word of command. Now they would not even turn their heads to listen to him. 10 years ago, Trotsky, as he watched Martov leading the Mensheviks in their exodus from the Soviets, shouted at him triumphantly, "Go to the dustbin of history." And a thunder of Bolshevik applause covered his voice. To the dustbin with him. These words resounded now like a mocking echo through a square of Leningrad, when an oppositionist tried to honor Trotsky's name. Had the wheel of history, so oppositionists wondered, turned back or broken to pieces? Was this perhaps the Russian Thermidor? These questions engaged Trotsky's thoughts also. He saw so many of the men who had led the Bolshevik Revolution now aligned on his side. It seemed preposterous to assume that his and their defeat and humiliation had no deeper historic meaning, and that it did not mark that downward movement of the revolution, that second chapter of which he had spoken at the Central Committee a few months earlier. And yet he also saw that, changed as was the landscape of the revolution, its climate and color, its broad and bare outline stood out as sharp as ever, unshaken and unaltered. It was still the Bolshevik party that ruled the republic, the party to which the opposition still swore undying allegiance. He still regarded the republic, for all its bureaucratic degeneration, as a proletarian dictatorship, and he still resolutely dissociated himself and the opposition from all those who branded it as a new police state, ruled by a new class which had severed all ties with the working class and socialism. He refused to consider the bureaucracy as a new exploiting class. He viewed it as a morbid outgrowth on the body of the working class. Public ownership, wherever Bolshevism had established it, was still intact. The Kulak and the NEP man had not yet won. The antagonism between the workers' first state and world capitalism was unabated, even though it did not show itself in any clash of arms. So much had changed, and yet so little. It was as if a hurricane had descended upon the scene, had flung the actors in opposite directions, had shifted all it could shift, had swayed the scene this way and that, but had left its frame solid and unimpaired. It seemed impossible that this should be the end. Surely the hurricane portended an earthquake? Trotsky concluded that the November 7th was not yet the Soviet Thermidor, but that it was certainly the eve of Thermidor. Serge relates that on the evening of November 7th, when the oppositionists of Leningrad met, two voices could be heard. "Nothing doing, we shall go on fighting," one voice repeated grimly. "Against whom shall we fight?" asked another in anguish. "Against our own people?" The same voices could be heard wherever oppositionists met. As a rule, it was the Trotskyists who asserted that they would go on fighting, and it was the Zinovievists who asked the awkward question. Zinoviev himself had returned from Leningrad in utter dejection, and he and Kamenev began to regret the luckless attempt to appeal to the masses which they had undertaken with so much soaring confidence. Trotsky knew no regrets. The opposition had done what it had to do. It could not undo what it had done. Advien que pourra, he repeated. On the morrow of the fateful day, he asked the Politburo and the Presidium of the Central Control Commission for an official inquiry into the events, and he still took a rather sanguine view. He told his adherents that the upshot of the demonstrations was not so bad. The opposition had put on its banners the watchword "Preserve Bolshevik Unity," and had thereby shown where it stood and had at last wrested from Stalin a slogan from which he had sought to profit. Zinoviev and Kamenev replied that November 7th had brought them to the very brink of schism, and that if the opposition wished to preserve Bolshevik unity, it had to retrace its steps. For a few days they disputed what to do next. Trotsky soon abandoned his view of the consequences of the November 7th. Only 5 days after he had written how contented he was that the opposition had wrested the slogan of unity from Stalin, he argued that it was too late to talk about unity, because the party machine had become a will-less tool of Thermidorian forces and was bent on routing the opposition in the interest of Kulak and NEP man. Zinoviev and Kamenev were not sure of this. They noticed shifts of emphasis in Stalin's policy and said that he was turning against the Kulak and the NEP man. In any case, they did not agree that it was too late to talk of unity. On November 14th, the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission convened for an extraordinary session, expelled from the party Trotsky and Zinoviev as guilty of incitement to counter-revolutionary demonstrations and virtually to insurrection. Rakovsky, Kamenev, Smilga, and Evdokimov were expelled from the Central Committee. Bakiyev, Murilov, and others from the Central Control Commission. From the party cells, hundreds of members were ejected. Thus, after months and years in the course of which all factions hesitated and maneuvered, advanced, retreated, and went on contending, the schism was accomplished. On the evening of November 7th, Trotsky returned home and told his family that they must vacate their lodgings in the Kremlin. He himself moved out at once. He felt safer outside the Kremlin, and more than ever out of place in the residence of the ruling group. He took, provisionally, a tiny room at Granovsky Street 3 at the home of Beloborodov, an oppositionist who was still Commissar of Home Affairs in the Russian Federal Republic, the man who, in 1918, had ordered the execution of Nicholas II at Ekaterinburg. For a few days Trotsky's whereabouts were unknown. The ruling group, somewhat alarmed, wondered what he might be up to and whether he had not gone underground. He had no such intention, and for so well-known a man it was impossible to go underground. On the day after his expulsion, he gave his new address to the Secretary of the Central Executive of the Soviets of which he was nominally still a member. Leaving the Kremlin, he saved himself a humiliation to which the other opposition leaders were subjected. On November 16th, they were all evicted. A friend describes their strange exodus from the Kremlin. Zinoviev left carrying only Lenin's death mask under his arm, a mask which was so depressing that the censorship had never allowed any reproduction of it to be published, and so it remained Zinoviev's property. Then Kamenev came out, who in his early 40s had grown suddenly white-haired and looked a handsome old man with very clear eyes. Radek packed his books with the intention of selling them, and handing out to those around him volumes of German poetry as souvenirs, muttered sarcastically, "Haven't we been idiots? We are left penniless when we could have prepared a nice war chest. Lack of money is killing us. With our famous revolutionary probity, we have been but feckless intellectuals full of scruples." Simultaneously, another man made his exit in a different manner. In the evening of November 16th, a revolver shot suddenly broke the stillness of the Kremlin. Adolf Abramovich Youve had committed suicide. He left a letter to Trotsky explaining that this was the only way in which he could protest against Trotsky's and Zinoviev's expulsion and express his horror at the indifference with which the party had received it. He had been Trotsky's disciple and friend since before 1910 when, a neurotic student, he helped Trotsky to edit the Viennese Pravda. With Trotsky, he had joined the Bolshevik Party in 1917 and was a member of the Central Committee at the time of the October insurrection. Soft-hearted, soft-smiling, and soft-spoken, he was one of the most determined advocates and organizers of the rising. He soon became one of the great Bolshevik diplomats. He led the first Soviet delegation to Brest-Litovsk and was the first Soviet ambassador in Berlin. He negotiated the peace treaty with Poland in 1921 and the pact of friendship between Lenin's and Sun Yat-sen's governments a year later, and he was ambassador in Vienna and Tokyo. At the beginning of 1927, he returned from Tokyo, gravely ill with tuberculosis and polyneuritis, and was appointed Trotsky's deputy at the Concessions Committee. In Moscow, doctors held out no hope for him and urged him to take a cure abroad. Trotsky intervened on his behalf with the Commissar of Health and the Politburo. But the Politburo refused to send him abroad on the ground that the cure would cost too much, $1,000. An American publisher had just offered to pay Youve $20,000 for memoirs, and Youve asked to be allowed to leave at his own expense. Stalin then forbade him to publish memoirs, refused him an exit permit, deprived him of medical assistance, and harassed him with every kind of vexation. Bedridden, pain-stricken, penniless, and depressed by the savageness of the onslaught on the opposition, he blew out his brains. Youve's farewell letter is important not only for the light it throws on his attitude to Trotsky. It is also unique as a human and political document and a statement of revolutionary morality. The letter begins with Youve's justification of his suicide, an act which revolutionary ethics normally condemned. In his youth, he recalled, he had stood up against Bebel in defense of Paul and Laura Lafargue, Marx's son-in-law and daughter, who had committed suicide when old age and infirmity had made them useless as fighters. All my life I have been convinced that the revolutionary politician should know when to make his exit and that he should make it in time, when he becomes aware that he can no longer be useful to the cause he has served. It is more than 30 years since I embraced the view that human life has sense only insofar as it is spent in the service of the infinite, and for us mankind is the infinite. To work for any finite purpose and everything else is finite is meaningless. Even if mankind's life were to come to a close, this would in any case happen at a time so remote that we may consider humanity as the absolute infinite. If one believes, as I do, in progress, one may assume that when the time comes for our planet to vanish, mankind will long before that have found the means to migrate and settle on other younger planets. Thus, anything accomplished in our time for mankind's benefit will in some way survive into future ages, and through this our existence acquires the only significance it can possess. Having thus expressed in the Marxist idiom and in an atheistic spirit the ancient human longing for immortality, the immortality of mankind and of its genius, Youve went on to say that for 27 years his life had had its full significance. He had lived for socialism. He had not wasted a single day, for even while in prison he used every day to study and prepare himself for future struggles. But now his life had become purposeless, and it was his duty to depart. Trotsky's expulsion and the silence in which the party had witnessed it were the last blows. Had he been in good health, he would have fought on in the ranks of the opposition. But perhaps his suicide, a small event compared with your expulsion, and a gesture of protest against those who have reduced the party to such a condition that it is unable to react in any way against this monstrosity. Perhaps his suicide would contribute to arouse the party to the Thermidorian danger. He feared that the hour of the party's awakening had not yet come. All the same, his death would be more useful than his life. With the utmost modesty, evoking their long friendship and common work, Youve excused himself for using this tragic opportunity to tell Trotsky where, in his view, Trotsky's weakness lay. He had wanted to tell him this earlier, but could not prevail upon himself to do so. He had never had any doubt that Trotsky had been politically in the right ever since 1905. He had heard Lenin himself saying this and admitting that not he but Trotsky had been right in the old controversies over permanent revolution. One does not tell lies before one's death, and once again I am repeating this to you now. But I have always thought that you have not enough in yourself of Lenin's unbending and unyielding character, not enough of that ability which Lenin had to stand alone and remain alone on the road which he considered to be the right road. You have often renounced your own correct attitude for the sake of an agreement or a compromise, the value of which you have overrated. In this, his last word, therefore, he wished that Trotsky should find in himself that unyielding strength, which would help their common cause to eventual, even if delayed, triumph. The criticism, coming from the depth of a dying friend's devotion and love, could not but move and impress Trotsky. He was to stand almost alone, unbending and unyielding, for the rest of his life. Politically, however, Youve's suicide made no impact at all. His letter was not published. The GPU had attempted to conceal it even from Trotsky, who had, as it were, to wrest it from their hands. In the ranks of the opposition, the event spread depression. It was received as an act of despair. Trotsky feared that the example might be infectious. After the defeat of the 1923 opposition, several of its adherents, Eugene Bosch, a legendary heroine of the Civil War in the Ukraine, Ludovinov, a prominent trade unionist and veteran of the workers' opposition, and Glasman, one of Trotsky's secretaries, took their lives. Now, when the opposition was under an incomparably more brutal attack and saw no clear road ahead, there was even more ground for an outbreak of panic. Only after Youve's letter had been circulated in opposition groups did the sense he had intended to give to his suicide become better known, and the deed came to be seen as an act of faith rather than of despair. On November 19th, a long procession, headed by Trotsky, Rakovsky, and Ivan Smirnov, followed Youve's coffin through the streets and squares of Moscow to the cemetery of the Novodevichy monastery on the outskirts. It was the early afternoon of an ordinary working day. The authorities had arranged the funeral at this time in order to make it inconspicuous. But many thousands of people joined in the cortege and marched singing mournful tunes and revolutionary hymns. Representatives of the Central Committee and of the Commissariat for Foreign Affairs mingled with the oppositionists. Anxious to hush up the scandal, they had come to pay official homage to their dead adversary. When the cortege reached the monastery, where Peter the Great once held his sister Sophia behind bars, and ordered several hundreds of her adherents to be slain under the window of her cell, police and GPU tried to stop the procession outside the cemetery. The crowd forced its way into the alleys and gathered around the open grave. It received with an angry murmur an official spokesman who rose to make an oration. Then Trotsky and Rakovsky spoke. "Youve left us," Trotsky said, "not because he did not wish to fight, but because he lacked the physical strength for fighting. He feared to become a burden on those engaged in the struggle. His life, not his suicide, should serve as a model to those who are left behind. The struggle goes on. Everyone remains at his post. Let nobody leave." This gathering at a cemetery haunted by Russia's fearful past was the opposition's last public meeting and demonstration. This was also Trotsky's last public appearance, and this his cry for courage resounding amid graves, his last public speech in Russia. Everyone remains at his post. Let nobody leave. How often had not these words appeared in Trotsky's orders of the day at the worst moments of the Civil War? And how many times had they not led back into battle routed and disheartened divisions, making them fight till victory? Now, however, the words had lost their power. Zinoviev, Kamenev, and their followers were already leaving their posts and casting round in desperation for an avenue of retreat. On the eve of Youve's funeral, Moscow was already astir with rumors about their surrender to Stalin. In a note, dated November 18th, Trotsky dismissed the rumors, declaring that Stalin had put them out in order to confound the opposition. Once again, Trotsky maintained that repression worked in the opposition's favor, and he warned his adherents that they must continue to consider themselves as belonging to the party, and that even expulsion and imprisonment would not justify them in forming another party. But if the opposition accepted expulsion, Zinoviev and Kamenev replied, it would inevitably, even against its will, constitute itself into another party. They were therefore obliged to do their utmost in order to obtain an annulment of the expulsion. Lev Davidovich, they said, the time has come when we must have the courage to surrender. If this kind of courage, the courage to surrender, were all that was needed, Trotsky rejoined, the revolution should have been victorious by now the world over. They still agreed, however, to address a joint statement to the Congress which was now convened for the beginning of December. In that statement, signed by 121 oppositionists, they declared that they could not renounce their views, but that they recognized that the schism, leading to a struggle between two parties, was the gravest menace to Lenin's cause, that the opposition bore its share of responsibility, but not the major one, for what had happened, that the forms of inter-party contention must change, and that the opposition, ready to disband its organization once again, appealed to the Congress to reinstate the expelled and imprisoned oppositionists. It was clear that the Congress would reject this appeal out of hand and that it would not agree to annul the expulsions. At this point, the joint opposition was bound to dissolve and each of its two constituent groups to take its own road. The Congress was in session for 3 weeks, and it was wholly preoccupied with the schism. The opposition had not a single delegate with voting rights. Trotsky did not attend. He had not even asked to be admitted in order to make a personal appeal against his expulsion. Unanimously, the Congress declared that expression of the opposition's views was incompatible with membership in the party. Rakovsky tried to plead the opposition's case, but he was driven from the rostrum. Then the assembly listened with amused astonishment to Kamenev as he gave a pathetic description of the opposition's plight. He and his comrades, he said, were in this dilemma. Either they must constitute themselves a second party, but this would be ruinous for the revolution and would lead to political degeneration, or else they must, after a fierce and stubborn struggle, declare their complete and thorough surrender to the party. They had chosen surrender, they agreed, that is, to refrain from expressing any views critical of the official policy, because they were deeply convinced that the triumph of the correct Leninist policy could be secured only within and through our party, not outside it and despite of it. They were therefore ready to submit to all decisions of the Congress and to carry them out, no matter how hard they might be. Having placed himself and his comrades at the mercy of the Congress and going down on his knees, Kamenev then tried to stop halfway. The oppositionists who capitulated, he said, acted as Bolsheviks. But they would not act as Bolsheviks if they were also to renounce their views. Never before had anyone in the party been asked to do this, he asserted, forgetting that he and Zinoviev had demanded it of Trotsky in 1924. If we should disclaim the views which we advocated a week or a fortnight ago, this would be hypocrisy on our part and you would not believe us. He made another desperate attempt to save the capitulators' dignity. He pleaded for the release of the imprisoned Trotskyists. A situation in which people like Mrachkovsky are imprisoned while we are free is intolerable. We have been fighting together with those comrades. We are responsible for all their deeds. He therefore implored the Congress to give all oppositionists the chance to undo what had happened. We beg you, if you wish this assembly to go down in history as a Congress of conciliation, give us a helping hand. A week later, the disintegration of the joint opposition was complete. On December 10th, Zinovievists and Trotskyists separated and spoke in different voices. On behalf of the former, Kamenev, Bakiyev, and Evdokimov announced their final acceptance of all decisions taken by the Congress. On the same day, Rakovsky, Radek, and Muralov declared that although they agreed with the Zinovievists about the absolute necessity to maintain the single-party system, they nevertheless refused to submit to the decisions of the Congress. For us to refrain from advocating our views within the party would amount to a renunciation of those views. And in agreeing to this, we would fail in our most elementary duty towards the party and the working class. Zinoviev and his followers had in effect repeated what Trotsky had said in 1924, that the party was the only force capable of securing the conquests of October, the only instrument of historic progress, and that no one could be right against it. It was this belief that led them to surrender. Trotsky and his adherents, on the other hand, were now convinced that they were right as against the party. Yet they resolved to fight on, thinking that they were fighting not against the party but for it, to save it from itself or rather from its bureaucracy. Both Trotsky and Zinoviev tried in fact to square the same circle, only that each attempted to do it in a different way. The Zinovievists hoped that by remaining within the party they might be able, circumstances permitting, to regenerate it. The Trotskyists were convinced that this could be done only from without. Both repeated in the same words that any attempt to set up another party would be disastrous to the revolution, and both thereby implicitly admitted that the working class was, in their view, politically immature, that it could not be relied upon to support two communist parties, that as yet it was therefore futile to appeal to the workers against the party bureaucracy, which, despite all its faults and vices, still acted as guardian of the proletarian interest, as trustee of the revolution and agent of socialism. If they had not thought so, the horror with which both Trotsky and Zinoviev spoke about another party would have been inexplicable and ridiculous. In that case they should have, on the contrary, considered it their duty to set up another party. Recognizing their adversaries, if only implicitly and with grave reservations, as the guardians and trustees of the proletarian dictatorship, and being in conflict with them, the oppositionists were caught in a contradiction. Zinoviev in his conscience sought to resolve the contradiction by accepting the dictates of the ruling factions. Trotsky, convinced that the ruling factions could not remain the guardians of the revolution for long, obeyed the dictates of his conscience which told him that nothing could be gained by self-renunciation. While around him the joint opposition crumbled, expulsions multiplied and thousands of oppositionists capitulated, Trotsky remained undaunted and contemptuous of the dead souls, Zinoviev and Kamenev, predicting that they would be driven from surrender to surrender and from disgrace to disgrace, each worse than the other. The ruling factions were now in a rage of triumph. They were all the more boisterous because they had not been sure up to the last moment whether Stalin would indeed be able to maneuver the opposition into surrender. No sooner had Zinoviev and Kamenev announced their capitulation than the ruling factions declared that they did not accept it, and that the capitulators must fully repudiate their ideas and recant. At first Zinoviev and Kamenev had been given to understand that they would be reinstated if they agreed merely to refrain from voicing their views. Now that they had agreed to this, they were told that their silence would be an insult and a challenge to the party. "Comrades," Kalinin said at the Congress, "what will the working class think of people who declare that they will not advocate views which they still hold to be correct? This is either deliberate deception, or these oppositionists have become Philistines, keeping their views to themselves and not defending them." The ruling factions feared, in truth, that if they accepted Zinoviev's and Kamenev's first surrender, they would compromise themselves. What sort of a party is it, people would wonder, that allows its members to hold certain views but not to express them? The victors could not stop halfway. To hold the ground they had just gained, they had to gain more and drive their defeated opponents even farther. Having forbidden them to express heresy, the Congress had to forbid them to profess it even by silence. Having deprived them of their voice, it had to rob them of their thought, and it had to give them back a voice so that they should use it to abjure their ideas. Another week was filled with haggling over terms, a week during which the Zinovievists strained and struggled in the trap. They could not go back on their first capitulation, and in order to save its sense and to achieve what they had hoped to achieve through it, they stumbled into another capitulation. On December 18th, Zinoviev and Kamenev returned and knocked at the doors of the Congress to say that they condemned their own views as wrong and anti-Leninist. Bukharin, it is related, received them with these words: "You have done well to make up your mind. This was the last minute. The Iron Curtain of history is just coming down." The Iron Curtain, which, we may add, was to crush Bukharin as well. Bukharin was undoubtedly relieved to see Zinoviev and Kamenev return and submit, for he, like some other members of the ruling factions, had wondered anxiously what would happen if Zinoviev and Kamenev refused to recant and rejoin Trotsky. Even Ordzhonikidze, who on behalf of the Central Control Commission presented the report and moved the motion for expulsion, showed his uneasiness when he said that the repressive measures hit men who have brought a good deal of benefit to our party and have fought in our ranks for many years. But Stalin and the majority, drunk with jubilation, went on to kick the prostrated. They refused to reinstate them even after the recantation. By a strange quirk, it was Rykov, one day to share Zinoviev's and Kamenev's fate, who went out to see them as they waited at the door and to slam the door on them. He told them that they were not readmitted into the party, that they were to remain on probation for at least 6 months, and that only afterwards would the Central Committee decide whether to reinstate them. The defection of the Zinovievists left Trotsky and his adherents isolated. It soothed the none too sensitive consciences of many Stalinists and Bukharinists who saw in it the final vindication of Stalin's action. Surely Trotsky must be absolutely in the wrong, they reflected, if even his erstwhile allies turned their backs on him. The party and the nation had their eyes glued to the Congress and the astounding spectacle of capitulation enacted there. They were not greatly concerned with that section of the opposition which was not involved in the spectacle. The Trotskyists themselves were stunned. They were overcome by a sense of the finality of their break with the party. They viewed with incredulity the gulf which had opened between themselves and the Zinovievists. They wondered whether they themselves had not acted foolhardily. Should they have conducted their semi-clandestine propaganda? Should they have appealed to the masses on November 7th? Should they have precipitated the schism? Such qualms induced them to receive the verdicts of expulsion with unending and exalted declarations of their undiminished fidelity to the party. A few went in the footsteps of the Zinovievists. Others wavered. The majority remained determined to fight on and face persecution. Yet no one knew who was and who was not a capitulator. Immediately after the Congress, 1,500 oppositionists were expelled and 2,500 signed statements of recantation. But among those who signed, a few withdrew, when they saw that one act of surrender entailed another, and among those who had refused to sign, some weakened in their resolve when they were subjected to further intimidation, temptation, and persuasion. Those of one set viewed those of another as blacklegs or traitors. As it was not known where one set ended and the other began, confusion and suspicion spread all through the whole of the former joint opposition. Trotsky, seeing the futility of Zinoviev's surrender, was confirmed in his conviction that he had chosen the right road. He worked feverishly to impart his belief to his disheartened followers. He told them that no prudence or procrastination would have helped them, because Stalin would in any case have found the excuses needed for driving them out. What mattered was to rally those who stood fast, to draw a sharp line of division between them and the renegades, to avoid ambiguous attitudes, and to make the causes of the breach clear for contemporaries and posterity alike. Moreover, the opposition could no longer work as it had worked hitherto. It must go underground for good, find new forms of contacts between its groups and new methods of work, and establish links with its co-thinkers abroad. Very little time was left for all this. Even before the year was out, Stalin arranged to deport the oppositionists. Yet the remorseless master of the bloody purges to come was still curiously concerned with his alibi and with appearances. He wished to avoid the scandal of an undisguised and forcible deportation, and he tried so to stage the banishment of his enemies that it should look like a voluntary departure. Through the Central Committee, he offered the leading Trotskyists minor administrative posts in the far corners of the immense country. Trotsky himself was to leave of his own free will for Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea. Early in January 1928, Rakovsky and Radek, delegated by the opposition, and Ordzhonikidze were engaged in fantastic bargaining over these proposals. Radek and Rakovsky protested against Trotsky's assignment to Astrakhan, saying that his health, sapped by malaria, would not stand the vaporous and hot climate of the Caspian port. The game was cut short when Trotsky and his friends declared that they were ready to accept any provincial appointments provided that these were no mere excuses for deportation, that the opposition's consent was obtained for every appointment, and that the assignments were fixed with an eye to the health and safety of those concerned and of their families. On January 3rd, while the bargaining was still on, the GPU summoned Trotsky to appear before it. He ignored the summons. The farce then came to an end, and a few days later, on the 12th, The GPU informed Trotsky that under Article 58 of the Criminal Code, i.e. under the charge of counter-revolutionary activity, he would be deported to Alma-Ata in Turkestan near the Chinese frontier. The date of the deportation was set for January 16th. Two writers, one a complete outsider, the other a Trotskyist, have given their impression of Trotsky during his last days in Moscow. Paul Scheffer, correspondent of the Berliner Tageblatt, interviewed him on January 15th. At a superficial glance, he could see nothing indicating that a police watch was kept over Trotsky. It may be assumed that the eye of the German journalist was not very skilled in detecting such indications. He noticed excitement at Trotsky's home, the comings, goings, and leave-takings of men who were all about to be exiled, and the packing off for a long journey. In all corridors and passages there were piles of books, and once again books, the nourishment of revolutionaries, as ox blood used to be the nourishment of the Spartans. Against this background he describes the man himself, somewhat less than middle size, with a very delicate skin, a yellowish complexion, and blue, not large eyes, which at times can be very friendly, and at times are full of flashes and very powerful. A large, animated face reflecting both strength and loftiness of mind, and a mouth strikingly small in proportion to the face. A delicate, soft, feminine hand. This man, who has improvised armies and filled primitive workers and peasants with his own enthusiasm, lifting them high above their understanding, is at first shy, slightly embarrassed. That is perhaps why he is so captivating. Throughout the conversation Trotsky, though courteous, was on his guard, content to express himself pro foro externo, but extremely reticent vis-a-vis the bourgeois journalist about domestic issues. Not a single mention of his adversaries, no complaint, no polemics. Only once did the talk skirt inter-party affairs, when the interviewer remarked that Lloyd George had prophesied a Napoleonic future for Trotsky. This was the nearest that Scheffer came to alluding to the deportation, to Trotsky's plans for the future, and so on. Trotsky, however, seized a different facet of the comparison. "It is a strange idea," he answered somewhat amused, "that I should be the man to put an end to a revolution. This is not the first of Lloyd George's blunders." Characteristically, the comparison with Napoleon brought to Trotsky's mind not the obvious and superficial parallel between their personal fortunes as exiles, but the political idea, so abhorrent to him, of Bonapartism, the successor to Thermidor. With him, the general problem took precedence over the personal. "One is constantly reminded," Scheffer remarks, "that this man is first and foremost a fighter." He spoke mainly about the decay of capitalism and the prospects of revolution in Europe, prospects with which as always he linked the future of Bolshevik Russia. Trotsky's talk quickly loses its conversational tone, becomes oratorical and soars high, and he illustrates the ups and downs of the curve of world revolution with beautifully melodious gestures. The argument was interrupted by a comrade due to go into exile this very evening. He had come to ask whether there was anything he could still do for Trotsky. Trotsky's face, with the small upturned mustache, folds itself into many gay wrinkles. "You are going for a journey tonight, aren't you?" The man of controversy and irony will miss no opportunity. The humor of the unshaken man is undimmed. At the parting he invited Scheffer to come and visit him at Alma-Ata. Unlike Scheffer, Serge described Trotsky's surroundings as watched day and night by comrades who were themselves watched by stool pigeons. In the street GPU men on motorcycles noted every car coming and going. "I went up by the back stairs. He whom among ourselves we called with affectionate respect the old man, as we used to call Lenin, worked in a small room facing the courtyard and furnished only with a field bed and a table. Dressed in a well-worn jacket, active and majestic, his high crop of hair almost white, his complexion sickly, he displayed in this cage a stubborn energy. In the next room messages which he had just dictated were being typed out. In the dining room comrades arriving from every corner of the country were received. He talked with them hurriedly between telephone calls. All might be arrested any moment. What next? Nobody knew. But all were in a hurry to benefit from these last hours, for surely they were the last. The day of January 16th, taken up by conferences, instructions, further leave-takings, and last preparations for the journey, passed as if in a fever. The hour of departure was fixed for 10 p.m. In the evening the whole family, exhausted and tense, sat waiting for the GPU agents to appear. The appointed time had passed, but they did not come. The family was lost in guesses until the GPU informed Trotsky by telephone, without offering any explanation, that his departure was postponed by 2 days. Further guesses, interrupted by the arrival of Rakovsky and other friends, all greatly excited. They had come from the station where thousands had gathered to give Trotsky a farewell. There was a stormy demonstration at the train by which he was expected to travel. Many lay down on the tracks and swore not to allow the train to leave. The police tried to remove them and to disperse the crowd. But the powers that be, seeing what turn the demonstration had taken, ordered the deportation to be postponed. The opposition congratulated itself on the effect and planned to repeat the manifestation in 2 days' time. The GPU, however, decided to catch the opposition by surprise and to abduct its leader surreptitiously. The plan was to take him to another station, to bring him to a little stop outside Moscow, and only there to put him on the Central Asian train. They had told him to be ready to depart on January 18th. But already on the 17th they called to apprehend him. Curiously, his followers failed to keep watch at his home, and so when the GPU men arrived, they found on the spot only Trotsky and his wife, their 2 sons and 2 women, one of whom was Youve's widow. A scene of rare tragicomedy followed. Trotsky locked himself up and refused to let the GPU in. This was a token of passive resistance, with which in the old days he had invariably met any police trying to lay hands on him. Through the locked door the prisoner and the officer in charge conducted a parley. Finally, the officer ordered his men to smash the door, and they broke into the room. By a weird freak, the officer who had come to arrest Trotsky had served on Trotsky's military train during the Civil War as one of the bodyguards. Face to face with his former chief, he lost countenance, broke down and muttered distraught, "Shoot me, Comrade Trotsky, shoot me." Trotsky did his best to comfort his jailer and even urged and persuaded him to carry out orders. Then he resumed the posture of disobedience and refused to dress. The armed men took off his slippers, dressed him, and, as he declined to walk out, carried him down the staircase, amid the shouts and the booing of Trotsky's family and of Youve's widow, who followed them. There were no other witnesses, apart from a few neighbors, high officials and their wives, who, startled by the commotion, peeped out and quickly hid their frightened faces. The deportee and his family were bundled into a police car which then, in broad daylight, rushed through the streets of Moscow carrying away unnoticed the leader of the October Revolution and the founder of the Red Army. At the Kazan station, it was there that the escort took him. He refused to walk to the train, and armed men dragged him to a solitary carriage waiting for him at a shunting yard. The station was cordoned off and emptied of passengers. Only a few busy railway men moved around. Behind the escort there followed the deportee's family. His younger son, Sergei, exchanged blows with a GPU man, and the elder, Lyova, tried to arouse the railway workers. "Look, comrades," he shouted. "Look how they are carrying off Comrade Trotsky." The workers stared with dry eyes. Not a cry or even a murmur of protest came from them. Nearly 30 years had passed from the moment when the young Trotsky saw the towers and the walls of Moscow for the first time. He was then being transported from a jail in Odessa to a place of exile in Siberia, and it was from behind the bars of a prison van that he had his first glimpse of the village of the Tsars, the future capital of the Communist International. It was from behind such bars also that he now had his last glimpse of Moscow, for he was never to return to the city of his triumphs and defeats. He entered it a persecuted revolutionary, and so he left it. Chapter 6. A year at Alma-Ata. At a deserted little station, about 50 kilometers from Moscow, the single railway carriage in which Trotsky and his family had been taken away from the capital stopped, and it was hitched to a train bound for Central Asia. Sergei, anxious to continue his academic curriculum, alighted and returned to Moscow. Sadova, ill with fever, and Lyova accompanied Trotsky into exile. A guard of about a dozen men escorted them. From the corridor through a half-open door the guardsmen kept watch on the prisoner, and his wife slumped on the wooden benches inside a dark compartment dimly lit by a candle. The officer who had come to arrest Trotsky was still in command. His presence on this train was a grotesque reminder of that other and famous train, the Predrevoians field headquarters, on which he had served as Trotsky's bodyguard. There he was, wrenched from the world with its tumult and fascination, cut off from his work and struggle, and isolated from adherents and friends. What was to follow now? And what was he to do? He bestirred himself to enter a few notes in his diary or to draft a protest. But he found, and this was something of a minor shock, that he had set out without writing utensils. This had never happened to him before, not even during his perilous flight from the far north in 1907. All was full of hazard now. He did not even know whether it was still to Alma-Ata that he was being deported. Insecurity roused his defiant and contrary temper. He remarked to his wife that it was at least a consolation to know that he would not die a Philistine's death in a comfortable Kremlin bed. On the next day the train stopped at Samara, and Trotsky telegraphed a protest to Kalinin and Menzhinsky saying that never during his long revolutionary career had any capitalist police treated him with such trickery and mendacity as the GPU who had kidnapped him without telling him where they were taking him and made him travel without a change of linen and elementary amenities and without medicine for his sick wife. The men of the escort were considerate and even friendly, however, as had been the Tsarist soldiers who had escorted him in 1907, as the convicted leader of the Petersburg Soviet. On the way they bought linen, towels, soap, and for the family, and they brought meals from railway stations. Their prisoner still inspired them with the awe with which a Grand Duke, deported under the old regime, might have inspired his guards. There was, after all, no knowing whether he might not be back in power soon. And so when the train arrived in Turkestan, the commander of the escort asked his prisoner to give him a certificate of good behavior. On the way Sermux and Poznansky, Trotsky's two devoted secretaries, had joined the train, hoping to outwit the GPU. Such incidents broke up the monotony of the journey. At Pishpek-Frunze the railway journey came to an end. The stretch of road from there to Alma-Ata, about 250 kilometers, had to be traversed by bus, lorry, sleigh, and on foot, across ice-covered and wind-swept mountain and through deep snowdrifts, with a night stop in an abandoned hut in the desert. At last, after a week's journey, on January 25th at 3 a.m., the party reached Alma-Ata. The deportee and his family were put up at an inn called the Seven Rivers in Gogol Street. The inn dated from Gogol's time, and the spirit of the great satirist hovering over it seems to have suggested to Trotsky many of his observations on Alma-Ata and the style of the frequent protests which he was to send from there to Moscow. Towards the end of the 1920s, Alma-Ata was still a little town wholly oriental in character. Although famous for gorgeous orchards and gardens, it was a slummy and sleepy Kyrgyz backwater barely touched by civilization, and exposed to earthquakes, floods, icy blizzards, and scorching heat waves. Heat waves brought dense dust clouds, malaria, and plagues of vermin. The town was to be developed as the administrative center of Kazakhstan, but the Republican administration was only beginning to form itself. In the meantime, officials requisitioned all available accommodation, and the local slums were more than usually overcrowded. In the bazaar at the center of the town, the Kyrgyzs sat in the mud at the doorsteps of their shops, warmed themselves in the sun, and searched their bodies for lice. Leprosy was not unknown, and during the summer of Trotsky's stay animals were struck by pestilence, and howling mad dogs swarmed in the streets. In the same year, life at Alma-Ata was made even more miserable by continuous scarcity of bread. Within the first few months of Trotsky's arrival, the price of bread trebled. Long queues waited outside the few bakers' shops. Foodstuffs other than bread were even scarcer. There was no regular transport. Mail was erratic. The local Soviet tried to regularize it with the help of private contractors. The gloom of the place and the helplessness and feeble-mindedness of the local caciques are well illustrated by this extract from Trotsky's correspondence. The other day the local newspaper wrote, "In town rumors are functioning to the effect that there is going to be no bread, whereas there are numerous carts coming with loads of bread. The carts are really coming, as they say. But in the meantime the rumors are functioning, malaria is functioning, but bread is not functioning." Here then Trotsky was to stay. Stalin was eager to keep him as far from Moscow as possible and to reduce him to his own resources. Trotsky's two secretaries were arrested, one en route from Moscow, the other at Alma-Ata, and deported elsewhere. For the moment, however, Stalin appeared to have no further designs on his enemy, and the GPU still treated Trotsky with consideration that would have been unthinkable later. It took care that his enormous library and archives, containing important state and party documents, should reach him. A lorryful of these presently arrived at Alma-Ata. Trotsky protested to Kalinin, Orjonikidze, and Menzhinsky against the conditions in which he was placed, demanding better accommodation, the right to go on hunting trips, and even to have his pet dog sent to him from Moscow. He complained that he was kept at the inn at Gogol Street only to suit the GPU's convenience and that his banishment was virtual imprisonment. You could just as well have jailed me in Moscow. There was no need to deport me 4,000 versts away. The protest was effective. 3 weeks after his arrival, he was given a 4-roomed flat in the center of the town, at 75 Crossan Street. The street was so named after his deceased friend. He was allowed to go on hunting trips. He showered further sarcastic telegrams on Moscow, making demands, some serious, others trivial, and mixing little quarrels with great controversy. Maya, my darling Maya, was his pet dog. He wrote to a friend, does not even suspect that she is now at the center of a great political struggle. He refused, as it were, to consider himself a captive, and his persecutors made a show of leniency. He appeared almost relaxed after so many years of ceaseless toil and tension. Thus, unexpectedly and oddly, there was a quasi-idyllic flavor about the first few months of his stay at Alma-Ata. Steppe and mountain, river and lake lured him as never since his childhood. He relished hunting, and in his voluminous correspondence political argument and advice are often interspersed with poetic descriptions of landscape and humorous reports on hunting ventures. He was at first refused permission to go out of Alma-Ata. Then he was allowed to go hunting but no farther than 25 versts away. He telegraphed to Menzhinsky that he would disregard the restriction because there were no suitable hunting grounds within that distance and he was not going to be bothered with small game. He must be allowed to go at least 70 versts away, and let Moscow inform the local GPU about this so as to avoid trouble. He went, and there was no trouble. Then he protested to the chief of the local GPU against being pursued rudely and conspicuously by sleuths and declared that because of this he would go on strike and cease to hunt, unless this form of police supervision was prescribed directly by Moscow, in which case he understood the position of the local GPU and waived his objections. The supervision became milder and less conspicuous. He had begun to hunt soon after his arrival and went on as long as the spring migration of beasts along the river Ili lasted. Some of the trips took as many as 10 days and were strenuous and refreshing. In letters to friends, he proudly described his hunting triumphs. At first he spent nights in Kyrgyz mud huts or bug-ridden yurtas, sleeping alongside a dozen natives on the floor, boiling dirty water for tea, and barely containing nausea. Next time, he announced, I shall sleep in the open air and compel all my companions to do the same. Next time indeed. This was still before the end of March. The hunting party stayed in the open 9 frosty days and nights. Crossing a river on horseback, Trotsky once slipped into the water. The booty was not large, about 40 ducks in all. True, he wrote to friends, bigger game could be found farther afield on the Balkhash Lake, even snow leopards and tigers. But I decided to make a pact of non-aggression with the tigers. I enjoyed enormously this temporary relapse into barbarity. One does not often have such experiences as spending 9 days and nights in the open, without having to wash, dress, and undress, eating venison cooked in a pail, falling from a horse into the river. This was the only time I had to undress, and staying days and nights on a small log in the midst of water, stone and reed. The hunting season over, fishing began, and then even Natalia Ivanovna joined in, although the fishing was no townsman's lazy weekend playing with tackle, for every trip was a long and arduous job with large boats, heavy loads, and elaborate tacking about. Early in June, when the heat waves hit Alma-Ata, the family moved to a dacha in the foothills of the mountains just outside the town, where they had rented a reed-thatched farmhouse surrounded by a large apple orchard. From the house, they could see the town below and the steppe beyond on one side and snow-capped mountain ranges on the other. During heavy downpours, the thatched roof leaked and everyone rushed to the loft with pails and pots and pans. In the orchard, a wooden hut was put up, Trotsky's study and workroom. It was soon crammed with books, newspapers, and manuscripts, and it shook with the pounding of a well-worn typewriter, which resounded through the orchard. At his writing table, Trotsky watched a shrub as it pushed through a chink in the floor and in no time shot up to his knees. All this underlined the ephemeral character of the abode. But it was a relief to have escaped from the town where through the dust clouds people now chased and shot mad dogs in the street. Throughout the earlier months, both Trotsky and Sedova had suffered from malaria and lived on a quinine diet. Now the attacks of fever had almost ceased. The deportee had to earn a living. True, he received an official allowance, but this was a mere pittance. And, although the household was small and its needs very modest, the allowance was not enough to meet the rising cost of food. Gossizdat, the state publishers, had just ceased to publish Trotsky's works, of which 13 volumes had so far appeared. These were already banished from bookshops and public libraries. Trotsky's head was full of new literary projects. He thought of writing a study of revolution in Asia and assembled a sizable collection of reference works on China and India. In another book, he planned to sum up Russian and world developments since the October Revolution. Immediately after his arrival at Alma-Ata, he set to work on a full-scale statement of the opposition's principles, which was to be addressed to the 6th Congress of the Communist International convened for the summer. His friends, especially Preobrazhensky, urged him to write his memoirs. In April, he was already at work on these, recapturing, with the help of old southern newspapers and maps of Nikolaev and Odessa, the image of his childhood and youth with which he was to open my life. None of these writings, however, could bring him any earnings, for there was no chance of their being published. Yet even a man deported under Article 58 for counter-revolutionary activities could still try to earn a living as translator, sub-editor, and proofreader. When it turned out that the authors whom Trotsky would be allowed to translate, or the translations of whose works he was to supervise, were Marx and Engels, he took to the job eagerly. Ryazanov, his old friend, at present director of the Marx-Engels Institute in Moscow, was preparing the complete edition in Russian of the works of Marx and Engels, and he asked Trotsky to translate her Voigt. In this long and little-known pamphlet, Marx had replied to slanders thrown at him by Karl Voigt, who, as it turned out later, was an agent of Napoleon III. Reading this broadside for the first time, Trotsky remarked that it took Marx several hundred pages to refute Voigt's charges, whereas it would take his translator a whole encyclopedia to refute Stalin's slanders. Ryazanov then asked Trotsky to edit the translations and read the proofs of the other volumes of Marx and Engels, which he did. Trotsky's correspondence with Ryazanov shows the modesty and conscientiousness with which Trotsky applied himself to the work. It contains detailed, almost pedantic, criticisms of the style of the translations and minute suggestions for improvements. The correspondence is wholly non-political and studiously businesslike. There is no hint of any irony on Trotsky's part about the only gainful occupation now left open to him in the Soviet Union. The fees paid him by Ryazanov supplied the family's needs and covered the cost of Trotsky's huge correspondence. From the moment of his arrival at Alma-Ata, Trotsky worked hard to establish contact with friends and followers scattered all over the country and reduced to isolation and silence. At the beginning, this could be done only by normal mail, and it had to be done in the most primitive conditions, when it was sometimes a feat to obtain on the spot a pen, a pencil, a few sheets of rough paper, or a few candles. Lyova became his Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Post and Telegraphs, bodyguard, research assistant, secretary, and organizer of hunting trips. With his help, a constant flow of letters and circulars began to pour out of Alma-Ata in all directions. Twice or three times a week, an invalid postman on horseback brought the mail bag bulging with letters, press clippings, and later even with books and newspapers from abroad. No doubt the censorship and the GPU kept a watchful eye on the correspondence. Most of it was with Rakovsky, who had been deported to Astrakhan, Radek, who was at Tobolsk, Preobrazhensky, exiled to Uralsk, Smilga, who was at Narum, Beloborodov, banished as far north as Ustykylam in the Komi Republic, Serebryakov, who was at Semipalatinsk in Central Asia, Murilov at Tara, Ivan Smirnov at Novobayazet in Armenia, and Mrachkovsky at Voronezh. Less systematically, Trotsky corresponded with a host of other oppositionists. Later in the year, he related to Sosnovsky that he was in more or less regular contact with all the major colonies of exiles in Siberia and Soviet Asia at large, with Barnaul, Kamensk, Minnesinsk, Tomsk, Kolpashevo, Yeniseisk, Novosibirsk, Kansk, Akinsk, Aktyabinsk, Tashkent, Samarkand, and C. With colonies in European Russia, he communicated through Rakovsky, who from Astrakhan was in charge of opposition centers along the southern Volga and in the Crimea, and through Mrachkovsky, who from Voronezh kept in touch with colonies in the north. In places where there were large centers of exiles, the correspondence and the circulars were duplicated and forwarded to minor colonies. Since April, a secret postal service operated between Alma-Ata and Moscow. It delivered and collected mail once every fortnight or 3 weeks. In this way, the groups of exiles, constantly growing in numbers and size, formed a community of their own with its own intense political life. Trotsky was the inspirer, organizer, and symbol of the opposition in exile. The state of mind of the deportees was anything but settled. Some were stunned by what had happened. Others viewed the persecution to which they were subjected as little more than a bad joke. The majority at first appeared to be convinced that Stalin's triumph would not last and that soon events would vindicate the opposition so that its adherents would return from exile to be hailed for their foresight, courage, and dedication to Marxism and Leninism. As the conditions in which they found themselves, though painful and humiliating, were not yet crushingly oppressive, the oppositionists reverted to a manner of existence which had been familiar to them before the revolution. The job of the political prisoners and exiles was to use enforced idleness in order to clear their thoughts, learn, and prepare for the day when they would once again have to shoulder the burdens of direct struggle or the responsibilities of government. For this kind of work, the conditions seemed propitious. In many colonies there were educated men, brilliant theorists, and gifted writers whom their comrades provided with a choice audience. Intensive exchange of ideas helped to keep up self-discipline and self-respect. From Alma-Ata, Trotsky eagerly followed this exchange and encouraged it, quoting in letters to friends Goethe's maxim that in intellectual and moral matters it is necessary in order to guard what one possesses to conquer it ever anew. Thus the colonies became centers of important intellectual and literary political activity. Apart from memoranda and theses on current affairs, which proliferated freely, major works were undertaken. Radek began to write a large-scale biography and study of Lenin. Rakovsky worked on a life of Saint Simon and on the origins of utopian socialism. Preobrazhensky wrote and completed books on the Soviet economy and on the economy of medieval Europe. Smilga was busy on a book about Bukharin and his school of thought. Dingelstedt produced essays on the social structure of India, and so on. However, these intellectual pursuits, valuable though they were, could not give any direct answer to the question which was uppermost in the thoughts of the deportees and which events were about to pose anew. The question, what next? Even in the remoteness of Siberia and Central Asia, the shock of a new social crisis could be felt before the end of the winter. The crisis had long been in the making, and it had reached danger point as early as the autumn, just before the deportation of the oppositionists. The state granaries were half empty, hunger threatened the urban population, and it was not even certain whether the armed forces would be supplied with provisions. The interminable queues outside the bakers and the repeated rises in the price of bread, witnessed by Trotsky at Alma-Ata, could be observed all over the Soviet Union. Yet, on the face of it, the agricultural situation was not bad. Almost as much land had been sown as in the best of times, and there had been a succession of 3 excellent harvests. But once again the link between town and country was broken. The peasants refused to deliver bread and to sell it at fixed prices. Grain collections were accompanied by riots. The official collectors were driven from the villages and returned empty-handed to town. The peasantry had little or no incentive to deliver or sell its produce when now as before it could not obtain in return clothing, footwear, agricultural tools, or other industrial goods. It demanded a steep rise in the price of grain, and clamoring for this, it followed even more clearly than before the lead of the wealthy farmers. At the Politburo, the Bukharinists and the Stalinists came to blows over this at the very moment when they were jointly expelling the Trotskyists and crushing the Zinovivists. The Bukharinists wished to calm the peasantry with concessions, while the Stalinists were inclined, although not yet determined, to resort to force. In the first week of January, 10 days before Trotsky's banishment, the Politburo had to come to a decision about the further course of the grain collection, and undoubtedly nervousness over the situation in the country caused it to speed up Trotsky's banishment. On January 6, the Politburo secretly instructed party organizations to proceed with greater severity against peasants who obstructed the grain collection, to levy forced bread loans, to resist firmly pressure for higher food prices, and to keep a sharp watch on the kulaks. The instructions failed to yield results, and 5 weeks later the Politburo had to repeat them with greater emphasis and less secrecy. In the middle of February, Pravda sounded the alarm. The kulak has raised his head. Finally, in April, the Central Committee declared bluntly, as if it had borrowed its terms from the Trotskyists and Zinovivists, that the nation was threatened by a grave crisis, and that the threat had been created by the growth of the kulak's economic power, which the government's fiscal policy had failed to keep in check. In connection with the further differentiation of the peasantry, the kulaks, their economic weight growing, have acquired the power to exert considerable influence on the entire state of the market. Yet, the party, so the Central Committee said, had been and still was slack in curbing them. Emergency measures were decreed, under which compulsory loans were to be levied on kulaks to reduce their purchasing power. Grain stocks were to be requisitioned, the fixed bread price was to be enforced, and finally, officials and party members inclined to treat the kulak indulgently were to be removed from their posts. These decisions were presented not as a departure from accepted policy but as ad hoc moves designed to deal with unexpected difficulties. The resolutions of the Central Committee contained no hint of wholesale collectivization. Indeed, the idea was emphatically rejected. However, the manner in which the Central Committee explained the emergency and its insistence on the danger from the kulak and the party's failure to take counteraction already pointed to a fundamental change of policy. Within the Central Committee, the Stalinists were gaining the upper hand. By obtaining powers to strengthen the party's hands against the kulak, Stalin had strengthened his own hands against the Bucharinists. He was free to remove them from many posts at the lower and middle rungs of the administration and of the party machine. The first reaction of the deported Trotskyists to these events was one of amusement, irony, even exultation. Had the predictions of the opposition not come true? They asked. Was Stalin not being forced to adopt a left course, the course the opposition had advocated? How could the party not realize now who had been right and who had been wrong in the great controversy of the last years? Most oppositionists congratulated themselves, expecting even more confidently to be called back to play their part in overcoming the emergency and steering Bolshevik policy in the new direction. Trotsky, too, in his correspondence dwelt on the opposition's foresight and appeared to be in a hopeful mood, although he did not share the most sanguine expectations of his followers. As the weeks passed and the left course developed, while nothing changed in the official attitude towards the opposition, the self-congratulatory mood in the colonies gave place to uneasiness and heart-searching. The turn that events had taken appeared to call into question some of the opposition's major assumptions and predictions, especially its appraisal of the political trends within the party. Had we been right, some Trotskyists began to wonder, in denouncing Stalin as the protector of the kulak? Had we been justified in saying that once the left opposition was defeated, the inter-party balance would be so upset that the Bucharinist right would assert itself and sweep away the Stalinist center? Had we not overrated the strength of the conservative elements in the party? The Stalinist faction, far from being overwhelmed, was beginning to overwhelm the right. Had we then not exaggerated with our Cassandra cries about the danger of Thermidor? And had we, generally speaking, not gone too far in our struggle against Stalin? The great majority of deportees would not even admit such doubts to their thoughts. But a minority posed these questions ever more persistently, and every question it asked entailed other questions bringing under scrutiny ever more points of the opposition's program and activity. The answers turned on what view the opposition took of the seriousness of Stalin's left course. It was still possible to regard Stalin's action against the kulak as an incidental tactical maneuver which need not prevent him from resuming the pro-kulak policy. This was indeed what most oppositionists thought of it. But a few were already convinced of the seriousness of the left course, saw it as the beginning of a momentous upheaval, and reflected uneasily on the opposition's prospects. How could the opposition remain a passive onlooker, they asked, while the party was embarking upon a dangerous struggle against the capitalist and quasi-capitalist elements in the nation, the struggle to which the opposition had summoned it. The opposition had to such an extent based its own action on the idea that in all vital matters the right wing played the leading part and that the Stalinist faction, weak and vacillating, merely followed it like a shadow, that Stalin's first or preliminary attack on the kulak shook the ground under its feet. Even in December, during the 15th Congress, Zinoviev and Kamenev had excused their capitulation with the argument that Stalin was about to embark upon a left course. Soon thereafter, two eminent Trotskyists, Pyatakov and Antonov, followed this example and announced their break with Trotsky. They had been the boldest and most energetic leaders of the 1923 opposition, They had participated only half-heartedly in the struggle of the later years, and they justified their capitulation on the ground that Stalin was carrying out the opposition's program. The deportees at first received Pyatakov's and Antonov-Evsenko's defection with the contempt and derision reserved for renegades, but their arguments nevertheless made an impression and stimulated self-interrogation. Early in May, Trotsky still knew little or nothing about the new ferment among the exiles, and he sent a letter to them in which he set out his views. He declared that Stalin's left course marked the beginning of an important change. The opposition, he said, had every right to regard itself with pride as the inspirer and prompter of the new policy. True, pride must be mingled with sadness when oppositionists reflected on the price they had had to pay for their vicarious success. However, it has been the fate of revolutionaries more than once that, at the price of heavy or tragic sacrifice, they have compelled others, even enemies, to carry out parts of a revolutionary program. Thus, the Commune of Paris had been drowned in blood, but it triumphed over its hangman, for its very hangman had to carry out part of its program. Although the Commune had failed as a proletarian revolution, it made the restoration of the monarchy impossible in France and secured the establishment at least of a parliamentary republic. Such might be, mutatis mutandis, the opposition's relation to Stalin's left course. The opposition might be defeated, it might not see its full program carried into effect, but at least its struggle had made it impossible for the ruling group to continue the retreat before the capitalist elements and to inaugurate a neo-NEP. What was the opposition to do? We were in duty bound, Trotsky replied, to lend critical support to Stalin's left course. Under no circumstances must we make common cause with Bukharin and Rykov against it. We should, on the contrary, encourage the vacillating Stalinist center to break definitely with the right and make common cause with the left. An alliance between the opposition and its Stalinist persecutors against the defenders of the Kulak should not be ruled out, even though the possibility was remote. More than ever must the opposition press for freedom within the party, and the left course facilitates the struggle for proletarian democracy. In reasoning thus, Trotsky was logically consistent with himself. He had, ever since 1923, maintained that the main function of the Stalinist regime was to shield from the workers a party bureaucracy which protected the Kulak and the NEP man. It was natural for him to conclude that once that bureaucracy had ceased to protect the Kulak and the NEP man, it would draw closer to the working class, seek reconciliation with its spokesman, and restore to them freedom of expression. All the more resolutely should the opposition, even while supporting the left course, resist Stalinist oppression and warn the party that as long as this persisted there was no guarantee that Stalin would pursue the new policy and would not once again yield to the Kulak. Trotsky admitted that his was a dual attitude, difficult to adopt, but he claimed that it was the only attitude justified in the circumstances. Pyatakov had already described Trotsky's views as self-contradictory. But all contradictions, Trotsky retorted, disappear in a man who, like Pyatakov, makes a suicide jump into a river. Trotsky's view had all the dialectical suppleness which the ambiguous situation demanded from him. He treated Stalin's drive against the Kulak as a great and hopeful development, and he insisted all the more firmly on the need for freedom of criticism and discussion as the main guarantee of the soundness of the new policy. He offered the opposition no axe to grind, only principles to defend. When his enemy took another leaf from his book, he acknowledged the leaf as his own and urged his followers to back his enemy in an undertaking which they had considered necessary. But there were many other leaves left in his book, and he was not going to throw them away. As to the opposition's prospects, he shunned the extremes of optimism and pessimism. It was possible that events might compel the Stalinists to seek reconciliation with the opposition, and in that case the opposition would regain moral and political leadership. But the opposition must also be ready to share the fate of the Commune of Paris and through its martyrdom to further the cause of socialism and progress. The fact that Trotsky took a relatively favorable view of Stalin's left course and acknowledged its positive significance made a great and even bewildering impression on his followers. It added strength to the arguments of those among them who had begun to criticize the opposition's record. If Trotsky was right now, they said, then had he not been wrong earlier in raising alarms about the Thermidorian peril? Had he not erroneously evaluated Stalin's policy? And would it be right for the opposition to console itself with the thought that history would vindicate it, as it had vindicated the Commune of Paris? Should Trotskyists not lend a hand to the momentous struggle against private property that was going on in the country and thus help to make history rather than rely passively on history's anticipated verdict? Posterity may well extol the martyrdom of communards. But communards fight not for the glory of martyrdom, but for purposes which they believe to be practical and within their reach. Such reasonings reflected a dilemma inherent in the Trotskyist attitude, and frustration injected bitterness. Exile, enforced idleness, and nagging doubts weighed down vigorous and strong-minded men who had made a revolution, fought civil wars, and built a new state. To be cast out of the party to which they had dedicated their lives, for which they had languished in czarist prisons, and in which they still saw humanity's highest hope, was a burden heavy enough in itself. The burden became unbearable when they realized that some of the crucial differences which had separated them from the Stalinists were vanishing, and that the party was beginning to do what they had so ardently desired it to do. It is not so difficult for a political fighter to suffer defeat, privation, and humiliation as long as he knows clearly what he stands for and feels that his cause depends exclusively on what he and his comrades do for it. But even the most hardened fighter loses heart in a paradoxical situation when he sees his cause, or an important part of it, embraced by his persecutor. His cause no longer seems to depend on whether he fights for it or not. The fight itself suddenly appears to be purposeless and the persecution to which he has exposed himself, senseless. He begins to doubt whether he is justified in regarding his persecutor as an enemy. Stalin had a cold and acute insight into the troubled mind of the opposition. But he too had his dilemmas. Any Trotskyist commendation of his left course assisted him. But he was afraid of Trotskyist assistance. Hesitantly, falteringly, driven by circumstances, he was embarking upon an unknown and dangerous road. He risked grave conflict with the peasantry. He did not and could not gauge beforehand the scope and the violence of the resistance with which he would meet. He had cautiously turned against his erstwhile allies, the Bucharinists, whose popularity and influence he did not underrate. He could not know how far this new struggle might carry him and what dangers it might create for him. No more than Trotsky could he rule out the possibility that in an extremely critical situation he might have to seek an alliance with the left opposition. But he too realized that this would be Trotsky's triumph, and he was determined to do all that lay in his power to defeat the Bucharinists without having recourse to reconciliation with Trotsky. He had reason to fear that the strength of his own faction would be inadequate for this, and that his followers alone would not be able to manage the state machine and to cope with nationalized industry and finance in the new and difficult phase of rapid expansion. The Stalinists were primarily men of the party machine. Theorists, policymakers, economists, industrial administrators, financial and agricultural experts, and men of political talent were found among the Trotskyists, the Bucharinists, and the Zinovivists. Stalin needed the assistance of men of ability who would be eager to carry out an anti-kulak policy and would carry it out with conviction and zeal. He could find such men in the left opposition. He was therefore anxious to win to his side as much Trotskyist and Zinovivist talent as he could without yielding ground to Trotsky and Zinoviev. He appealed to the Trotskyists behind Trotsky's back. Through his agents, he lured them with the left course and sought to persuade them that their opposition to him had become pointless. At first, the deportees rejected these appeals almost unanimously, but the appeals fell on fertile ground. In some of Trotsky's followers, they intensified the doubts and the inclination to review the opposition's record with disillusioned eyes. Trotsky became aware of these developments only about the middle of May. Beloborodov had sent him a report on the discussions in the colonies. Another Trotskyist, who was still in Stalin's diplomatic service, informed him from Berlin about Stalin's presumed plan of action. According to this correspondent, Stalin hoped to improve his difficult position by inducing influential banished oppositionists to recant. With their assistance, he expected to put the left course into effect and to give Trotsky the coup de grace. He even delayed embarking full steam upon the left course until he had secured the capitulation of many important Trotskyists. Everything now depended on whether he would succeed in this. If the opposition could frustrate him, if it were not weakened by defections, and if it held out at least until the autumn, by which time Stalin would find his own faction unable to cope with the difficulties, then the opposition would have every chance to regain the initiative and return to power. But should Stalin succeed in sapping the opposition's morale and should Trotskyist capitulators come to his succor, then he would maintain himself in power, crush the Bucharinists, and carry on with the left course without having to conciliate Trotsky and Trotsky's impenitent adherents. The correspondent feared that Stalin was about to succeed. The opposition's morale was dangerously sagging, and all too many oppositionists were ready to give up the fight. Trotsky, it appears, did not believe that the opposition's morale was so low. There had been very few capitulations among the deportees. One notorious case was that of Safarov, the former leader of the Komsomol who had signed a formula of recantation and was recalled to Moscow. However, Safarov's case was exceptional in that he was not a Trotskyist. He had belonged to Zinovyev's faction but had at first refused to capitulate with his leader, had gone with the Trotskyists into exile, and only then, on second thoughts, capitulated. His behavior, it seemed, was not related to the mood among the Trotskyists. Yet Safarov, as he tried to justify himself, expressed something that struck a chord in them as well. "Everything is now going to be carried out without us," he exclaimed. Everything meant the drive against the kulak and the NEP man, the expansion of the socialist sector of the economy, accelerated industrialization, and possibly collectivization of farming, for all these aspects of the left course hung together. It was a galling thought for the Trotskyists also that the great change, this second revolution, might be carried out without them. The more disinterestedly Trotsky stressed the desirability and the progressive character of Stalin's latest moves, and the more he insisted on the opposition's duty to support them, the greater was the frustration among his followers, the more anxiously did they reflect over the rights and wrongs of the opposition's policy, and the more poignantly did they feel that cast out of the party, in the wilderness where they were, they could not possibly lend any practical support to the left course. Before the end of May, Trotsky again, in several statements, addressed his followers. He defended the record of the opposition and sought to outline new prospects. His argument may be summed up in these 3 points. Firstly, it was not true that he had overrated the strength of the Bucharinist right. This was still formidable. Nor had the opposition been wrong in seeking to arouse the party against the danger of Thermidor. In doing so, it had helped to keep the Thermidorian forces at bay. The opposition's action and pressure from the working class had compelled the Stalinists to break with the Bucharinists. Otherwise, the present bread crisis might have induced them to make far-reaching concessions to capitalist farming, and might thus have provoked, instead of the left course, a powerful shift to the right. He feared that those who maintained that the opposition had magnified the danger from the right would in the end surrender to Stalin. Secondly, the opposition had no reason to reproach itself with having gone too far in its struggle. On the contrary, because of Zinovyev's and Kamenev's timidity, it had not gone far enough. All our activities had a propagandist and only a propagandist character. The opposition had hardly ever appealed to the rank and file strongly and boldly enough. When at last it sought to do so, on November 7th, Stalin tried to provoke it into civil war, and then it had to retreat. Finally, the fact that Stalin was stealing the opposition's thunder should not dishearten the opposition. The Stalinist faction had initiated a left policy when it could do nothing else, but it would not be able to see it through to the end. Consequently, Trotsky assured his followers, "The party is still going to need us." These arguments and assurances did not satisfy many of Trotsky's adherents. He offered them no clear perspective. They continued to ask whether Stalin had turned against the kulak for good or whether his left course was mere pretense. And they expected a plain answer. Trotsky did not possess it, and probably Stalin himself did not yet know definitely where he stood. Nor did Trotsky tell his followers how, in the position in which they were placed, they could act on his advice and how, in what manner, they could support and oppose Stalin at the same time. Already in the spring of 1928, 2 distinct currents of opinion had formed themselves in the Trotskyist colonies. There were, on the one hand, those who took to heart, most of all, their obligation to support Stalin's left course, the obligation which Trotsky again and again impressed on them, and there were those, on the other hand, who were above all inclined to go on opposing Stalin, as Trotsky also urged them to do. Thus, the differences that had existed within the joint opposition, between Trotskyists and Zinovievists, were now reproduced within the ranks of the Trotskyists themselves, splitting them into conciliators and irreconcilables. The conciliators were still far from the thought of surrendering to Stalin. but they wished the opposition to mitigate its hostility towards his faction and to prepare for a dignified reconciliation with it on the basis of the left course. They held that integrity and the opposition's own interest demanded from them that they should review critically and modify in the light of events the opposition's accepted views. To this attitude rallied oppositionists of the older generation, men of the reflective and sedate type, and those in whom the nostalgic feeling for their old party was extremely strong, and also the enlightened bureaucrats, economists, and administrators who had been interested more in the opposition's program of industrialization and economic planning than in its demands for inter-party freedom and proletarian democracy. And finally, people whose will to go on resisting the ruling group was already weakened by the ordeal they had undergone. As individuals were often moved by mixed impulses, it was in many cases well-nigh impossible to disentangle their motives. The irreconcilable Trotskyists were mostly young men, to whom expulsion from the party had been less of a break in life than it had been to their elders, people whom the opposition attracted by its call for proletarian democracy rather than by its economic and social desiderata, and the zealots of the opposition, the doctrinaire enemies of bureaucracy, and the fanatics of anti-Stalinism. In this group, too, the motives of individuals could not be easily distinguished. Most often the young, those for whom the break with the party was no great moral upset, were also relatively indifferent to the complex economic and social issues, but responded ardently to the opposition's call for freedom of expression, and viewed all bureaucracy with a fierce hostility, rendered even fiercer by persecution and exile. Both wings of the Trotskyist opposition tended to overlap with other groups outside it. The conciliators moved closer and closer towards the Zinovivists, whom they had hitherto despised. They began to see them in a new light, and even if they were not ready to follow them, they began to appreciate the reasons for their surrender, to listen eagerly to their arguments, and to watch sympathetically their doings. The most extreme irreconcilables, on the other hand, found that they had much in common with the unrepentant Mohicans of the workers' opposition and of the Decemists, who were led by Sapronov and Vladimir Smirnov, and had been exiled together with the Trotskyists. In their enmity towards the bureaucracy, they had been far less inhibited than the Trotskyists. More or less openly, they had renounced all allegiance to the existing state and party. They proclaimed that the revolution and Bolshevism were dead, and that the working class had to begin from the beginning, that is, to start a new revolutionary struggle in order to free itself from exploitation by the new state capitalism, the NEP bourgeoisie, and the kulaks. To many a young Trotskyist, this plain and single-minded message sounded more convincing than did Trotsky's carefully balanced analyses and dual policy. It was easier to digest it, for in it yes was yes and no was no, without any dialectical complication. To denounce Stalin as the gravedigger of the revolution, the Decemists said, and to dwell, as Trotsky did, on the progressive implications of the left course was absurd. To fight Stalin meant to fight him and not to support him. Both sets of Trotskyists looked to Trotsky for guidance, although each was inclined to accept only that part of his advice that suited it. Both sets evoked the opposition's first principles and common interests, but as the differences widened, the sense of comradeship wore thin and mutual suspicions grew until the two sets had little more for each other than black looks and harsh words. To the irreconcilables, their more moderate comrades were men of small faith, if not yet deserters. The moderates looked down on the irreconcilables as ultra-lefts or crude anarchisants, devoid of Marxist intellectual discipline and responsibility for the fortunes of the revolution. The irreconcilables suspected that knowingly or unknowingly the conciliators worked for Stalin, while the conciliators held that nothing compromised the opposition and assisted Stalin more effectively than the exaggerations and the excesses of the doctrinaires and the zealots of Trotskyism. The spokesmen for each of the two sets were oppositionists of long standing and Trotsky's trusted and respected friends. Preobrazhensky was the first to speak of the need for a more conciliatory attitude toward Stalinism. He had never faltered as an oppositionist, and not the slightest taint of self-regard or opportunism attached to his character. His weakness, if weakness it be, lay rather in his utter disregard of expediency and popularity, and in the theoretical consistency of his views. He began to preach conciliation from deep conviction, which can be traced back to his writings of 1924–5. He had been, we know, the chief theoretical exponent of primitive socialist accumulation. The period of primitive socialist accumulation, he had written in the New Economics, constitutes the most critical era in the life of the socialist state after the conclusion of civil war. To go through this period as rapidly as possible, and to reach as soon as possible the stage at which the socialist system develops all its advantages vis-a-vis capitalism, is for the socialist economy a matter of life and death. During that period, the socialist state was bound to get the worst of both worlds. It would benefit neither from the advantages of capitalism nor from those of socialism. It would have to exploit the peasantry in order to finance accumulation in the socialist sector. On this point, it will be remembered Preobrazhensky had clashed with Bukharin and the neo-populist school, our Soviet Manchester school of thought, as he dubbed it. The pressure of foreign, mainly American capitalist monopolism, he argued then, can find a barrier only in socialist monopolism. This must subordinate to itself, by means of fiscal policy and through a state-regulated price mechanism, the private sector of the economy, especially farming. To Bukharin's outcry of indignation, Preobrazhensky replied, "But can it be otherwise? To put it in the simplest terms, can the burden of the development of the state-owned industry be thrown on to the shoulders of our 3 million industrial workers only, or should the 22 million of our peasant smallholders also contribute their share?" Even he had not advocated the expropriation and forcible collectivization of the smallholders. But more than anyone else, he had been aware of the inherent violence of the conflict between state and peasantry under the iron heel of the law of primitive socialist accumulation. No wonder that Preobrazhensky responded eagerly to Stalin's left course. He received it as a confirmation of his own theory. He saw it as an inevitable and wholly desirable development. From the outset, he was convinced of its momentous significance, and he was convinced of it more firmly than Trotsky was. The differences between him and Trotsky, hitherto only implicit in their writings but of no practical consequence, now began to affect their attitudes. Trotsky had never committed himself to the view that the worker state must as a rule exploit the peasantry. At any rate, he had never expounded this view as bluntly as Preobrazhensky had done it. Nor had he advocated a pace of industrialization as forcible as that which Preobrazhensky had anticipated. Preobrazhensky's theorem of the new economics had not been incompatible with socialism in one country. It had implied that primitive accumulation, the most difficult part of the transition from capitalism to socialism, might be accomplished within a single and industrially underdeveloped nation-state. Finally, unlike Trotsky, Preobrazhensky had dwelt on the objective force of the laws of the transition to socialism, a force which would assert itself and compel the party leaders to act malgré eux-mêmes as the agents of socialism. Nationalization of all large-scale industry, he held, led ineluctably to planned economy and rapid industrialization. In opposing these, the Stalinists and Bukharinists opposed a historic necessity, a necessity which the opposition alone saw in time and of which it sought to make the Bolsheviks aware. Stalin and Bukharin might defeat the opposition, but they could not outwit the laws of history. The structure of our state economy, which often proves itself to be more progressive than is the whole system of our economic leadership, would eventually force them to carry out the opposition's program. These ideas, which were little more than asides and hints in Preobrazhensky's earlier writings, now came to govern all his thoughts. Stalin declaring war on the kulak was in his eyes but the unconscious and reluctant agent of necessity. While Trotsky still viewed the left course somewhat incredulously and wondered whether it might not be only a temporary shift, Preobrazhensky had no doubt whatsoever that Stalin was not trifling, that he could not retreat from the left course, that he would be compelled to wage war on the kulak ever more ruthlessly, and that this created a completely new situation for the country at large and for the opposition in particular. He insisted that the country was on the brink of a tremendous revolutionary upheaval. The kulaks, he said, would go on refusing to sell grain and would threaten the town with famine. The middle and poor peasants would not be able to supply enough food, and the official attack on the kulak would antagonize them too and would lead to a colossal clash between the government and the bulk of the peasantry. In a survey written in the spring of 1928, Preobrazhensky maintained that Stalin's threats and emergency measures had already aroused in the country a storm so violent that to calm it the government would have to make such vast and dangerous concessions to capitalism that not only Stalin but even Bukharin and Rykov would recoil and refuse to make them. Only a drastically right or drastically left policy could avert a calamity, and everything indicated that Stalin would move farther to the left. What was to be the opposition's role in this upheaval? The opposition, Preobrazhensky replied, had acted as the conscious interpreter of a historic necessity. It had displayed superior foresight. Its ideas were reflected in Stalin's new policy as in a distorting mirror. The present crisis would not have been as grave if the party had acted on the opposition's advice earlier. The opposition must still go on advocating accelerated industrialization, and it must call as insistently as ever for proletarian democracy. However, although the opposition had correctly interpreted the needs of the time, it was not given to it to meet those needs in practice. Stalin and his adherents were taking charge of the practical task. They were the agents of the historic necessity, although they had not understood it and had long resisted it. Somewhere then the opposition had gone wrong. It had exaggerated the danger from the right and the Stalinist connivance with the Kulak. It had misjudged the trends within the party and their relationship to the social classes without a grave error for Marxists to commit. It was therefore incumbent on the opposition to modify its attitude and to contribute to a rapprochement with the Stalinist faction. With this aim in view, Preobrazhensky proposed that the opposition should ask for official permission to call a conference of its members, at which all exiled colonies should be represented, in order to discuss the new situation and the opposition's conduct. Trotsky had spoken of the possibility and desirability of an alliance between left and center against the right, but he had not proposed any move designed to bring it about. Preobrazhensky was not satisfied with this. If there was to be such an alliance, he argued, the time for it was now, when the Stalinists struck against the right, and the opposition's duty was to act instead of waiting until events produced the alliance ready-made. They might never produce it. Trotsky was dead against Preobrazhensky's proposal. He held that, desirable though a center-left coalition was in theory, the opposition could do nothing to bring it about. The jailer and the jailed were not allies. He feared that Preobrazhensky took too favorable a view of the left course. But even if this were not so, the gulf between Stalinism and the opposition remained fixed. Persecution continued. The party was still robbed of its freedom, and its regime was getting worse and worse. The dogma of the leader's infallibility was established, and it was applied to past as well as present. The entire history of the party was falsified to suit the requirements of that dogma. Under such conditions, the opposition could take no step to meet the ruling faction halfway. It would be a disgrace for it to ask its persecutors for permission to hold a conference. The request alone would flavor of capitulation. In May, the colonies discussed Preobrazhensky's proposal. This was the first test of the exiles' reaction to the left course. The proposal was rejected out of hand. The great majority was in an irreconcilable mood, skeptical about the left course, inclined as before to see in Stalin the defender of the Kulak and the accomplice of the Thermidorians, confident in the opposition's cause, and reluctant to contemplate any revision of its attitude. Despite this rebuff to Preobrazhensky, his ideas began to germinate in many minds. Radek, it seems, was the first of the leaders of the opposition to come under their influence. He had not so far belonged to those inclined to pull punches. Throughout 1927, he had urged the opposition to attack the ruling group more boldly, to appeal to the factory workers who stood outside the party, and to voice aggressively their grievances, instead of contenting itself with honor-saving gestures and highbrow theory. He had not recoiled from the idea of a new party and had favored the admission to the opposition of the dissemists who stood for it. He was still in this militant mood after his deportation, when he wrote scornfully of Zinovьev's and Pyatakov's recantations and the morbid odor of Dostoevshchina they exuded. They have denied their own convictions and have lied to the working class. You cannot help the working class with lies. Even in May, when Preobrazhensky called for the conference, Radek still appeared to be opposed to the idea. At any rate, he criticized Preobrazhensky's conciliatory attitude. Barely a month later, the man seemed to have completely changed. He preached conciliation himself, with all the ingenuity, verve, and wit peculiar to him. His accession enormously strengthened the moderate wing, for he and Preobrazhensky were, next to Trotsky and Rakovsky, the most authoritative leaders in exile. Subsequently, as his prolific correspondence shows, his will to resist Stalinism crumbled almost from week to week, although nearly a year was to elapse before his actual surrender. It would be too simple to attribute the change merely to Radek's volatility or lack of courage. His motives were tangled. No doubt he did not possess all the Bolshevik hardihood, that others had gained in underground politics, in czarist prisons, and through years of Siberian exile. His spells of underground work had been brief. Up to 1917 he had spent his political life mainly in the open socialist movements of Austro-Hungary and Germany. He was essentially a Western European and a bohemian, sociable, accustomed to breathe the air and the excitement of great cities and to be at the center of public affairs. In the course of more than 25 years, he had held famous central committees and great editorial offices spellbound by his views and witticisms. For 10 years, he had been one of the leading lights of the Bolshevik Party and the Communist International. As long as he was surrounded by the bustle of political life, his confidence and mettle had not abandoned him. He had remained bold and active and had still been at the center of affairs even in the Mobit prison of Berlin in 1919. But cast out suddenly into the empty, bleak, and severe wilderness of northern Siberia, his spirit began to sink. Solitude oppressed him. He felt as if he had been exiled from life itself. His sense of reality was shaken. Had all the years he had spent at Lenin's side, as valued comrade and advisor, helping to direct the affairs of a worldwide movement, been but a dream? Men of far greater resilience were beset by similar feelings. This, for instance, is what Ivan Smirnov, hero of the Civil War, wrote to Radek from southern Armenia to northern Siberia. You, dear Karyusha, are pained that we have found ourselves outside the party. To me, too, and to all the others, this is agony indeed. At the beginning, I was haunted by nightmares. I would suddenly awake at night and could not believe that I was a deportee. I, who had worked for the party ever since 1899, without a day's break, not like some of those scoundrels of the Society of Old Bolsheviks who after 1906 deserted the party for full 10 years. But it was not only this predicament that troubled Radek and his friends. They brooded over the fate of the revolution. They were accustomed to regard themselves as the true guardians of the conquests of October, and as the sole depositaries of Marxism and Leninism which the Stalinists and Bukharinists had diluted and falsified. They were accustomed to think that whatever was beneficial to Marxism and the revolution was beneficial to the opposition too, and that the opposition's defeats were the revolution's defeats. They now saw the opposition reduced to a small group, almost a sect, utterly impotent and estranged from the great state and party with which they had identified themselves. Was it possible, they wondered, that a movement claiming for itself so high a mission should be reduced to so low a state? They were confronted with this dilemma. If they really were the sole reliable and legitimate guardians of October, then their cruel defeat could not but bring irretrievable disaster to the revolution, and the heritage of October was lost. But if this was not so, if the conquests of October were more or less intact and the Soviet Union, despite all that had happened, was still a workers' state, then had the opposition not been wrong and guilty of arrogance in regarding itself as the sole depositary of Marxism-Leninism and in denying its adversaries all revolutionary virtue? Were the few thousand oppositionists all that was left of the great and world-shaking Bolshevik movement? Had the mountain of revolution brought forth a mouse? I cannot believe, Radek wrote to Sosnovsky, that Lenin's entire work and the entire work of the revolution should have left behind only 5,000 communists in the whole of Russia. Yet, if one were to take literally some of the opposition's claims and if one were to believe that the other Bolshevik factions merely paved the way for counter-revolution, then one could not escape this conclusion, from which both realism and the Marxist sense of history recoiled. Surely, the Bolshevik epic with all its heroism, sacrifice, hope, blood, and toil, could not have been mere sound and fury, signifying nothing. As long as Stalinists and Bukharinists had jointly protected the kulaks and the NEP men, there was substance in the opposition's claims and charges. But the left course, bringing the Stalinist faction into mortal conflict with private property, demonstrated that the work of Lenin and the October Revolution had left behind something more than a handful of righteous men, something more than 5,000 communists in the whole of Russia. The volcano of the revolution, far from having given birth to a mouse and becoming extinguished, was still active. Preobrazhensky argued that it was the objective force of social ownership that provided the impulse for Russia's further revolutionary and socialist transformation. The objective force asserted itself through men, its subjective representatives. The Stalinist faction was the agent of historic necessity, and despite confusion, mistakes, and even crimes committed, It acted as guardian of the heritage of October and champion of socialism. The Stalinists, Radek discovered, had proved themselves worthier than the opposition had thought them to be. The opposition should and could admit this without any self-depreciation. In the new advance towards socialism, the opposition had acted as the vanguard while the Stalinist faction had formed the rearguard. The conflict between them had not been a clash of hostile class interests, but a breach between two sections of the same class, for both vanguard and rearguard belonged to the same camp. It was time to heal the breach. Many oppositionists were startled by the idea of a reconciliation between Stalinists and Trotskyists. But Radek remarked such a regrouping would not be stranger than had been earlier reversals of inter-party alliances. There was a time when we thought that Stalin was a good revolutionary and that Zinoviev was hopeless. Then things changed, they may change once again. There was an unmistakable note of despair in these pleadings, but it was a despair which sought to escape from itself and to change into hope. The conciliator's mood was nurtured in the deepening isolationism of Bolshevik Russia. It was within the Soviet Union, not without, that Radek and Preobrazhensky, and many others, looked for a great and promising change in the fortunes of communism. And this fact accounts for much that was to follow. This was the aftermath of the Chinese Revolution. In December 1927, the communist rising of Canton had been suppressed. The rising had been the last act, or rather the epilogue of the drama of 1925-7. The shock of the defeat was making itself felt in all Bolshevik thinking. It sapped even further and submerged the internationalist tradition of Leninism, and it enhanced Russian self-centeredness. More than ever, socialism in one country appeared to offer the only way out and the only consolation. This time, however, the tide of isolationism affected the opposition as well. It reached the remote colonies of deportees and worked on the thoughts of the conciliators. Like Stalin's turn to the left, this latest defeat gave Preobrazhensky and Radek a fresh motive for disillusionment with the opposition's record. The opposition, they argued, had been partly mistaken in its estimate of internal Russian developments. Had it not been mistaken in its view of the international prospects as well? Trotsky had erred over the Soviet Thermidor. Was not his permanent revolution, too, a fallacy? Barely a few weeks after their deportation, Trotsky and Preobrazhensky were already in correspondence over the Canton Rising. Knowing little about the actual circumstances of the event and trying to form an opinion from Pravda's belated and scanty reports, Trotsky resumed an exchange of views which he had had with Preobrazhensky in Moscow. Like many an old Bolshevik in opposition, Preobrazhensky had not accepted the idea of permanent revolution and its corollary that the Chinese Revolution could conquer only as a proletarian dictatorship. Like Zinoviev and Kamenev, he held that China could not go beyond a bourgeois revolution. From their places of exile, Trotsky and Preobrazhensky discussed the bearing of the Canton Rising on this difference. Pravda had reported that the insurgents of Canton had formed a council of workers' deputies and had set out to socialize industry. Although the rising had been crushed, so Trotsky wrote to Preobrazhensky on March 2, it left a message and a significant pointer to the course of the next Chinese Revolution, which would not be arrested in its bourgeois phase but would establish Soviets and aim at socialism. Preobrazhensky replied that the rising had been staged by Stalin merely in order to save his face after all his surrenders to the Kuomintang, that this had been a reckless venture, and that the Soviet of Canton and its socialist slogans, not having resulted organically from any mass movement, had not reflected the inherent logic of any genuine revolutionary process. Preobrazhensky was, of course, closer to the facts than Trotsky, who in this case relied on dubious evidence for his conclusion about the character of the next Chinese Revolution. His conclusion was nevertheless correct. The revolution of 1948-9 was to transcend its bourgeois limits, and to this extent it was to be a permanent revolution, even if its course and the alignment of social classes in it were to prove very different from what the Trotskyist and indeed the Marxist and Leninist theories of revolution had envisaged. We, the old Bolsheviks in opposition, must dissociate ourselves from Trotsky on the point of permanent revolution, Preobrazhensky declared. The statement itself could not have been surprising to Trotsky, but its emphatic tone certainly was. Trotsky had been accustomed to hear such reminders of his non-Bolshevik past from his adversaries and lately again from Zinoviev and Kamenev, but hardly from Preobrazhensky, his close co-thinker since 1922. He knew that such reminders never cropped up fortuitously. What surprised him even more was that Radek, too, produced a critique of permanent revolution, Radek, no old Bolshevik himself, had hitherto wholeheartedly defended that theory. Even now he acknowledged that Trotsky had in 1906 anticipated the course of the Russian Revolution more correctly than Lenin, but he added that it did not follow that the scheme of permanent revolution was valid in other countries. In China, Radek maintained Lenin's democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry was preferable because it allowed for a possible hiatus between the bourgeois revolution and the socialist one. Apparently this controversy had no direct bearing on the issues of the day, and Trotsky was drawn into it reluctantly. He replied that China had freshly demonstrated that any contemporary revolution which did not find its consummation in a socialist upheaval was bound to suffer defeat even as a bourgeois revolution. Whatever the pros and the cons, the fact that the two conciliators attacked permanent revolution was all the more symptomatic because Trotsky had not attempted to make of his theory the opposition's canon. This was not the first time that frustration with defeats of communism abroad and isolationist propensities induced Bolsheviks to turn against the theory which in its very title challenged their isolationism. The result of all the dogmatic battles fought over permanent revolution since 1924 had been to make of it in the party's eyes the symbol of Trotskyism, Trotsky's master heresy, and the intellectual fount of all his political vices. To Stalin's and Bukharin's followers, permanent revolution had become a horror-inspiring taboo. An oppositionist beset by doubts and second thoughts and looking for a way back to the party, his lost paradise, sought instinctively to rid himself of any association with that taboo. It will be remembered that Trotsky, anxious to render it easier for Zinoviev and Kamenev to make common cause with him, had declared that his old writings on permanent revolution had their place in the historical archives and that he would not defend them on every point, even though for himself he was convinced that his idea had stood the test of time. Yet he did not succeed in relegating his theory to the archives. Not only his enemies dragged it out and forced him to defend it. Again and again his allies did likewise, and whenever they did so this was a sure sign that one of his political alliances or associations was about to break down. Presently dissension came into the open over a more topical and less theoretical issue. The 6th Congress of the Communist International was convened in Moscow for the summer of 1928. The opposition had the statutory right to appeal to the Congress against its expulsion from the Russian Party, and it intended to do so. There was no chance that the appeal would obtain a proper hearing, or that the leaders of the opposition would be allowed to appear before the Congress to state their case. The Congress will probably make an attempt to cover us in a most authoritative manner with the heaviest of tombstones, Trotsky wrote. Fortunately, Marxism will rise from this papier-mâché grave and like an irrepressible drummer sound the alarm. He intended to produce a brief and blunt criticism of the Comintern's policy and a concise declaration of the opposition's purpose to be addressed to the Congress. But the work grew in his hands into a massive treatise, the writing of which kept him occupied throughout the spring and summer. The Congress was expected to adopt a new program of which a draft, written largely by Bukharin and centered on socialism in one country, had been published. Trotsky gave his statement the form of a critique of the new program. He completed this in June, and in July he followed it up by a message to the Congress under the title What Next? He summed up 5 years of the International's failures and 5 years of the opposition's work in a manner free from all traces of reticence, duplicity, and diplomacy, and calculated to mark clearly the gulf between the opposition and its adversaries. He sent copies to the colonies just before the opening of the Congress, and he asked all oppositionists to endorse his statements in their collective and individual messages addressed to the Congress. Meantime, Radek and Preobrazhensky had prepared statements of their own which were more conciliatory in content and tone. True, Preobrazhensky drew a devastating balance sheet of the Comintern's policy of recent years, and he was outspoken about the differences which opposed Trotskyists of all shades to Stalinism and the Comintern. But in his conclusion he declared that many of these differences have disappeared as a result of the change that has occurred in the International's policy, because the International, following the Russian Party, had also veered to the left. Radek expressed the same opinion and at once dispatched his statement to Moscow. If history shows, he wrote, that some of the party leaders with whom yesterday we crossed swords are better than the viewpoints they defended, nobody will find greater satisfaction in this than we shall. The fact that Trotsky and Radek had addressed different and partly conflicting messages to the Congress could only damage the opposition's cause. Instead of demonstrating its unity, the opposition spoke with two voices. When Trotsky learned what had happened, he telegraphed to the major centers of the opposition asking all the exiles to dissociate themselves publicly from Radek. The colonies were agog with indignation, disavowed Radek, and sent appropriate statements to Moscow. In the end, Radek himself informed the Congress that he was withdrawing his message and that he was in complete agreement with Trotsky. To his comrades, he apologized for his faux pas, saying that it had been due to difficulties of communication with Trotsky, whose critique of the Comintern had reached him too late. Trotsky accepted the apology, and there the matter rested for the moment. The opposition, Trotsky said, had straightened out its front. However, the incipient split was not mended. It was only thinly covered over. An important event had helped Trotsky to rally the exiles. In July, the Central Committee held a session at which Bukharin's faction appeared to have gained the upper hand over Stalin's. The critical issue was still the same: the bread crisis and the threat of famine suspended over urban Russia. The emergency measures earlier in the year had not averted the threat, and the situation was aggravated by a partial failure of winter crops in the Ukraine and in the northern Caucasus. The peasantry was in uproar. It delivered and sold only 50% of the grain it used to sell before the revolution. All exports of grain had to be stopped. The strong-arm methods in grain collection had been just enough to enrage the farmers but not enough to intimidate them. The Central Committee noted the discontent among the peasantry, which showed itself in demonstrations of protest against arbitrary administrative proceedings, and it declared that such proceedings had helped capitalist elements to exploit the discontent and turn it against the Soviet government, and had given rise to talk about the forthcoming abolition of NEP. At the session of the committee, after Mikoyan had made a report, the Bukharinist faction called for an end to the left course. Rykov demanded the cancellation of the anti-Kulak policy. Frumkin, the Commissar of Finance, went even farther and asked for a revision of the entire peasant policy enunciated at the 15th Congress, at which Stalin, to confound the Trotskyists and the Zinovivists, had adopted some of their ideas, and for a return to the predominantly Bukharinist policy of the previous Congress. The Central Committee declared that it stood by the decisions of the 15th Congress, but it cancelled its own emergency measures against the Kulak. It proclaimed that henceforth the rule of law must prevail. It forbade searches and raids on barns and farmsteads. It stopped the requisitioning of food and the forcible levying of grain loans. Last but not least, it authorized a 20% rise in the price of bread, the rise it had so categorically prohibited 3 months earlier. Seen in retrospect, this was the Central Committee's last attempt to appease the peasants, the last before it proceeded to suppress private farming. At the time, however, it looked as if the Kulak had won a round, as if Stalin had abandoned the left course, and as if Bukharin and Rykov had dictated policy. It may be imagined how the Trotskyist deportees received this. They were back on familiar ground. The old scheme of things, within which they had been accustomed to think and to argue, seemed re-established. They saw the defenders of the Kulak reasserting themselves. They saw Stalin's vacillating center yielding as always. Authorizing the higher bread price, the Central Committee had hit the industrial workers and had acted in the interests of the wealthy farmers. This was surely not yet the end. The struggle was on. The right wing would resume its offensive, and the Stalinists would continue to retreat. The Thermidorian danger was closer than ever. The Thermidorians were on the move. Trotsky thought likewise. In Rykov's speech, he declared, "The right wing has thrown its challenge at the October Revolution. The challenge must be taken up." The rise of the price of bread was only the beginning of a neo-NEP. To appease the Kulak, the right wing would soon make a determined attempt to undermine the state monopoly of foreign trade. He saw Rykov and Bukharin as the victors who would soon hunt down Stalin as a Trotskyist, just as Stalin had hunted down Zinoviev. Rykov had said at the Central Committee that the Trotskyists regarded it as their main task to prevent a victory of the right wing. Trotsky replied that this was indeed the opposition's main task. Among the Trotskyists, the conciliators were completely isolated for the moment. Where is Stalin's left course? The deportees exultantly demanded of Radek and Preobrazhensky. It was all a flash in the pan. But this was enough for you to try and throw overboard our old and well-tested ideas and views, and to urge us to conciliate the Stalinists. Once again they saw Stalin's ascendancy as a mere incident in the fundamental struggle between themselves and the Bukharinists. And they believed even more ardently than before that all Bolsheviks who had remained faithful to the revolution would soon see the issues in this light, as a conflict essentially between right and left, and would opt for the left. Stalin's apparent discomfiture raised their hopes sky-high. "The day is not far off," wrote as eminent a Trotskyist as Sosnovsky, "when the call for Trotsky's return will resound throughout the world." In the middle of all this political excitement, tragedy visited Trotsky's family. Both his daughters, Zina and Nina, had been ill with consumption. The health of Nina, the younger of the two, she was 26, broke down after the imprisonment and deportation of Nevelson, her husband. The news reached Trotsky in the spring during a fishing expedition. He was not yet fully aware of the gravity of Nina's illness, but he spent the next weeks in anxiety and worry. He knew that both his daughters and their children lived in utter poverty, that they could not count on the help of friends, and that Zina, herself wasted by consumptive fever, spent her days and nights at Nina's bed. "I am aggrieved," he telegraphed her. "That cannot be with Nanushka to help her. Communicate her condition. Kisses for both of you. Papa." Again and again he asked for news but received no answer. He wrote to Rakovsky begging him to make inquiries in Moscow. Finally, he learned that Nina had died on June 9th. Much later he received the last letter she had written him. It had been on the way and held up by the censors for over 10 weeks. It was a painful thought for Trotsky that on her deathbed she had waited for his answer in vain. He mourned her as an ardent revolutionary and member of the opposition as well as a daughter, and to her memory he devoted the critique of the Comintern's program on which he had been working at the time of her death. Messages of condolence from many deportees were still arriving at Alma-Ata when another blow caused Trotsky much sorrow and grief. After Nina's death, Zina had intended to go to Alma-Ata. Her husband too had been deported, and she had strained her health in nursing her sister. From week to week she delayed the journey until news reached Alma-Ata that she was dangerously ill and unable to travel. Her malady was aggravated by a severe and protracted nervous disorder, and she was not to rejoin her father before his banishment from Russia. A family reunion, nevertheless, occurred at the dacha outside Alma-Ata when Sergei arrived to spend his holiday there. With him came Lyova's wife and child. They stayed only a few weeks, and this was an anxious and mournful reunion. After the rightward turn of official policy, the extreme and irreconcilable Trotskyists had the upper hand in nearly all the centers of the opposition. The mass of deportees would not even hear of any attempt at narrowing the gulf between themselves and the Stalinists. However, the extreme irreconcilables had no spokesman of Preobrazhensky's and Radek's authority and ability. Their views were formulated by men like Sosnovsky, Dingelstedt, Elzin, and a few others who expressed a mood rather than any definite political ideas. Of this group, Sosnovsky was the most gifted and articulate, and when he confidently asserted that the cry for Trotsky's return will soon resound throughout the world, he expressed the fervid hope of many of his comrades. He was Trotsky's trusted friend and one of the most effective Bolshevik journalists, very popular far outside the ranks of the opposition. But he was no political leader or theorist. He was distinguished as a chronicler of Bolshevik Russia and a sharp-eyed critic of morals and manners. A rebel by temperament, animated by an intense hatred of inequality and injustice, he indignantly watched the rise, in the workers' state, of a privileged bureaucracy. He pungently exposed its greed and corruption, the harem-cum-motorcar factor, its snobbery and its upstart ambition to assimilate itself to the old bureaucracy and aristocracy and to intermarry with them. He felt only distaste for those who could even think of any conciliation with the ruling group. He was in this respect poles apart from Radek. It was to Sosnovsky that Radek had written that he could not believe that all that was left of Lenin's party was a mere handful of righteous oppositionists. To Sosnovsky, the opposition was indeed the sole guardian of the heritage of October. Nothing characterizes him more strikingly than a letter he wrote to Vardin, his old comrade, who had together with Safrov deserted the opposition and capitulated. Merciless in contempt, Sosnovsky recalled an old Jewish funeral custom which required that when a dead man was brought to the cemetery, his synagogue associates should shout into his ears, "So-and-so, son of so-and-so, know that thou art dead." He, Sosnovsky, now shouted this into the ear of his old comrade, and he would shout it into the ear of every capitulator. Distrustfully he watched Radek's evolution, wondering whether he ought not to shout these words into Radek's ear as well. The other spokesmen of this wing of the opposition were younger men of lesser stature. Dingelstedt was a promising scholar, a sociologist and economist. A Bolshevik since 1910, distinguished as an agitator in the Baltic Fleet in 1917, he was still in his early 30s. Elzin had been one of Trotsky's gifted secretaries. These men were not sure whether Trotsky himself was not showing signs of vacillation. Thus Dingelstedt wrote to him that some comrades were gravely disturbed by his opinion that Stalin's left course was an indubitable step in our direction, and that the opposition should support it unconditionally. They also reproached Trotsky for the indulgence with which he treated Radek and Preobrazhensky. Nor did they share Trotsky's hope for a reform in the party and the revival in it of proletarian democracy. Thus, while at one extreme the opposition included those who were more and more anxious to come to terms with their persecutors, its other extreme became almost indistinguishable from the followers of V. Smirnov and Sapronov, the dissemists, and the remnants of the workers' opposition. These ultra-left groups, we remember, had acceded to the joint opposition in 1926. But then they left it or were expelled. In the places of deportation their adherents mingled with the Trotskyists and endlessly argued with them. They carried the ideas of the Trotskyists to extreme conclusions, which were sometimes logical, sometimes absurd, and sometimes absurd in their very logicality. In an exaggerated manner they expressed all the emotions that stirred in Trotskyist hearts, even if many of Trotsky's reasonings were above their heads. They therefore occasionally said things which Trotsky at first indignantly rejected only to take them up and say them at a later stage. They criticized Trotsky for indecision and pointed out that it was hopeless to count on a democratic reform in the party. It was to take Trotsky another 5 or 6 years to reach the same conclusion. The party led by Stalin was a stinking corpse, V. Smirnov wrote in 1928. He and his adherents maintained that Stalin was the victorious chief of the Russian Thermidor, which had occurred as far back as 1923, and the authentic leader of the kulaks and of the men of property at large. They denounced the Stalinist regime as a bourgeois democracy, or a peasant democracy, which only a new proletarian revolution could overthrow. The liquidation in 1923 of inter-party democracy and proletarian democracy at large, Smirnov wrote, has proved to be a mere prologue to the development of a peasant kulak democracy. Sapronov held that bourgeois parties are already legally organizing themselves in this country, and this in 1928. They thus accused Stalin of restoring capitalism just when he was about to destroy private farming, the main potential breeding ground of capitalism in Russia, and of favoring a bourgeois multi-party regime just when he was driving the single-party system to its ultimate conclusion and establishing himself as the single leader. This was quixotry indeed. An element of it might be found in Trotsky too, but his realism and self-discipline kept it in check. V. Smirnov, Sapronov, and their followers were held back by no such inhibitions when they threw themselves on the windmills of Stalin's kulak democracy. And some of Trotsky's younger and unreasoning followers were tempted to join them, especially after the liquidation of the left course in July had momentarily given the windmills the slightest semblance of a foe on the move. Amid all these cross-currents, Trotsky did what he could to prevent the opposition from falling to pieces. He saw its dissensions as a conflict between two generations of oppositionists, a clash between fathers and sons, the former overripe and weary with knowledge and experience, the latter full of innocent ardor and audacity. He himself felt with both, understood both, and was apprehensive of both. He had forebodings about Radek and Preobrazhensky. In their mood and reasonings he discerned the impulses that were to lead them to capitulation. But he was wary of alienating them. He gave them the benefit of the doubt, and he defended them from abuse by overzealous Trotskyists. Patiently but firmly he argued with the two men. He granted them that there was truth in what they said about the left course and the changing outlook of the country. But he begged them not to draw rash conclusions and not to exaggerate the chances of any genuine conciliation with Stalinism. At the same time he tried to curb the extremists on the other side, telling them that they were taking an overconfident view of the opposition's prospects and were courting disillusionment. They should not imagine that the latest attempt at appeasing the Kulaks was Stalin's last word, which could be followed only by the inevitable collapse of the Stalinist regime. The outlook, as he saw it, was far more complex. It was impossible to be sure what might emerge from the cauldron. At any rate, although he had said that the party will still need us, he was far less confident than Sosnovsky that the call for Trotsky's return will soon resound throughout the world. He endeavored to maintain the opposition's unity on the ground of a sustained and uncompromising struggle for inner-party reform. His adamant rejection of illusions about a rapprochement with Stalinism commended his attitude to the young irreconcilables, while his emphasis on inner-party reform provided the link between himself and the conciliators. He repudiated the wholly negative and sterile decemist attitude towards the party, and he sought to counteract the nostalgic hankering after the party, the creeping feeling of isolation, and the sense of their own uselessness to which the older oppositionists tended to succumb. He tried to rekindle the sense of mission, the conviction that even in exile they still spoke for the mute working class, that what they said still mattered, and that sooner or later it would reach the working class and the party. This conviction, he added, should not induce self-righteousness or arrogance in the opposition. Although it alone stood consistently for the Marxist and Leninist tradition, it must not dismiss all its adversaries as worthless. Indeed, it must not assume that all that had been left of Lenin's party was a few thousand oppositionists. The opposition was right in exposing the party's bureaucratic degeneration. But even in this a sense of proportion was necessary, because there were various degrees of degeneration, and there were still many uncorrupted and sound elements in the party. Stalin has owed his position not only to the terror exercised by the machine, but also to the confidence or semi-confidence of a section of Bolshevik workers. With those workers, the opposition must not lose touch. To them it must appeal. Trotsky's finely balanced interventions were not always well received. The ultra-radicals went on carping at his leniency towards the conciliators, while Preobrazhensky and Radek reproached him with countenancing the decemist attitude of those Trotskyists who behaved as if the opposition were a new party, not a faction of the old. The estrangement between the groups grew continually. But as long as Trotsky remained at Alma-Ata and from there exercised his influence, and as long as Stalin's policy, being in a state of suspense, did not further accentuate the opposition's dilemmas, Trotsky succeeded in preventing the various sets of his followers from straying too far apart and scuttling the opposition. In these trying circumstances, he found the strongest moral support in Rakovsky. Their old and close friendship had now acquired a new depth of affection, intimacy, and intellectual concord. After his great career as head of the Bolshevik government in the Ukraine and diplomat, Rakovsky worked at Astrakhan, the place of his exile, as a minor official of the local Gosplan. His correspondence with Trotsky and eyewitness accounts give impressive evidence of the stoical calm with which he bore his fortune and of the intensity and range of his intellectual work in exile. In the Wanderer's Bag, he had brought to Astrakhan the works of Saint-Simon and Infantin, of many French historians of the Revolution, and of Marx and Engels, Dickens's novels, and classics of Russian literature. In the first weeks of deportation, Cervantes was his favorite reading. In a situation like this, he wrote to Trotsky, "I go back to Don Quixote and find enormous satisfaction. Longing for his native Dobruja, he reread Ovid." Concerned with economic planning in the Astrakhan area, he assiduously studied the geological profiles of the Caspian steppes, and describing this work to Trotsky, he interspersed his remarks with references to Dante and Aristotle. Above all, he was eagerly restudying the French Revolution, and he wrote a Life of Saint-Simon. He reported to Trotsky on the progress of his work and quoted to him Saint-Simon's predictions about Russia and the United States as the two antagonistic giants of the future, predictions which are less known but more original than those made by Tocqueville later. Grumbling about the effect of age on his memory and imagination, he was 55 at the time of deportation. He nevertheless worked with enormous zest, avec ardeur. With a hint of paternal tenderness, he urged Trotsky not to spend his energy and talents on current affairs only. "It is extremely important that you should also choose a large subject, something like my Saint-Simon, which would compel you to take a fresh look at many issues and reread many things from a definite angle." He procured for Trotsky books and periodicals which could not be obtained at Alma-Ata. He kept in touch with Trotsky's children in Moscow, and shared in the family's sorrows. Politically, he supported Trotsky against both conciliators and ultra-radicals, and to no one of the leaders of the opposition was Trotsky attached as strongly as he was to Christian Georgievich. Rakovsky's political temperament was in many respects different from Trotsky's. He did not, of course, possess Trotsky's powers of thought, passion, and expression, nor his tempestuous energy. But he had a very clear and penetrating mind, and perhaps also a greater capacity for philosophical detachment. For all his devotion to the opposition, he was less of a partisan, at least in the sense that his views transcended in their largeness the opposition's immediate aims and tactics. Convinced of the opposition's rightness and its ultimate vindication, he was far less confident about its chances of political success. He stood back and took in the immense picture of the revolution and grasped clearly the tragic motif that ran through it and affected all the warring factions. That motif was the inevitable disintegration of the Party of Revolution after its victory. He developed this idea in his Letter to Valentinov, an essay which caused a stir in the Trotskyist colonies in the summer of 1928. How is one to account, Rakovsky asked, for the abysmal wickedness and moral depravity which had revealed itself in the Bolshevik Party, a party that had consisted of honest, dedicated, and courageous revolutionaries? It was not enough to blame the ruling group or the bureaucracy. The deeper cause was the apathy of the masses and the indifference of the victorious working class after the revolution. Trotsky had pointed to Russia's backwardness, the numerical weakness of the working class, isolation, and capitalist encirclement as the factors responsible for the bureaucratic degeneration of state and party. To Rakovsky, this explanation was valid but insufficient. He argued that even in a most advanced and thoroughly industrialized nation, even in a nation consisting almost entirely of workers and surrounded only by socialist states, the masses might, after the revolution, succumb to apathy, abdicate their right to shape their own life, and enable an arbitrary bureaucracy to usurp power. This, he said, was the danger inherent in any victorious revolution. It was the professional risk of government. Revolution and civil war are, as a rule, followed by the social decomposition of the revolutionary class. The French Third Estate, disintegrated after it had triumphed over the Ancien regime. Class antagonisms in its midst, the conflicts between bourgeois and plebeian, destroyed its unity. But even socially homogeneous groups were split because of the functional specialization of their members, some of whom became the new rulers while others remained among the ruled. The function adjusted its organ to itself and changed it. Because of the disintegration of the Third Estate, the social basis of the revolution narrowed and power was exercised by ever fewer people. Election was replaced by nomination. This process had been well advanced even before the Thermidorian coup. It was Robespierre who had furthered it and then became its victim. First, it was the exasperation of the people with hunger and misery that did not allow the Jacobins to trust the fate of the revolution to the popular vote. Then Jacobin arbitrary and terroristic rule drove the people into political indifference, and this enabled the Thermidorians to destroy Robespierre and the Jacobin party. In Russia, similar changes had occurred in the anatomy and physiology of the working class and had led to similar results: the abolition of the elective system, the concentration of power in very few hands, and the replacement of representative bodies by hierarchies of nominees. The Bolshevik Party was split between rulers and ruled. It disintegrated, and it changed its character so much that the Bolshevik of 1917 would hardly recognize himself in the Bolshevik of 1928. A deep and shocking apathy still paralyzed the working class. Unlike Trotsky, Rakovsky did not think that it was the workers' pressure that had forced Stalin to embark upon the left course. This was a bureaucratic operation carried out exclusively from above. The rank and file had no initiative and was all too little eager to defend its freedoms. Rakovsky recalled one of Babeuf's sayings in 1794, "To re-educate the people in the love of liberty is more difficult than to conquer liberty." Babeuf raised the battle cry, "Liberty and an elected commune." But his cry fell on deaf ears. The French had unlearned freedom. It was to take them 37 years, from 1793 to 1830, before they relearned it, recovered from apathy, and rose in another revolution. Rakovsky did not explicitly pose the question which suggested itself. How long would it take the Russian masses to regain their political vitality and vigor? But his argument implied that a political revival could occur in Russia only in a relatively remote future, after great changes had taken place in society, and after the working class had grown, developed, become reintegrated, and had recovered from many shocks and disillusionments. He confessed that he had never expected early political triumphs for the opposition, and he concluded that the opposition should direct its efforts mainly towards the long-term political education of the working class. In this respect, he said, the opposition had not done or attempted to do much, although it had done more than the ruling group, and it should keep in mind that political education bears fruit only very slowly. The unspoken conclusion was that the opposition had little chance, if any, to influence the course of events in its time, although it could confidently look forward to its ultimate, perhaps posthumous, vindication. Rakovsky threw into relief the opposition's basic predicament: its position between a demoralized, treacherous, and tyrannical bureaucracy on the one side and a hopelessly apathetic and passive working class on the other. I think, he emphasized, that it would be utterly unrealistic to expect any inter-party reform based on the bureaucracy. Yet he anticipated no regenerative movement from the masses either, for many years to come. It followed, although Rakovsky did not say it, that the bureaucracy, such as it was, would remain, perhaps for decades, the only force capable of initiative and action in the reshaping of Soviet society. The opposition was bound by its principles to persist in irreducible hostility towards the bureaucracy, but it could not effectively appeal against it to the people. Consequently, it could not play any practical part in the evolution of party and state, and it was eliminated in advance from the great historic process by which Soviet society was presently to be transformed. It could only hope to work for the future mainly in the field of ideas. A conclusion of this kind, implicit in Rakovsky's letter to Valentinov, may in certain situations satisfy a small circle of theorists and ideologues, but it spells the death sentence for any political movement. Rakovsky viewed the course of the revolution and the opposition's prospects with cool, profound insight and stoical equanimity. No such detachment or equanimity could be expected from the several thousand oppositionists who read the letter to Valentinov. Whether workers or intellectuals, they were practical revolutionaries and fighters, passionately interested in the immediate outcome of their struggle and in the upheavals which were shaking and shaping their nation. They had joined the opposition as a political movement, not as a coterie of philosophers or ideologues, and they wished it to triumph as a political movement. Even the most heroic and selfless rebels or revolutionaries struggle as a rule for objectives which they believe to be in some measure within the reach of their generation. Only few and very exceptional men, thinkers, can fight for a prize which history may award them posthumously. The mass of the oppositionists had striven to strengthen the socialist sector of the Soviet economy, to further industrialization, to revive the spirit of internationalism, and to restore some freedom within the party. They could not bring themselves to believe that these objectives were for them unattainable. They had already found out that they could not attain them by themselves, and that they had to look either to the masses or to the bureaucracy for help. They could not accept the view that it was hopeless to look to either. To exist politically, they had to believe either that the masses would sooner or later rise against the bureaucracy, or that the bureaucracy would, for its own reasons, carry out many of the reforms for which the opposition stood. The radical Trotskyists looked to the masses, the conciliators to the ruling group or to a section of it. Each of these hopes was illusory, but not to the same extent. There was no sign in the country of any spontaneous mass movement in favor of the opposition's objectives. But the bureaucracy was clearly in ferment. It was divided against itself over such issues as industrialization and peasant policy. The conciliators saw that on these issues the Stalinist faction had, after all, moved closer to the opposition, and this encouraged them to expect that it might move closer in other respects as well. The fact that the bureaucracy was the only force showing effective social initiative induced the hope that the bureaucracy might even restore freedom to the party. The alternative was too gloomy to contemplate. It was that inter-party freedom and proletarian democracy at large were bound to remain empty dreams for a long time to come. Trotsky was greatly impressed by Rakovsky's views and commended them to the opposition. But he missed, so it seems, some of their deeper and relatively pessimistic implications. In Trotsky, the detached thinker and the active political leader were now at loggerheads. The thinker accepted an analysis from which it followed that the opposition was virtually doomed as a political movement. The leader could not even consider such a conclusion, let alone reconcile himself to it. The theorist could admit that Russia, like France before her, had unlearned freedom and might not relearn it before the rise of a new generation. The man of action had to banish this prospect from his mind and try and give his followers a practical purpose. The thinker could run ahead of his time and work for the verdict of posterity. The chief of the opposition had to go back to his time, live in it, and believe with his followers that they had a great and constructive part to play in it. Both as thinker and political leader, Trotsky refused to contemplate his country in isolation from the world. He remained convinced that the worst predicament of Bolshevism lay in its isolation, and that the spread of revolution to other countries would help the peoples of the Soviet Union to relearn freedom much earlier than they could otherwise do. Late in the summer of 1928, startling news, coming from clandestine Trotskyist circles in Moscow, reached Alma-Ata. It brought detailed evidence that Stalin was about to resume the left course and that the breach between his faction and Bukharin's was complete and irreparable. Moreover, the reports from Moscow claimed that both the Bukharinists and the Stalinists mooted an alliance with the left opposition and that both were already vying for Trotskyist and Zinovievis support. It looked indeed as if the cry for Trotsky's return was about to go up. After all, the Moscow Trotskyists were in fairly close contact with Kamenev, who gave them an account of talks he had had with Sokolnikov during the July session of the Central Committee. Sokolnikov, still a member of the committee and himself something of a semi-Bukharinist and semi-Zinovievist, appeared to entertain the hope of forming a coalition of right and left against the Stalinist center, and he himself tried to act as go-between. He related to Kamenev that Stalin had boasted at the Central Committee that in the struggle against the Bukharinists, he would soon have the Trotskyists and Zinovievists on his side, and that indeed he had them in his pocket already. Bukharin was dismayed. Through Sokolnikov, he implored the left opposition to refrain from assisting Stalin and even suggested joint action against Stalin. However, the July session of the Central Committee ended with Bukharin's seeming success, or rather with a compromise between him and Stalin. But shortly thereafter they were at loggerheads again, and Bukharin secretly met Kamenev in Sokolnikov's presence. He told Kamenev that both he and Stalin were going to be compelled to turn to the left opposition and try and make common cause with it. Bukharinists and Stalinists still were afraid of appealing to their former enemies. But both knew that this course would become inevitable within a couple of months. It was, in any case, certain, Bukharin said, that the expelled and deported oppositionists would soon be recalled to Moscow and reinstated in the party. Of his meeting with Bukharin, Kamenev wrote a detailed account for Zinoviev, who was still in semi-exile at Voronezh, and this account allows us to reconstruct the scene with its peculiar color and atmosphere. The Bukharin closeted with Kamenev and Sokolnikov was a very different man from the one who had only 7 months earlier, at the 15th Congress, helped to crush the opposition. There was no trace in him now of that earlier self-confident and bragging Bukharin who had mocked Kamenev for leaning on Trotsky, and whom Stalin had congratulated for slaughtering the leaders of the opposition instead of arguing with them. He arrived at Kamenev's home stealthily, terrified, pale, trembling, looking over his shoulders and talking in whispers. He began by begging Kamenev to tell no one of their meeting and to make no mention of it in writing and over the telephone because they were both spied upon by the GPU. Broken in spirit, he had come to lean on his old adversary who was himself morally crippled. Panic made his speech partly incoherent. Without pronouncing Stalin's name, he repeated obsessively, "He will slay us. He is the new Genghis Khan. He will strangle us." On Kamenev, Bukharin already made the impression of a doomed man. Bukharin confirmed that the crisis in the leadership had been caused by the conflict between government and peasantry. In the first half of the year, he said, the GPU had had to quell 150 sporadic and widely scattered peasant rebellions. To such despair had Stalin's emergency measures driven the mujiks. In July, the Central Committee was so alarmed that Stalin had to feign a retreat. He revoked temporarily the emergency measures, but he did so only in order to weaken the Bukharinists and to prepare himself better for a new attack. Since then, he had succeeded in winning over to his side Voroshilov and Kalinin, who had been in sympathy with the Bukharinists, and this had given him a majority in the Politburo. Stalin, so Bukharin related, was now ready for the final offensive against private farming. He had adopted Preobrazhensky's idea and argued that only by exploiting the peasantry could socialism proceed with primitive accumulation in Russia, because, unlike early capitalism, it could not develop through the exploitation of colonies and with the help of foreign loans. From this Stalin drew the conclusion, which Bukharin characterized as illiterate and idiotic, that the further socialism advanced, the stronger would popular resistance to it become, a resistance which only firm leadership could hold down. This meant a police state, Bukharin commented, but Stalin will stop at nothing. His policy is leading us to civil war. He will be compelled to drown rebellions in blood, and he will denounce us as the defenders of the Kulak. The party was on the brink of an abyss. If Stalin were to win, not a shred of freedom would be left. And again, he will slay us. He will strangle us. The root of the evil is that party and state are so completely merged. This was the situation in which Bukharin resolved to appeal to the left opposition. The old divisions, as he saw it, had become largely irrelevant. Our disagreements with Stalin, he said to Kamenev, are far, far graver than those we have had with you. What was now at stake was no longer normal differences of policy, but the preservation of party and state and the self-preservation of all of Stalin's adversaries. Though the left opposition stood for an anti-Kulak policy, Bukharin knew that it would not wish to pursue it by the reckless and bloody methods to which Stalin would resort. In any case, it was not ideas that mattered to Stalin. He is an unprincipled intriguer who subordinates everything to his lust for power. He knows only vengeance and the stab in the back. And so Stalin's opponents should not allow their old differences over ideas to prevent them from joining hands in self-defense. Eager to encourage his would-be partners, Bukharin then enumerated the organizations and influential individuals whom he supposed to be ready to line up against Stalin. The workers' hatred of Stalin, he said, was notorious. Trotsky, when he was drunk, whispered into Stalin's ear, "Soon our workers will start shooting at you, they will." At party cells, members were so disgusted with Stalin's lack of principles that, when the left course was initiated, they asked, "Why is Rykov still at the head of the Council of People's Commissars, while Trotsky is exiled to Alma-Ata?" The psychological conditions for Stalin's dismissal were not yet ripe. But they were ripening, Bukharin claimed. True, Stalin had won over Voroshilov and Kalinin. Orjonikidze, who had come to hate Stalin, had no guts. But Andreev, the Leningrad leaders, was Kirov one of them. And Yagoda and Trilisar, the two deputy chiefs of the GPU, and others were ready to turn against Stalin. Alleging that the two effective chiefs of the GPU were on his side, Bukharin nevertheless did not cease to speak in terror of the GPU. His account of the forces that he could marshal against Stalin could not sound reassuring to his interlocutor. A few weeks later, the Muscovite Trotskyists reported to Alma-Ata on another meeting they had had with Kamenev. Stalin is on the point of making overtures to the left opposition. So confident was Kamenev about this that he had already warned Zinoviev not to compromise their position by responding too eagerly to Stalin's approaches. He held that a denouement was imminent, and he was at one with Trotsky in thinking that Stalin's policy had antagonized the entire peasantry, not merely the kulaks, and that the tension had reached explosion point. Consequently, a change in the party leadership was unavoidable. It was bound to occur even before the end of the year. But Kamenev implored Trotsky to take a step which would ease his re-entry into the party. Lev Davidovich should make a statement now, saying, "Call us back and let us work together." But Lev Davidovich is stubborn. He will not do that. He will rather stay at Alma-Ata until they send a special train to fetch him. But by the time they have made up their minds to send that train, the situation will be out of hand and Kerensky will be anti-Portis. Stalin, however, did not make the direct approaches that Kamenev expected. Instead, he dropped many broad hints of a possible reconciliation, and he made sure that these hints reached Trotsky by roundabout ways. Thus he told a foreign Asian communist that he recognized that even in exile Trotsky and his followers had, unlike the Decemists, remained on the ground of Bolshevik ideology, and that he, Stalin, was only wondering how to bring them back at the earliest opportunity. Stalin's entourage, Orjonikidze in particular, talked about Trotsky's reinstatement openly and freely, and at the 6th Comintern Congress foreign delegations had been told in confidence to reckon with the possibility or even probability of a coalition between Stalin and Trotsky. The sense of crisis had by now spread from the Russian party to the international. Despite a show of unanimity and official enthusiasm, The Sixth Congress was disappointed by Stalin's and Bukharin's joint conduct of the International's affairs. Trotsky's critique of the new program had, in a censured version, been circulated at the Congress, where, according to Trotsky's correspondence, it made its impression. Even those foreign communist leaders who passed as ardent Stalinists spoke in private with disgust about the dogmas and rights Stalin had imposed upon the communist movement. Tolyatti-Erkeli was reported to have complained about the unreality of the proceedings at the Congress, the dull and sad parades of loyalty, and the arrogance of the Russian leaders. "One felt like hanging oneself from sheer despair," he allegedly said. "The tragedy is that one cannot speak the truth about the most important current issues. We dare not speak." Tolyatti found Trotsky's critique extraordinarily interesting. A very sensible analysis of socialism in one country. Thérèse, the French leader, characterized the mood at the Congress as one of uneasiness, discontent, and skepticism. And he too approved much in Trotsky's criticism of socialism in one country. "How has it happened," he asked, "that we have been made to swallow this theory? Even if the Russian party had had to combat Trotskyism, it should not have accepted Stalin's dogma." He found the degradation of the International almost unbearable. It was not possible to conceal from the Congress the conflict between Stalin and Bukharin, and it was in this connection that trusted foreign delegates were forewarned that, in the case of a definite breach with Bukharin, Stalin might consider it desirable or necessary to form a coalition with Trotsky. Similar reports continued to reach Alma-Ata from many sides throughout August and September. Stalin himself was undoubtedly still lending color to the belief that he favored Trotsky's imminent recall. In part, this was deceit and ruse de guerre. By hinting that he was ready to make peace with Trotsky, Stalin sought to intimidate Bukharin and Rykov, to confuse the Trotskyists and to make the conciliators among them even more impatient for conciliation than they were. But Stalin was not only bluffing. He could not yet be quite sure of the outcome of his showdown with Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky, and of his ability to cope simultaneously, and in the midst of a national crisis with both oppositions left and right. He worked tirelessly to bring both oppositions to their knees, but as long as he had not fully succeeded in this, he had to keep his door ajar to agreement with one of them. His position was already so much stronger than Bukharin's that he had no need to make direct overtures. But he threw out ballons d'essai and he watched how Trotsky and his associates received them. Trotsky was well prepared to meet some of these developments, yet others caught him by surprise. The recrudescence in so dangerous a form of the conflict between town and country, the breach between Stalin and Bukharin, and the fact that the eyes of some of his adversaries and of the capitulators were once again turned on himself, all this corresponded to Trotsky's expectations. He was still inclined to think that the Stalinist faction would not be able to extricate itself, and that it would be compelled to beg the left opposition to come to its rescue. He had repeatedly declared, in the most formal and solemn manner, that in such a situation the opposition would do its duty and would not refuse cooperation. He now reiterated this pledge. But he added that he spurned all bureaucratic combinations. He was not prepared to bargain behind the scenes for his seat in the Politburo or to content himself with such share of control over the party machine as Stalin might offer him in extremis. He and his associates, he declared, would re-enter the party only on terms of proletarian democracy, reserving full freedom of expression and criticism, and on the condition that the party leadership would be elected by the rank and file in secret ballot instead of being picked by caucusdom through the familiar interfactional contrivances. Stalin's situation, difficult though it was not so desperate that he should accept Trotsky's conditions. Trotsky expected, however, that it would deteriorate further and then the bulk of the Stalinist faction, with or without its leader, might be compelled to seek agreement on his terms. As a matter of both principle and self-interest, he would not contemplate any other terms. After all his experiences, he would not rely on the favors of the apparatus. Meantime, however, Trotsky was confronted by an unexpected turn of events. For years he had not ceased to speak of the danger from the right and to warn the party against the defenders of the Kulak and the Thermidorians. He had been prepared to form a united front with Stalin against Bukharin. But it was Bukharin who implored the left opposition to make common cause against Stalin, their common enemy and oppressor. When Bukharin whispered in terror, "He will strangle us. He will slay us," Trotsky could not dismiss this as the imaginings of a befogged and panicky man. He himself had repeatedly spoken about the Holocaust. The gravedigger of the revolution was preparing for the party. True, Bukharin's appeal had come very late in the day, after he had helped Stalin to crush the opposition and to destroy the party's freedom. But he was not the first of Stalin's adversaries to behave in this manner. Zinoviev and Kamenev had done the same, yet this had not prevented Trotsky from joining hands with them. Should he then spurn Bukharin's outstretched hand? If Stalin was taking one leaf out of Trotsky's book, the left course, Bukharin took another. He appealed to the left opposition in the name of proletarian democracy. Trotsky was in a quandary. He could not turn a deaf ear on Bukharin's appeal without denying one of his own principles, and he could not respond to it without acting, or appearing to act, against another principle of his by which he was committed to support the left course. Seeking a way out, he took a more reserved attitude toward Stalin's left course and became less emphatic in proclaiming the opposition's support for it. Quite apart from Bukharin's approaches, he had his own reasons for this. From all over the Soviet Union, followers wrote to him about the terror Stalin had let loose on the country in the spring and early summer and about the orgies of brutality to which he had subjected the middle and even the poor peasants. Officialdom tried to disclaim responsibility by telling the people that Trotskyist and Zinovievist pressure had provoked the drive against the peasants. Everything indicated that, if and when Stalin resumed the left course, it would lead to a bloody cataclysm. Trotsky refused in advance to bear any share of responsibility for this. In August 1928, nearly a year before the liquidation of the Kulak started, he wrote to his followers that although the opposition had pledged itself to back the left course, it had never proposed to deal with the peasantry in the Stalinist manner. It had stood for higher taxes on the wealthy, for government support to the poor farmers, for an equitable and equable treatment of the middle ones, and for encouragement of voluntary collectivization, but not for a left course of which the chief ingredient was administrative force and brutality. In judging Stalin's policy, it was necessary to consider not only what he did but also how he did it. Trotsky did not suggest that the opposition should riot support the left course, but he stressed more than ever that it must combine support with severe criticism. He set his face against the conciliators who regained spirit from the latest evidence that the breach between Stalin and Bukharin was unhealed and that Stalin was about to resume the drive against the Kulak. He rejected Kamenev's promptings with scorn and contempt. He declared that he would do nothing to ease his own re-entry into the party and that he would not beg his persecutors to recall him to Moscow. It was up to them to do so if they wished, but even then he would not cease to attack them and the capitulators as well. This was Trotsky's reply not only to Kamenev's suggestions, but also to Stalin's vague and elusive blandishments. Conciliation between them was out of the question. He responded far more favorably to Bukharin's appeal. He did this in a frank talk with a well-wishing partyman, a circular letter of September 12. The well-wishing partyman was a Bukharinist who had written to Trotsky inquiring about his attitude towards the right wing, now the right opposition. Trotsky replied that on major issues of industrial and social policy the gulf between them was as wide as ever. But he added that he was ready to cooperate with the right for one purpose, namely, the restoration of inter-party democracy. If Rykov and Bukharin were prepared to work with the left in order to prepare jointly an honestly elected and truly democratic party congress, he favored an agreement with them. This statement caused astonishment and even indignation in Trotskyist colonies. Had Thermidor not been precisely such a combination of right and left Jacobins nefariously united against Robespierre's center? Had not the whole conduct of the opposition so far been determined by its readiness to coalesce, on conditions, with the Stalinists against the Bukharinists, not vice versa? Had Trotsky himself not solemnly restated this principle only quite recently, when he assured the Communist International that the left opposition would never enter into any combination with those who opposed Stalinism from the right? Trotsky replied that he still viewed the Bukharinist right rather than the Stalinist center as the chief antagonist. He had not proposed to Bukharin any coalition over issues of policy, but he saw no reason why they should not join hands for the one clearly defined purpose of re-establishing inter-party freedom. He was ready to negotiate with Bukharin in the same way that duelists parley through their seconds over the rules and regulations by which they will abide. The left could only wish to pursue its controversy with the right under rules of inter-party democracy, and if this was also what the right wanted, Nothing would be more natural than that they should collaborate in order to make those rules prevail. This plea carried little conviction with Trotsky's followers. They had been so much accustomed to see in Bukharin's faction their chief enemy that they could not contemplate any agreement with it. They had so long and so persistently assailed the Stalinists as the two-faced accomplices of the right that they were horrified to think that they themselves might appear as its accomplices. Nor could they accept Trotsky's explanation that he had proposed to the Bukharinists only a technical arrangement, something like the fixing of regulations for a duel. For one thing, this was not a duel but a three-cornered fight, in which any agreement between two sides was automatically directed against the third. For another, inter-party democracy was a political problem par excellence with a bearing on all major issues. An alliance of right and left, no matter how limited its purpose, would, if successful, result in the overthrow of the Stalinist faction, and this after the latter had initiated the left course. The left course would be brought to an immediate standstill. The sequel would hang on the uncertain outcome of the contest between right and left. If the right were to win, it would surely proclaim that neo-NEP, the danger of which had haunted the Trotskyists. Would they take such a risk? With the country on the brink of economic catastrophe and the peasantry in turmoil, should they expose the party to a convulsion in the course of which the Stalinists might be overthrown but the Bukharinists and the Trotskyists might be unable to resolve their differences democratically, let alone rule jointly? They might thus unwittingly ruin the party and give anti-Bolshevik forces their opportunity. This would indeed be a classically Thermidorian situation, for it was precisely such a coalition of right and left, both exasperated by the terror, that had brought about Robespierre's downfall. Was not Trotsky now playing with Thermidorian fire, he who had all these years warned others against it? Plate 11. Radio Times Hulton Picture Library. A Christian Rakovsky, as Soviet envoy at the Genoa Conference, 1922. B. Karl Radek. C. Adolf Youve. Committed suicide to protest against Trotsky's expulsion. D. Antonov Trotskyist as chief political commissar of the Red Army. Plate 12. Trotsky and his family at Alma-Ata in 1928. Trotsky and the opposition were in an impasse. If any chance of self-preservation was left to them, that chance lay in a broad alliance of all anti-Stalinist Bolsheviks. Yet they could hardly hope that even such an alliance would save them. They had reason to fear that its outcome might be the end of the Bolshevik party. In considering for a while the idea of a coalition, both Trotsky and Bukharin were moved by a fleeting reflex of self-defense. Neither, however, could act on this reflex any further. Both factions were more anxious to preserve the party as it was than to preserve themselves, or else they did not see clearly their inexorable dilemma. Undoubtedly, some of the leaders saw it. Kamenev's account of his meeting with Bukharin contains these grim words. Sometimes I say to Yefim, is not our situation hopeless? If our nation is crushed, we are crushed with it. And, if it extricates itself and Stalin changes course in time, we are still going to be crushed. Radek, in a letter written to his comrades, described the choice before them as a choice between two forms of political suicide. One which consisted in being cut off from the party, and the other in re-entering the party after having abjured one's convictions. Bukharin's panicky offer of an alliance and Trotsky's tentative answer had therefore no sequel. The Bukharinists could not but react to their leader's proposal with the same resistance with which the Trotskyists met their leader's reply. They had seen their chief enemies in the Trotskyists and Zinovivists, and their most recent charge against Stalin was that he had become a crypto-Trotskyist, or, as Bukharin put it, that he had adopted Preobrazenski's ideas. How then could they themselves contemplate a partnership with the Trotskyists? They knew that the latter and the Zinovivists viewed the left course with a sneaking sympathy. Bukharin too must have inferred this from his talk with Kamenev. And if even the banished Trotskyists were frightened of the shock to which a right-left coalition might expose the party, how much more must the Bukharinists have dreaded this prospect, they who had been in and of the ruling group and were still in it. They were dismayed by Stalin's hints that if they misbehaved he would ally himself with Trotsky. They decided that they would not misbehave. They did not even try to carry the struggle against Stalin into the open as the Trotskyists and Zinovivists had done. Or, if they did, they found that having robbed the left opposition of freedom of expression they had also robbed themselves of it. Bukharin therefore could not follow up his approaches or respond to Trotsky's idea of a limited agreement. These developments strengthened the Trotskyist conciliators. Three of the most authoritative leaders of the opposition in exile, Smilga, Serebryakov, and Ivan Smirnov, were now with Radek and Preobrazhensky. It was clear, they argued, that Stalin had not said his last word in July when he appeared to yield to the kulak. The left course was on. Trotsky had implicitly admitted that the left opposition could not persist in splendid isolation and that it ought to look for allies. But its natural allies were the Stalinists, not the Bukharinists. This is not to say that the conciliators were happy about the manner in which Stalin dealt with the right opposition. Today the regime strikes at Bukharin, Smilga wrote, in the same way in which it struck at the Leninist opposition. The Bukharinists are being strangled behind the back of the party and the working class. But the Leninist opposition has no reason to express political sympathy for the right because of this. Its watchword was still "down with the right." This had been Trotsky's watchword in the summer, but hardly in the autumn. The relations between him and the conciliators grew tense and inimical. He was scarcely in touch with Preobrazhensky, and his correspondence with Radek became acrimonious and intermittent. Radek protested against Trotsky's scathing attacks on Zinoviev, Kamenev, and the other capitulators. "It is ludicrous to think," Radek wrote, "that they have surrendered only from cowardice. The fact that group after group one day speaks against capitulation and on the next day agrees to capitulate, and that this has happened repeatedly and many times shows that we are confronted here with a clash of principles and not merely with fear of repression." It was true that the capitulators committed political suicide, but so also did those who had refused to capitulate. There remained only this hope that further shifts within the party and its further evolution towards the left would clear the air and enable the left opposition to re-enter the party with dignity. While he thus excused Zinoviev's and Kamenev's motives, Radek circulated among his comrades a long treatise which he had written in refutation of Trotsky's permanent revolution. He did not, however, send it to Trotsky, who received it secondhand from Moscow. With an ironic reply to Radek, Trotsky enclosed Radek's own earlier writings in defense of Trotskyism, saying that there he would find the best rejoinder to his latest arguments. He did not yet suspect Radek of the intention to capitulate. He trusted that Radek's sense of humor and European Marxist habits of mind would not allow him to go through a Byzantine ritual of recantation. Still fond of the man and admiring him, Trotsky ascribed Radek's behavior to moodiness and went on defending him and Preobrazhensky against the suspicions of the young irreconcilables. Even now all oppositionists, conciliators, and irreconcilables alike still look to Trotsky as to their undisputed leader. Their feelings for him are best expressed in a protest which no other than Radek sent to the Central Committee in October, when news of a deterioration in Trotsky's health greatly disturbed the exiles. "Trotsky's illness has brought our patience to an end," Radek wrote. "We cannot look on in silence while malaria wastes the strength of a fighter who has served the working class all his life and was the sword of the October Revolution. If preoccupation with factional interests has extinguished in you all memories of a common revolutionary struggle, let intelligence and plain facts speak. The dangers against which the Soviet Republic is contending are piling up. Only those who do not understand what is needed in order to meet those dangers can remain indifferent towards the slow death of that fighting heart that is Comrade L. D. Trotsky. But those among you, and I am convinced that they are not few, who think with dread of what the next day may bring, must say, enough of this inhuman playing with Comrade Trotsky's health and life. Since the summer Trotsky's health had indeed deteriorated. He suffered again from malaria, severe headaches, and the chronic stomach infection which was to trouble him till the end of his days. Reports of his illness brought forth a spate of letters and telegrams from exiles expressing sympathy with him and protesting to Moscow. Some of the deportees were anxious for more vigorous action in Trotsky's defense and planned a collective hunger strike. Trotsky had some difficulty in dissuading them from so desperate a decision. There was no need, he said in messages to the colonies, to worry greatly about his health, which was not so bad as to prevent him working. It was advisable to circulate more widely the protests which the opposition had already made, but it would be rash to resort to drastic action which might only worsen the lot of those involved. As the autumn advanced, more clouds began to gather over Trotsky's head. In October he ceased to receive letters from friends and followers, Only communications from men who were ready to desert the opposition were still delivered to him. The censorship worked selectively. His own letters and messages failed to reach their destination. He could obtain no reply even to telegrams in which he inquired about Zena's health, which continued to cause him anxiety. He passed the days of the revolution's anniversary in loneliness and apprehension. None of the usual greetings had arrived. Thereafter, the ill omens multiplied. A local official, who had secretly sympathized with the opposition and had kept in touch with Trotsky, was suddenly imprisoned. An oppositionist who had come all the way from Moscow had taken a driver's job at Alma-Ata and used to meet Trotsky stealthily at the public baths, and who had, it seems, run the secret mail between Moscow and Alma-Ata, vanished without a trace. The household had by now moved back from the dacha with its orchards and flower beds into the dreariness of the town. Since the end of October, Sedova wrote to a friend, "We have received no letters from home. We get no answers to our telegrams. We are under a postal blockade. Things will not stop at this, of course. We are awaiting something worse. There is a severe frost here. The cold in our rooms is agony. Houses here are not built for the cold weather. The price of wood is incredibly high." Finally, rumors reached Trotsky from many quarters that he would not be left at Alma-Ata and that he was presently to be deported farther away and isolated far more rigorously. At first he dismissed the rumors. "I do not expect this to happen. Where on earth could they send me?" He wrote to Elzin on October 2nd. He looked forward to a winter of intensive study and literary work at Alma-Ata and, of course, to hunting trips in the surrounding wilds. But the rumors persisted, and the postal blockade and other signs indicated that something worse was indeed about to happen. This was a strange autumn. On the anniversary of the revolution there resounded from the Red Square in Moscow these official calls: "The danger is on the right. Strike against the kulak. Curb the NEP men. Speed up industrialization." And the slogans reverberated throughout the country, penetrating to the remotest backwaters, even to Alma-Ata. How long had not Trotsky sought to persuade the party to adopt this policy? Only the year before, on the same anniversary day, his followers had descended on the streets of Moscow and Leningrad with the same slogans on their banners. They were dispersed, maltreated, and accused of counter-revolution. There could be, one might have thought, no greater vindication of the opposition than the fact that the ruling group was compelled to appropriate its ideas. No one who took the mildest interest in public affairs could fail to notice it. The ferocious attacks on Trotsky, the superindustrializer and the enemy of the muzhik, were still fresh in everyone's mind. Now the dishonesty and wretchedness of these attacks were exposed and cried to heaven. Was not Stalin himself turning into a superindustrializer and enemy of the peasants? Many a Bolshevik wondered. Yet this year, as the year before, millions of citizens marched in the official processions, followed the prescribed routes, and shouted the prescribed slogans as if nothing unusual had occurred and as if they had been unable to think, reflect, and act. Popular apathy allowed Stalin to steal Trotsky's clothes with impunity. Trotsky still consoled himself with the thought that Stalin would not be able to wear them, because they would not fit him. He still expected that as the national crisis deepened, the Stalinist faction alone would not be able to cope with it. The crisis had indeed deepened. With the peasantry in rebellion and the towns gripped by fear of hunger, the nation lived in unbearable tension. There was feverish nervousness in the air and a sense of danger and alarm. The party machine sternly marshaled its strength and called on all to be ready for a grim, though as yet undefined, emergency. But it showed no inclination to recall the exiled oppositionists. Towards the end of the year, Stalin was in a position far stronger than that in which he had been in the summer. He was less afraid of having to contend with two oppositions simultaneously. The right was cowed and demoralized and was already surrendering. The left was torn by dissensions and paralyzed. Stalin watched the disputes between Trotsky, Radek, Preobrazhensky, the irreconcilables, and the dissemists and concluded that time was on his side. He was still engaged in the preliminaries to his all-out drive for industrialization and collectivization, and already the Trotskyist conciliators felt that they must not stand aside. How much more would they feel this once he had passed from the preliminaries to real action? True, they were not yet in a mood to surrender. But they were steadily approaching that stage, and all that they needed to reach it was time and a little encouragement. Through his agent, Stalin encouraged them by every means at his command. He invoked the revolution's supreme interest. He appealed to Bolshevik loyalty. He mixed cajolery with threat, and he intensified the terror against the irreconcilable Trotskyists and the dissemists. In this way he expected to make good his boast, which was premature when he made it, that he had the left opposition in his pocket. He did, in fact, need the left's assistance for his new policy. But he was bent on getting that assistance, not by allying himself with the left, but by splitting it, taming a large section of it, and turning it against Trotsky. He hoped to inflict on Trotsky a defeat far more harrowing than all the blows he had aimed at him so far. Yet, for all his strength, Stalin could not be sure that he would be able to achieve what he had set out to achieve. He was about to embark upon a gigantic enterprise such as no ruler had ever undertaken. He was to expropriate at a stroke 20-odd million farmers and drive them and their families into collective farms. He was about to force urban Russia into an industrial drive in which the horrors of primitive capitalist accumulation were to be reproduced on an immense scale and condensed within a very short time. He could not know how the nation would take it, what despair, anger, violence, and revolt the upheaval might not breed, to what pass he himself might not be driven, and whether his adversaries might not then try and seize their opportunity. If they were to seize it, they were sure to look to Trotsky for leadership. Even from Alma-Ata, Trotsky's ideas and his personality, surrounded by the halo of heroic martyrdom, fascinated the Bolshevik elite. Despite all the confusion and dejection among the exiles, Trotskyism was gaining new followers in the party cells. The GPU had to deal with so many of them that towards the end of 1928 between 6,000 and 8,000 left oppositionists were imprisoned and deported, whereas at the beginning of the year the strength of both Trotskyists and Zinovivists was estimated at between 4,000 and 5,000 only. Kamenev was not alone in thinking that, in an emergency, the party would have to send a special train for Trotsky. There was much heart-searching among capitulators and even among Stalinists, some of whom wondered whether, if the left course was justified, Trotsky had not been right all along. They were therefore sick of the calumny and brutality with which he had been treated. Stalin knew that, for nearly every one of the 6,000 or 8,000 oppositionists who rather than renounce their views had chosen prison and exile, there were 1 or 2 capitulators who at heart agreed with their less pliable comrades, and 1 or 2 doubters or conciliators, Dvoroshniki, the double-faced as he called them, in his own faction. They all lay low now, but would they not rise against him when the tide had turned? Nor could Stalin take lightly the threat of an alliance between Trotsky and Bukharin. Although it had not materialized this time, the threat remained in being as long as Trotsky was the undisputed chief of the left opposition and could be brought back by a special train. Stalin therefore redoubled his efforts to break the spirit of the opposition. His agents held out every possible hope and temptation to Radek, Preobrazhensky, and their friends, promising rehabilitation, invoking common purposes, and speaking of the great, fruitful, and honorable work they could still perform for the party and for socialism. All these efforts, however, met with a formidable obstacle in the influence which Trotsky exercised from Alma-Ata and which had so far prevented the opposition in exile from disintegrating. Stalin was determined to remove this obstacle from his path. But how was he to do it? He still shrank from sending the killer. He did not yet dare even to throw his enemy into jail. The odium would have been too heavy, because, despite all that had happened, Trotsky's part in the revolution was still too fresh and vivid in the nation's mind. He therefore planned to expel Trotsky from Russia. He knew that even this would shock, and he carefully prepared public opinion. First, he put out rumors about the new banishment. Next, he ordered the rumors to be denied. And, finally, he gave them fresh currency. In this way, he blunted public sensitivity. Only after rumor, denial, and recurrent rumor had made the thought of Trotsky's expulsion from the USSR familiar and therefore less shocking could Stalin carry out his intention. Amid all the uncertainties about his future, Trotsky posed anew the great and baffling question. Whither is the revolution going? The Soviet Union was now in the gray interval between 2 epochs, between NEP and the Stalinist Second Revolution. The shape of things to come was blurred. At best, it could be seen only through a glass darkly. Trotsky was becoming aware that some of the ideas he had expounded in recent years were on the point of being surpassed by events. He tried to go beyond these ideas, but their pull on him was strong. He attempted to outline new prospects, but habits of mind, formed during NEP and suited to its realities, and historical memories of the French Revolution kept intruding upon his vision. He realized, for instance, that his conception of the Soviet thermidor had become untenable. It had become absurd to maintain that Bukharin and Rykov were still the defenders of private property, that Stalin was their will-less helpmeet, and that they were bound to be the ultimate beneficiaries of his policy. Trotsky therefore virtually abandoned his conception of the Soviet thermidor. In a letter to friends, written in October 1928, one of his most remarkable essays of the Alma-Ata period, although it is written in the opposition's peculiar phraseology, he argued that Bukharin and the Bukharinists were Thermidorians monks who had lacked the courage to act on their convictions. He gave this ironical and vivid description of their behavior. Bukharin has gone farther than any of the leaders of the right in promoting the interests of the Kulak and of the NEP man, while Rykov and Tomsky have watched him from a safe distance. But every time Bukharin steps into the cold water of Thermidor, he shivers, shudders, and jumps out, and Tomsky and Rykov run to the bushes for shelter. Consequently, the Kulak, the NEP man, and the conservative bureaucrat, disillusioned with the leaders of the Bolshevik right, were inclined to look for effective leadership elsewhere, notably to the army. With the French precedents in mind, Trotsky spoke about the closeness of the Bonapartist danger, implying that the Russian Revolution might skip Thermidor and pass directly from the Bolshevik to the Bonapartist phase. The Bonapartist danger, he went on, could assume two different forms. It could either materialize as a classical military coup d'état, a Russian 18th Brumaire, or it could take the shape of Stalin's personal rule. He considered it probable that the army, appealing directly to the property-owning peasantry and backed by it, would attempt to overthrow Stalin and to put an end to the Bolshevik regime at large. It was to him a secondary question which of the army leaders might place himself at the head of the movement. In favorable conditions, even mediocrities like Voroshilov or Budyonny might take the initiative and succeed. Trotsky quoted a proverb of which, he said, Stalin was fond. Is Griazzi delayet Niasia, a prince can be made out of filth. The conditions favoring a coup were there. The peasantry felt nothing but hostility towards the party led by Stalin, and the working class was disgruntled and listless. A military dictatorship, if it came into being, would therefore be broadly based. It would be counter-revolutionary in its character and consequences. It would seek to guarantee security, stability, and expansion to the private sector of the economy. It would dismantle or cripple the socialist sector. It would bring about the restoration of capitalism. Confronted with such a danger, Trotsky concluded, all Bolsheviks eager to defend socialism would have to unite, and the left opposition would have to cooperate with Stalin and his faction, because Stalin spoke not for the men of property, but for the proletarian upstart and had so far avoided an open breach with the working class. It was possible, on the other hand, that Stalin himself would become the Soviet Bonaparte. This would create a different situation for the country and the opposition. Stalin could exercise his personal rule only through the party machine, not through the army. His dictatorship would not immediately have the counter-revolutionary consequences that would follow a military coup, but it would be based very narrowly, and it would be utterly insecure. Stalin would find himself in chronic conflict with all classes of society. He would try to overpower now this class and now that and play them against one another. He would have to struggle continuously in order to keep in subordination the party machine, the state bureaucracy, and the army, and he would rule in incessant and unrelievable fear of defiance from either of them. He would suppress all spontaneous social and political activity and all freedom of expression. In such conditions there could hardly be room for any united front between the left opposition and the Stalinists. There would be only struggle beyond conciliation. In this context, Trotsky analyzed succinctly and with powerful foresight the social background, the mechanics, the shape and the outlook of Stalin's rule as it was to evolve over the next 20 years. He portrayed in advance the general secretary transformed into the fully fledged totalitarian dictator. However, having done this, he himself viewed the portrait rather incredulously. He thought that, on balance, the danger of a purely military dictatorship was more real. It seemed to him far more probable that Voroshilov, Budyonny, or some other general would lead the army against Stalin, and that Trotskyists and Stalinists would then fight together on the same side of the barricade. He added that on the long historical view it might matter little which of them, Stalin or Voroshilov, rode the white horse, and which of them was trampled underfoot. In the short run, however, the difference was important. It was the difference between an open and immediate triumph of the anti-socialist forces under a military dictator and a far more complex, confused, and protracted development under Stalin. In the long run, he held, Stalin's dictatorship too would be detrimental to socialism, and he saw the triumphant Kulak and NEP man at the end even of Stalin's road. The film of revolution is running backwards, and Stalin's part in it is that of Kerensky in reverse. Kerenskyism epitomized Russia's transition from capitalism to Bolshevism, and victorious Stalinism could mark only the return passage. It is all too easy to see in retrospect the fallacies of this reasoning, and it is even easier to miss the core of truth they contained. That Trotsky could imagine Voroshilov or Budyonny acting the part of Bonaparte must appear almost absurd. Out of this filth no prince was to be made. Yet, as a political analyst, Trotsky had to keep an eye on potentialities as well as actualities. And the potentiality of a military coup was there. Although it did not become an actuality, at least in the next 30 years, the threat repeatedly haunted first Stalin and then his successors. Witness Stalin's conflicts with Tukhachevsky and other generals in 1937 and with Zhukov in 1946 and Khrushchev's clash with Zhukov in 1957. Here Trotsky touched a trend latent in Soviet politics. But he evidently overrated its strength. He also overrated the force of what was, in Marxist theory, the social impulse behind that trend, the determination and the power of the peasantry to defend its property, and its capacity to assert itself through the army against the town. Trotsky himself had written in 1906 that the history of capitalism is the history of the subordination of the country to the town, and in this context he had analyzed the amorphousness and the political helplessness of the Russian peasantry under the old regime. That subordination of country to town characterizes a fortiori the history of the Soviet Union. Stalin's hammer blows were just about to descend upon private farming with a terrific impact and to crush the peasantry. They could not prevent the peasants from resisting collectivization. That resistance, shapeless, scattered, and protracted, was to result in the chronic inefficiency and backwardness of collectivized farming. But it could not focus itself into any effective political action on the national scale. And in the defeat of the property-loving mujik lay the secret of the failures of the military candidates to the post of the Soviet Bonaparte. The helplessness and dumbness of the peasantry were part and parcel of the political lethargy of the post-revolutionary society at large, and this formed the background to the extraordinary activity and seeming omnipotence of the ruling bureaucracy. Trotsky repeatedly grappled with this aspect of the situation, and repeatedly his mind ran away from it. Krupskaya once made the remark, which in all probability she had picked up from Lenin, that Trotsky was inclined to underrate the apathy of the masses. In this Trotsky was true to himself and his character as a revolutionary. The revolutionary is in his element when society is in action, when it unfolds all its energies, and when all social classes pursue their aspirations with the maximum of vigor and elan. Then his perception is at its most sensitive, his understanding at its acutest, and his eye at its quickest and sharpest. But let society be overcome by torpor and let its various classes fall into a coma, and the great revolutionary theorist, be he Trotsky or even Marx, loses something of his vision and penetration. This condition of society is most uncongenial to him, and he cannot intellectually accommodate himself to it. Hence Trotsky's errors of judgment. Even when he made the utmost allowance for the post-revolutionary weariness of the masses, he still shrank from fathoming its full depth. Thinking ahead, he still envisaged all social classes and groups, kulaks as well as workers and army leaders as well as the various Bolshevik groupings, in action and motion, in a state of self-reliance and animation, ready to jump at one another and to fight their titanic battles. His thought was baffled at the sight of titans drowsy and indolent whom a bureaucracy could tame and tie hand and foot, because ultimately he identified the process of revolution with the social awareness and activity of the toiling masses. The evident absence of that awareness and activity led him to conclude that, with Stalinism victorious, the film of the revolution was running backwards and that Stalin's part in it was that of Kerensky in reverse. Here again the fallacy is obvious. but the core of truth in it should not be overlooked. The film was not running as the precursors and the makers of the revolution had expected. It was moving partly in a different direction, but not backwards. Stalin's role in it was not that of Kerensky in reverse. The film is still on, and it may still be too early to pass final judgment on it. In theory, it may yet be possible for it to end in a setback for the revolution as grave as that which earlier great revolutions, the French and the English, had suffered. But this possibility appears to be extremely remote. When Trotsky wrote that the film was running backwards, he meant that it was moving towards the restoration of capitalism. Actually, it moved towards planned economy, industrial expansion, and mass education. And these, despite all bureaucratic distortion and debasement, Trotsky himself recognized to be essential prerequisites for socialism, the sine qua non for the ultimate fulfillment of the revolution's promise. The prerequisites were admittedly not the fulfillment, and the Soviet Union of the 1950s had enough reasons to look back upon the record of Stalinism, or at least upon some of its facets, with sorely disillusioned eyes. But it did not see the triumphant Kulak and NEP man at the end of Stalin's road. Was Stalin's record one of Bonapartism? Trotsky did not use the term in the accepted meaning as signifying merely government by the sword and personal rule. The wider Marxist definition of Bonapartism is that of a dictatorship exercised by the state machine or the bureaucracy at large, of which military autocracy is only one particular form. What, in the Marxist view, is essential to Bonapartism is that the state or the executive should acquire political independence of all social classes and establish its absolute supremacy over society. In this sense, Stalin's rule had, of course, much in common with Bonapartism. Yet, the equation offers only a very general and vague clue to the understanding of the phenomenon in all its complexity and contradictoriness. Stalin exercised his rule not so much through an independent state machine as through the independent party machine through which he also controlled the state. The difference was of great consequence to the course of the revolution and the political climate of the Soviet Union. The party machine considered itself to be the only authorized guardian and interpreter of the Bolshevik idea and tradition. Its rule therefore meant that the Bolshevik idea and tradition remained, through all successive pragmatic and ecclesiastical reformulations, the ruling idea and the dominant tradition of the Soviet Union. This was possible only because the idea and the tradition were firmly anchored in the social structure of the Soviet Union, primarily in the nationalized urban economy. If any partial parallel to this state of affairs were to be drawn from the French Revolution, it would have to be an imaginary one. We would have to imagine what revolutionary France would have looked like if the Thermidorians had never overthrown Robespierre, and if he had ruled France in the name of a crippled and docile Jacobin party, throughout all those years that the historian now describes as the eras of the Directory, the Consulate, and the Empire, in a word, what France would have looked like if no Napoleon had ever come to the fore, and if the revolution had run its full course under the banner of Jacobinism. We have seen that the rule of the party machine had in fact been initiated at the close of the Lenin era. It had been inherent in the dominance of the single party which Lenin himself saw as being essentially the dominance of the Bolshevik old guard. Lenin's government in his last years might therefore be described, in accordance with Trotsky's use of the term, as Bonapartist, although it lacked the feature which formed the true consummation of Bonapartism, namely personal rule. Thus, when in 1928 Trotsky spoke about the danger of Bonapartism, he saw a phase of development which had been largely accomplished many years earlier as still looming ahead. Since Lenin's day, the despotism of the party machine had, of course, become increasingly aggressive and brutal. But the specific content of the stormy political history of these years, from 1921 till 1929, consisted not merely and not so much in this as in the transformation of the rule of a single party into the rule of a single faction. This was the only form in which the political monopoly of Bolshevism could survive and become consolidated. In the opening pages of this volume, we found the single-party system to be a contradiction in terms. The various Bolshevik factions, groups, and schools of thought formed something like a shadowy multi-party system within the single party. The logic of the single-party system implicitly required that they be eliminated. Stalin spoke with the voice of that logic when he declared that the Bolshevik party must be monolithic or it would not be Bolshevik. Up to a point, of course, the party ceased to be Bolshevik as it was becoming monolithic. The logic of the single-party system might not have asserted itself as strongly as it did, It might never have become as ruthless as it was, and its implication might never have become explicit, or the system might even have been undone by the growth of a workers' democracy, if the whole history of the Soviet Union, encircled and isolated in its age-old poverty and backwardness, had not been an almost uninterrupted sequence of calamities, emergencies, and crises threatening the nation's very existence. Almost every emergency and crisis posed all major issues of national policy on the knife's edge, set the Bolshevik factions and groupings at loggerheads, and gave to their struggles that indescribable vehemence and intensity which led to the substitution of the rule of a single faction for that of the single party. At the point our narrative has reached, in the showdown between the Stalinists and the Bukharinists, this process was coming to a close. What still lay ahead was the quasi-Bonapartist consummation, the substitution, in the early 1930s, of the rule of the single leader for that of a single faction. It was this consummation, Stalin's autocracy, that Trotsky clearly foreshadowed, however he erred in other respects. Even now, however, Trotsky did not perceive the ascendancy of Stalinism as an inevitable result of the Bolshevik monopoly of power. On the contrary, he saw it as the virtual end of Bolshevik government. Thus, while Stalin presented the undivided rule of his own faction as the consequence and final affirmation of the rule of the single party, Trotsky viewed it as a negation. In truth, the Bolshevik monopoly of power, as established by Lenin and Trotsky, found in Stalin's monopoly both its affirmation and its negation, and each of the two antagonists now dwelt on a different aspect of the problem. We have traced the transitions through which the rule of the single party had become the rule of the single faction and through which Leninism had given place to Stalinism. We have seen that the things that had been implicit in the opening phase of this evolution became explicit and found an extreme or exaggerated expression in the closing phase. To this extent, Stalin dealt in realities when he claimed that, in his conduct of party affairs, he followed the line set by Lenin. But Trotsky's emphatic denial of this was no less strongly based on realities. The rule of the single faction was indeed an abuse as well as a consequence of the rule of the single party. Trotsky, and following him one Bolshevik leader after another, protested that when they had, under Lenin, established the Bolshevik political monopoly, they had sought to combine it with a workers' democracy, and that, far from imposing any monolithic discipline on the party itself, they had taken the party's inner freedom for granted and had indeed guaranteed it. Only the blind and the deaf could be unaware of the contrast between Stalinism and Leninism. The contrast showed itself in the field of ideas and in the moral and intellectual climate of Bolshevism even more strongly than in matters of organization and discipline. Here indeed the film of revolution ran backwards, at least in the sense that Stalinism represented an amalgamation of Marxism with all that was primitive and archaically semi-Asiatic in Russia, with the illiteracy and barbarism of the muzhik on the one hand, and the absolutist traditions of the old ruling groups on the other. Against this Trotsky stood for undiluted classical Marxism, in all its intellectual and moral strength and also in all its political weakness, a weakness which resulted from its own incompatibility with Russian backwardness and from the failures of socialism in the West. In banishing Trotsky, Stalin banished classical Marxism from Russia. Yet, such were the paradoxical fortunes of the two antagonists, that just when Trotsky was being ejected from his country, Stalin set out to uproot, in his own barbaric manner, that Russian backwardness and barbarism which had as if regurgitated classical Marxism, and the Stalinist bureaucracy was about to put into effect Trotsky's program of primitive socialist accumulation. Trotsky was the authentic inspirer and prompter of the Second Revolution, of which Stalin was to be the practical manager in the coming decade. It would be futile to speculate how Trotsky might have directed that revolution, whether he would have succeeded in carrying out Russia's industrialization at a comparable pace and scale without condemning the mass of the Soviet people to the privation, misery, and oppression they suffered under Stalin, or whether he would have been able to bring the muzhik by persuasion to collective farming rather than to coerce him into it. These questions cannot be answered, and the historian has more than enough work in analyzing events and situations as they were, without trying to ponder events and situations that might have been. As things were, the political evolution of the 1920s predetermined the manner in which Russia's social transformation was to be accomplished in the 1930s. That evolution led to autocracy and monolithic discipline and consequently to forcible industrialization and collectivization. The political instruments that would be needed for primitive socialist accumulation had been forged throughout the 1920s, and they were now ready for use. They had been forged not in any deliberate and conscious preparation for the task ahead, but rather in the unpremeditated course of the inter-party struggles by which the Bolshevik monopoly of power had become the Stalinist monopoly. However, if autocracy and monolithic discipline formed, as the Marxist would say, the political superstructure of primitive socialist accumulation, they also derived from this a measure of self-justification. Stalin's adherents could argue that without autocracy and monolithic discipline that accumulation, on the scale on which he carried it out, could not be undertaken. To put it plainly, from the long contests of the Bolshevik factions there had emerged Stalin's firm leadership, for which he may have striven for its own sake. Once he wielded it, he employed it to industrialize the Soviet Union, to collectivize farming, and to transform the whole outlook of the nation. And then he pointed to the use he was making of his firm leadership in order to vindicate it. Trotsky repudiated Stalin's self-vindicatory claims. He continued to denounce his adversary as a Bonapartist usurper. He was to acknowledge the positive and progressive aspects of Stalin's Second Revolution and to see them as the realization of parts of his own program. He had, we remember, already compared his and the opposition's fate with that of the Communards of Paris, who, although they failed to conquer as proletarian revolutionaries in 1871, had nevertheless barred the way to a monarchist restoration. This had been their victory in defeat. The great transformation of the Soviet Union in the 1930s was Trotsky's victory in defeat. But the Communards had not been reconciled to the Third Republic, the bourgeois republic which might never have prevailed without them. They remained its enemies. Similarly, Trotsky was forever to remain unreconciled to the bureaucratic Second Revolution, and against it he was to call for the self-assertion of the working classes in a worker state and for freedom of thought in socialism. In doing this he was condemned to political solitude, because all too many of his closest associates allowed themselves, partly from frustration and weariness and partly from conviction, to be captivated or bribed by Stalin's Second Revolution. The opposition in exile was on the point of virtual self-liquidation. Was Trotsky then in conflict with his time? Was he fighting a hopeless battle against history? Nietzsche tells us, if you want a biography, do not look for one with the legend, Mr. So-and-so and his times, but for one in which the title page might be inscribed a fighter against his time. Were history nothing more than an all-embracing system of passion and error, man would have to read it as Goethe wished Werther to be read, just as if its moral were "Be a man and follow me not." But, fortunately, history also keeps alive for us the memory of the great fighters against history, that is, against the blind power of the actual, and it glorifies the true historical nature in men who troubled themselves very little about the "thus it is," in order that they might follow a "thus it must be" with greater joy and greater pride. Not to drag their generation to the grave, but to found a new one. That is the motive that ever drives them onwards. These are excellent words despite their underlying subjectivist romanticism. Trotsky was indeed a fighter against his time, though not in the Nietzschean sense. As a Marxist he was greatly concerned with the "thus it is" and was aware that the "thus it must be" is the child of the "thus it is." But he refused to bow to the blind power of the actual, and to surrender the "thus it must be" to the "thus it is." He fought against his time not as the Quixote or the Nietzschean Superman does, but as the pioneers do, not in the name of the past but in that of the future. To be sure, as we scrutinize the face of any great pioneer we may detect in it a quixotic trait. But the pioneer is not a Quixote or a utopian. Very few men in history have been in such triumphant harmony with their time as Trotsky was in 1917 and after. And so it was not because of any inherent estrangement from the realities of his generation that he then came into conflict with his time. The precursor's character and temperament led him into it. He had, in 1905, been the forerunner of 1917 and of the Soviets. He had been second to none as the leader of the Soviets in 1917. He had been the prompter of planned economy and industrialization since the early 1920s. And he was to remain the great, though not unerring harbinger of some future reawakening of the revolutionary peoples. To that political reawakening the urge to transcend Stalinism, which took hold of the Soviet Union in the years 1953–6, was an important pointer. Still faint yet. Sure. He fought against history in the name of history itself, and against its accomplished facts, which all too often were facts of oppression. He held out the better, the liberating accomplishments of which one day it would be capable. At the beginning of December, Trotsky protested to Kalinin and Menshinsky against the postal blockade, under which he was held. He waited a fortnight for the answer. On December 16, a high official of the GPU arrived from Moscow and presented him with an ultimatum. He must cease at once his counter-revolutionary activity, or else he would be completely isolated from political life and forced to change his place of residence. On the same day, Trotsky replied with a defiant letter to the leaders of the party and of the International. To demand from me that I renounce my political activity is to demand that I abjure the struggle which I have been conducting in the interests of the international working class, a struggle in which I have been ceaselessly engaged for 32 years, during the whole of my conscious life. Only a bureaucracy corrupt to its roots can demand such a renunciation. Only contemptible renegades can give such a promise. I have nothing to add to these words. A month of sleepless suspense followed at Alma-Ata. The GPU envoy did not return to Moscow, but waited on the spot for further orders. These still depended on the Politburo's decision, and the Politburo had not yet made up its mind. When Stalin urged it to sanction the expulsion order, Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky vehemently objected. And Bukharin, remorseful for what he had done to Trotsky and ever more dreading the new Genghis Khan, screamed, wept, and sobbed at the session. But the majority voted as Stalin wished it to vote, and on January 20, 1929, it was a full year now since Trotsky had been deported from Moscow. Armed guards surrounded and occupied the house at Alma-Ata, and the GPU official presented Trotsky with the new order of deportation, this time from the entire territory of the USSR. The decision of the GPU, Trotsky wrote on the receipt, criminal in substance and illegal in form, was communicated to me on January 20, 1929. Once again there followed tragicomic scenes similar to those that had attended his arrest in Moscow. His jailers were embarrassed by their orders, and went in awe, as it were, of their charge. Worrying because they did not know whither they were to take him, they made anxious inquiries of his family and showed him furtively their solicitude and friendliness. But their orders were harsh. They were to disarm him, to carry him off within 24 hours, and to tell him that only en route would he receive a message indicating whither he was being deported. At dawn on January 22, the prisoner, his family, and a strong escort drove from Alma-Ata towards Frunze through mountainous desert and the pass of Kurde. They had driven by the same road through a snow blizzard this time last year. The present journey was far worse. This was a winter memorable for its severity, perhaps the cruelest winter for a century. The powerful tractor which was to tow us over the pass got stuck and almost disappeared in the snowdrifts, together with the 7 motor cars behind it. 7 men and a good many horses were frozen to death. We had to change to sleighs. It took us more than 7 hours to advance about 30 kilometers. At Frunze, Trotsky and his family were put on a special train bound for European Russia. Underway, the message came through that he was being deported to Constantinople. He at once protested to Moscow. The government, he declared, had no right to banish him abroad without his consent. Constantinople had been an assembly place for the remnants of Wrangel's army who had come there from the Crimea. Did the Politburo dare expose him to the vengeance of the White Guards? Could they not at least obtain for him an entry permit to Germany or another country? He demanded to be allowed to see those members of his family who lived in Moscow. This last demand was granted. Sergei and Lyova's wife were brought from Moscow and joined the deportees on the train. Once again Trotsky refused to proceed to Constantinople. The GPU envoy, who accompanied him on the journey, forwarded his protests and waited for instructions. Meantime, the train was diverted from its route and stopped on a sideline near a dead little station. There it sinks into a coma between 2 thin stretches of woods. Day after day passes. More and more empty tins are lying by the side of the train. Crows and magpies gather for the feast in larger and larger flocks. Wasteland, solitude. The fox has laid his stealthy tracks to the very train. The engine, 1 carriage hitched to it, makes daily trips to a larger station to fetch our midday meal and newspapers. Influenza has invaded our compartments. We reread Anatole France and Klyachevsky's history. The cold is 53 degrees below zero. Our engine keeps rolling back and forth to avoid freezing. We do not even know where we are. Thus 12 days and 12 nights passed, during which no one was allowed to leave the train. The newspapers brought the only echoes from the world. They were full of the most violent and threatening invective against Trotskyism and of reports about the discovery of a new Trotskyist center and arrests of hundreds of oppositionists. After 12 days, the journey was resumed. The train went full steam ahead southward, through familiar Ukrainian steppe. Since the German government had, as Moscow claimed, refused to grant Trotsky an entry permit, it was, after all, at Constantinople that he was to be cast out. Sergei, anxious to continue his academic course, and Lyova's wife, returned to Moscow hoping for the family's early reunion abroad. The parents embraced them with forebodings, but uncertain of their own future, they did not dare to ask them to share exile. They were never to see them again. From this train, through the darkness of night, Trotsky saw Russia for the last time. The train ran through the streets and the harbor of Odessa, the city of his childhood and his first ambitions and dreams of the world. In his memories there always stood out the old Tsarist governor of Odessa who had exercised absolute power with an uncurbed temper, and who, standing in his carriage, fully erect, shouted curses in his hoarse voice across the street, shaking his fist. Another cursing and hoarse voice and another shaking fist? Or was it the same? Now pursued the man in his 50th year through the streets of his childhood. Once the sight of the satrap made him shrink, adjust the school bag and hurry home. Now the prison train hurried through the harbor where he was to embark on a boat which would take him to the unknown, and he could only reflect on the incongruity of his fate. The pier in the harbor was densely surrounded by troops which had only 4 years earlier been under his orders. As if to mock him, the empty ship waiting for him bore Lenin's patronymic, Ilyich. She left harbor precipitately in the dead of night and in a gale. Even the Black Sea was frozen that year, and an icebreaker had to force a passage to a distance of about 60 miles. As the Ilyich lifted anchor and Trotsky looked back at the receding shore, he must have felt as if the whole country he was leaving behind had frozen into a desert and as if the revolution itself had become congealed. There was no power on earth, no human icebreaker, to cut open a return passage.